scientists could come pretty close to employing the ones they had. In his MIT lectures on communication theory, Gabor reminded his students that certain information had much more value than other information. To believe that this is what any yes or no is worth, for instance, the yes or no which decides a war, would be rather more than absurd. 32 They might not be able to eliminate all anthropic decline from the universe or solve all energy and information problems, but if Gabor's demon was positioned at the right place at the right time, acting only when it really mattered, its actions could be extremely consequential. A bevy of new demonic devices placed where most necessary could accomplish transformational tasks. A demon in the age of photocell detectors was like the little engine that could. These tiny poltergeists, even with their limited powers, could be extremely useful when employed intelligently, though that was not easy work. Arriving at answers required determining what the most meaningful points of intervention in the universe might be. Gabor's demon taught scientists valuable lessons about knowledge-gaining practices more generally, leading them to rethink the purpose, aim, and organization of science. Were scientists and intellectuals spending more energy than they were recovering, just like any old engine? Were they leaking more entropy into a system and getting out less than they put in? Were they impotent against the ravages of entropy in the long run? Or could they think themselves out of decay? Could information, knowledge, and intelligence be a source of salvation, especially in a world of scarce or limited resources? With his imaginary machine, Gabor showed how immensely powerful such technologies could be if used in the right context and setting. In covering the new adventures of demons who worked with photons, the Journal of Applied Physics featured an article by Brillouin titled "Maxwell's Demon Cannot Operate." The physicist reconsidered the topic by describing a machine equipped with a photoelectric cell equivalent to the demon's magical eyes. We may replace the demon with an automatic device with a magic eye, which opens the trapdoor at convenient instants of time. 33 Brillouin also concluded that the amount of energy wasted in the photon detection process was stunningly low, in the magnitude of Boltzmann's constant, and that this was true for Maxwell's demon as well as for the scientist in his laboratory. 34. The physicist in his laboratory is no better off than the demon, warned Brillouin. 35 The physicist making an observation, he insisted, transforms negative entropy into information. The powers of the new engines furnished with photosensitive magic eyes were so stunning that Brillouin coined the word negentropy, a neologism for negative entropy, or entropy with the opposite sign, to explain them. 36 How could scientists create more of it? We may then ask the question, continued Brillouin, can the scientist change information into negentropy of some sort? Brillouin suggested that scientists would create pockets of negentropy in the universe because they could create more and more machines with these powers. With these laws he is able to design and build machines and equipment that nature never produced before. These machines represent unprobable improbable structures and low probability means negentropy. By using their brains and devising some ingenious gadget, they were able to curb the ravages of entropy. Brillouin entered here into complex philosophical territory. His analysis of contraptions that could almost break even led him to ask if there was something more than just breaking even in the innovation business. He was not sure. Let us end here with this question mark, without attempting to analyze any further the process of scientific thinking. 37. Hidden variables. Instead of focusing on all the no-can-do aspects of thermodynamics, many more scientists became concerned with the possibility of producing negative entropy offered by the small windows of opportunity available in the quantum world. For decades after he first published on the topic, Wiener continued to think about how to build metastable demons and where to find them. One place to look for Maxwell demons may be in the phenomena of photosynthesis, he speculated. 38 Later some of his top candidates included viruses, genes, enzymes, amino acids, crystals, and other agents with self-organizing properties, such as snowflakes. Wiener's most sustained discussion of the devil and entropy appeared in The Human Use of Human Beings, 1950. He rehearsed the usual account of Maxwell's being as a porter handling a tiny gate, but what excited him the most was to see demon-like actions at human scale. Was a crowd of people on their morning or evening commute so unlike the particles handled by the demons of physics? Perhaps I can illustrate this idea still further by considering a crowd milling around in a subway at two turnstiles, he explained. One of which will only let people out if they are observed to be running at a certain speed, and the other of which will only let people out if they are moving slowly. What if the turnstiles acted like the demon charged with separating fast from slow molecules? The fortuitous movement of the people in the subway, wrote Wiener, will show itself as a stream of fast-moving people coming from the first turnstile, whereas the second turnstile will only let through slow-moving people. If these two turnstiles sent the fast-moving people in one direction and the slow people in the other, we shall gather a source of useful energy in the fortuitous milling around of the crowd. 39. This simple scenario already represented a momentary violation of the second law. By then, entropy, for Wiener, was the devil itself, not its sign, its manifestation, or its incarnation. It was the archenemy. The mathematician was downright apocalyptic in his understanding of entropy's ravages. The scientist is always working to discover the order and organization of the universe, and is thus playing a game against the archenemy, disorganization. Is this devil Manichaean or Augustinian? Wiener sought to know these two devils with more precision in order to determine the tactics to be used against them. The personality of the first one called for a specific strategy. The Manichaean devil is an opponent, like any other opponent, who is determined on victory and will use any trick of craftiness or dissimulation to obtain this victory. This devil kept his cards close to his chest and changed his game plan midway. In particular, he will keep his policy of confusion secret, and if we show any signs of beginning to discover his policy, he will change it in order to keep us in the dark. The other devil was simply the measure of our own weakness. It may require our full resources to uncover, but when we have uncovered it, we have in a certain sense exorcised it, and it will not alter its policy on a matter already decided with the mere intention of confounding us further. The first devil will resort readily to bluffing, adding another level of complexity to the struggle intended not merely to enable us to win on a bluff, but to prevent the other side from winning on the basis of a certainty that we will not bluff. The first devil possessed refined malice, whereas the other devil is stupid. He plays a difficult game, but he may be defeated by our intelligence as thoroughly as by a sprinkle of holy water, Wiener concluded. Point 40. Wiener, completely immersed in thinking about science and technology in terms of devils, genies, and ghosts, enthralled his audience at the New York Academy of Letters by reminding them that the attitude of the fairy tale is very wise in many things relevant to modern life. The lines between sorcery and scientific work had become all too blurry for him. Sorcery was condemned in the Middle Ages, he lectured, and in those ages certain modern types of gadgeteer would have been hanged or burned as a sorcerer. Offering a reinterpretation of that time period, he argued that sorcery was not the use of the supernatural, but the use of human power for other purposes than the greater glory of God. Lessons learned in medieval times were worth repeating, especially the tale of the fisherman and the genie. The fisherman opens a bottle which he has found on the shore, and the genie appears. The adventure gets complicated as soon as the genie threatens him with vengeance for his own imprisonment. In the fairy tale, all ends well. But in real life, Wiener warned, when we get in trouble with the machine, we cannot talk the machine back into the bottle. 41. Despite those risks, Wiener did not stop working or thinking about demons. One day he came across new research that excited him beyond belief. It had been done by the physicist and engineer Jerome Rothstein, who had worked on isotope separation for the atomic bombs. Like many others of his generation, he had become increasingly interested in quantum mechanics and was well aware of the enormous power that lay inside the atom. Rothstein was also interested in the new philosophical lessons that came with those discoveries. If theoretical physics was at a methodological impasse of sorts, it was a productive one. In an article published in Science in 1951, Rothstein asked about the possibility of reinterpreting quantum mechanics in terms of a new demon, a demon who can get physical information in other ways than by making measurements might then see a causal universe. 42 limited beings like humans, who could only know by observing and measuring in ways that altered quantum systems, could not. But what about a demon who could see in a completely different way, in a manner alien to humans but not physically impossible? It would find a way to know whether Schrödinger's cat was going to die or live before the particle decayed, thereby either killing it or saving it. Rothstein believed that science had not ruled out this possibility. The fiction of a stealthier demon who could know more than anyone else because it would affect quantum systems was born. After working on isotope separation, Rothstein joined the Army Research and Development Laboratories and the Solid-State Electronics branch of the Electron Division of the Signal Corps Engineering Laboratories. He then left the U.S. Army and found employment at some of the most innovative technology companies in the United States. 43 He worked on lasers, X-rays, medical electronics, and bionics, and he obtained joint appointments in the computing, information science, and biophysics departments at Ohio State University to research outer space environments. Rothstein corresponded with Einstein, and the New York Times featured his work. The breadth of his training in science contrasted starkly with his humanistic training. In areas often viewed with some suspicion by my brethren, such as methodology, philosophy, and metaphysics, Rothstein was entirely self-taught. 44 He is virtually unknown today. 45 When Wiener read Rothstein's new research on demons, he started to think about the future direction that quantum mechanics might take. The relation between light and entropy was most intriguing to him. As a matter of fact, certain work now being done on the interaction between polarized light and matter, he stated, is carrying us to a point at which we are constructing something very much like a Maxwell demon, if not a Maxwell demon itself. All that scientists needed to circumvent the second law was to find a mechanism of opening and closing the door that must depend on some signal going ahead of the particle and determining to some extent or other both its position and momentum. More research might show how this could be done. As Mr. Rothstein has shown, this reaction goes much deeper, he wrote, and penetrates even beyond the roots of quantum physics itself. It was there, he surmised, that one might attempt to make the long-missing synthesis between quantum considerations and relativity considerations. 46 If Rothstein's demon who can get physical information in other ways than by making measurements could be found, scientists would be able to work around the current limitations of thermodynamics in ever more productive ways. 47 It is my intention to work on this field in the near future, Wiener stated confidently. 48 Einstein needed allies. He had just turned 71 and was more famous than ever, appearing constantly on magazine covers, in newsreels, and even in television series. His autobiographical notes had recently appeared in print. That publication was something like my own obituary, he wrote. The exercise had led him to reflect on how his contributions were holding up many decades after he first advanced them. He saw his work on relativity as analogous to that which others before him had done on perpetual motion machines. Relativity, he argued, is a restricting principle for natural laws, comparable to the restricting principle of the non-existence of the perpetuum mobile which underlies thermodynamics. 49 He had advanced the molecular understanding of nature, taking away most of the wind beneath the wings of Maxwell's demon. He had placed limits on the traveling speeds allowed in the universe, killing off the paradoxes attributed to Maxwell's demon colleague. Yet he now had to face the possible existence of new quantum demons that could jump at speeds faster than the speed of light and that threatened the possibility of ever knowing the world deterministically. In the spring of 1950, Einstein, in response to a letter from Rothstein, explained what he thought was wrong with the direction that science was taking during those years. After a 3-hour conversation followed up with more letter exchanges, Einstein and Rothstein came to the conclusion that if quantum mechanics was right, then the current understanding of physical reality had to be wrong. 50 The decade after Rothstein and Einstein's exchanges was marked by a flurry of new investigations not only by scientists but by philosophers as well. During the same years of his correspondence with Rothstein, Einstein, walking home with his colleague Abraham Pais, stopped suddenly. He asked his companion whether he really believed that the moon exists only if I look at it. Einstein's question was an argumentum ad absurdum, a rhetorical strategy that he used to point out problems with certain interpretations of quantum mechanics. The two men walked on and continued to talk about the moon and the meaning of the expression to exist as it refers to inanimate objects. 51 The quantum was his demon, concluded Pais. 52. Such a conversation would have been hardly memorable were it not for the fact that both men were discussing the foundations of physics. Using a hyperbolic example, Einstein was interested in a question much deeper and more detailed than that of regular object permanence. He sought to dispute the absurd consequences that might follow if certain claims made about quantum particles were true. Did nature change when it was looked at? Could these changes affect the world macroscopically, and if so, where would one draw the line separating quantum effects from those that affected our everyday lives? These were tricky problems, and experts were divided. While quantum mechanics was science's best bet for understanding the universe at its most elementary level, practitioners were conflicted about its implications for our general understanding of the universe, and remain so to this day. Relativity had given scientists wonderful insights into the cosmos at light-year scales, but the development of electronic and telecommunications technologies in the Cold War era had called for research into the atomic and even subatomic level of photons and electrons. No longer an arcane topic studied by the handful of scientists who had been involved in top-secret war work, quantum demons had moved to the forefront of physics. Bohmian demons. For a couple of decades already, Newman's classic text on the foundations of quantum mechanics had been widely celebrated for its explanation of Maxwell's demon and used as evidence against the possible role of hidden variables in quantum mechanics. These variables, either as yet undiscovered or undiscoverable, might reveal aspects of nature that showed it to work in deterministically causal terms. If found, they might be used to prove that quantum indeterminacy was due to our incomplete knowledge of the universe, and that it was not a fundamental characteristic of nature. If found, most of the disturbing aspects of the quantum world, connected to non-locality and uncertainty, would disappear, and Laplace's demon could get a new lease on life. After starting his career as a graduate student at Berkeley under Robert Oppenheimer, the physicist David Bohm was barred from working at Los Alamos. His communist political affiliations had raised red flags among the establishment. Einstein, who shared some of his leftist sympathies, took Bohm under his wing at Princeton, giving him the support he needed to work on a book titled Quantum Theory, published in 1950. Bohm's book covered Szilard's exorcism in detail and restated the central conclusions of Newman and other quantum physicists. Irreversibility enters into the quantum theory in an integral way, he explained, and this is in remarkable contrast to classical theory. 53 While his opinion on this matter would soon change, Bohm's politics remained very left of center. The year his book was published, Bohm was arrested for refusing to testify before the House Un-American Activities Committee for his alleged links to communism. Although he was acquitted a year later, he lost his job at Princeton and decided to move to Brazil, where he hoped to evade the long arm of McCarthyism. In a controversial and much discussed 1952 paper, Bohm sketched an alternative interpretation of quantum mechanics based on hidden variables or pilot waves. 54 Although his research failed to gain much traction, it would lead some scientists to think that not knowing the results of certain measurements with utmost precision was no reason to abandon a belief in locality. Rather, it might still be assumed in good faith that something or someone hidden from view could be acting behind the scenes in mysterious ways to produce these outcomes. Other types of undercover commerce might be at work in the universe. In later discussions of Bohm's work, scientists started calling the suspected actor behind these possible relations Bohm's demon, Bohmian demons, subquantum demons, and, in one particularly colorful phrase, the surreal Bohm's witch. What peculiar gifts belong to Bohm's witch? Asked the physicist Giancarlo Ghirardi years later. Well, she would simply be able to see the hidden variables of the system. The witch is able to know, system by system, exactly where the particle, let us say the one on the right, actually is 55. Einstein was pleased that a few remaining holdouts were not willing to give chance a chance. In 1954, a year before his death, he wrote to Louis de Broglie, one of the first scientists to have been seduced by the idea of pilot waves, and told him, "I must look like an ostrich hiding always his head in the relativistic sand for not having to face those quanta villains." 56. For nearly 3 decades, de Broglie had abandoned the search for a way to reconcile the statistical indeterminism of quantum mechanics with traditional dynamics. Like most physicists of his generation and the generation that came after him, de Broglie had come to accept indeterminism as a fundamental aspect of nature. By the middle of the decade, some scientists believed that discussions about demons were getting out of hand. Werner Heisenberg, who had discovered the uncertainty principle and had headed the German nuclear physics program during World War II, was not amused by those who tried to revive Laplace's demon. He would not tire of confronting others who, like Einstein, tried to save determinism. Scientists, he argued, should not be free to invoke willy-nilly imaginary creatures to explain away mysterious aspects of the universe. In the physicist's conception of nature, originally Das Naturbild der heutigen Physik, 1955, he returned to the idea expressed by Laplace in the fiction of a demon to make a point against determinism. 57 In his Gifford lectures at the University of St Andrews in Scotland in the winter of 1955 to 1956, Heisenberg confronted those still hoping that a new strategy or creature might possibly lead back to a completely objective description of nature. "There is no use in discussing what could be done if we were other beings than we are," he stated, trying to put a cap on the already long list of imaginary beings used by scientists. 58 Although he did not mention Hermann's use of Laplace's demon assistants, he had her very much in mind. 59. Brillouin agreed with Heisenberg that there was no point in trying to resuscitate Laplace's demon and the deterministic ideal it represented. The physicist had just secured funding from the National Science Foundation to publish the lectures he had given at Columbia, Berkeley, and IBM as Science and Information Theory, 1956. Brillouin rallied readers around the possibility of successfully employing Maxwell's demons to reverse the natural flow of entropy by using simple electronic devices. In a chapter titled "The Demon Exorcised," he invited students to investigate the possibilities of the demon and show how it could be put to good use. Maxwell's demon functioned like an ideal rectifier, acting on individual electrons and in contradiction with the second principle. Although the physicist warned that in practice there is no ideal rectifier, the ones readily available to engineers came very close to it. 60. Rothstein's Communication, Organization, and Science, 1958, went further. He found it amusing, he explained in the preface, that it becomes possible to express all 3 laws of thermodynamics in demoniacal terms. The 3 main laws of physics curb the powers of 3 demons, 2 of them named after physicists. The first law excludes the existence of a demon who creates energy from nothing, the second does the same for Maxwell's demon, while the third disposes of Laplace's demon, he wrote. 61. Rothstein's book, for the most part, received jarring reviews from his peers. One criticized it for being written with a looseness and lack of rigor that must be outspokenly condemned as being inadmissible today. 62. A colleague who wrote the foreword for the book defended him by insisting that Rothstein should be congratulated for his unorthodox views. "Mr. Rothstein," he said, "is one of a growing number of refreshing and felicitous exceptions to a general reductivist tendency and troism of 20th century thinking today." Rothstein's brilliance, according to the author, resided in his refusal to equate non-measurability with non-existence. One of the greatest and most recurrent fallacies in 20th century thinking has been to equate non-measurability with non-existence or insignificance, he claimed, then noted that this approach had backfired. The attempt to relegate the allegedly non-measurable to the limbo of unreality whither it stubbornly will not go had failed, he concluded. 63. Despite the divisiveness caused by Rothstein's interpretative framework, there was no denying that he was an experienced scientist who would not back down after acerbic criticisms were leveled at him. The American Physical Society's meeting in Pasadena in January 1959 afforded Rothstein a golden opportunity to present his demonological approach. Several hundred scientists were in attendance. The New York Times covered his lecture with stunning headlines: "A Scientist Gives Demons Their Due, Aladdin's Demon Added to List of Impossible Imps That Help Physicists." The article reported that demonology was elevated to a place beside far more concrete topics yesterday in a report to the American Physical Society. The Times reporter quoted the presenter, who had said that even in his paper the demons have the last word, and that he believed that the announced title was changed by one of them. The title was supposed to be Physical Demonology, he noted, but came out, because of a typographical error, as Physics Demonology 64. Rothstein reportedly found demon talk useful because it forced physicists away from jargon and back to substance. "The use of demons can be a sort of semantic hygiene," he said, to prevent scientists from inadvertently talking nonsense. The article conveyed Rothstein's reasons for believing that the time was ripe for reintroducing demons into scientific thought. "It is an approach that," he said, "is especially applicable to theoretical problems in automation and communications theory that involve the services of hugely complex electronic computers. Because this is a realm so new," he said, "that it is sometimes difficult to detect the line between the possible and impossible." 65. Figure 3. Harold M. Schmeck Jr., "A Scientist Gives Demons Their Due, Aladdin's Demon Added to List," New York Times, February 1, 1959, 2. Copyright 1959 The New York Times Company. All rights reserved. Used under license. Despite having no formal training in philosophy, Rothstein would manage to get an article published in the prestigious Philosophy of Science journal. His article "Thermodynamics and Some Undecidable Physical Questions" once again explained the progress in science in terms of demons. The subject of physical demonology is not without interest in its own right, and is related to the present paper. Inventing demons was useful. For if a demon be defined as a hypothetical entity capable of doing things humans cannot do because of some natural law, he wrote, then one can invent a demon capable of deciding a physically undecidable question, and the undecidability is tantamount to outlawing such a demon. He referred to his earlier work, where he had added a third hypothetical being, Aladdin's genie of 1001 Nights, who does the bidding of whoever holds the lamp he inhabits. Rothstein turned Aladdin's genie into a science demon, who could also be referred to, he suggested, as First Law Demon 66. Rothstein told readers that he had been working on this topic for many years, citing his own prior work. "The inherent informational and organizational nature of physical laws," he wrote, "always makes it possible to express a law as anti-demon legislation. So far, two of the three, Maxwell's and Laplace's, corresponding to second and third laws of thermodynamics respectively, are informational, the other, Aladdin's demon, first law of thermodynamics, having the ability to create energy from nothing." A published version of his American Physical Society talk appeared under the title Physical Demonology in an international journal on cybernetics and linguistics titled Methodos. "Any law can be formulated as non-existence of some demon," he explained. The most interesting of them were the ones that had done great service in particular scientific fields, those that were invented, not ad hoc, but before their corresponding laws were well understood. 67. Modern science killed and destroyed demons, sometimes mercifully, other times cruelly. Aladdin's genie, who could create matter and energy from nothing, is killed by the first law. Maxwell's demon, who acquired physical information, results of measurement, without paying an equivalent entropy increase, is destroyed by the second law. Laplace's demon, either the original or a quantum version, who, knowing the state of the universe at any one time, knows all of the past and future, receives his coup de grace from the third law, unattainability of absolute zero temperature. The distinction between different demons was not hard and fast, since they all shared a certain lineage. Most of the ad hoc demons are either equivalent to Aladdin's genie, hybrids of Aladdin's and Maxwell's, or Laplace's demons, or more or less sophisticated variations or specializations of the last two. Aladdin's genie and Maxwell's demon had an especially complicated relationship to each other. The outlawing of Aladdin's genie does not necessarily administer the coup de grace to Maxwell's demon, even though, as we have seen, the former can masquerade as the latter. The relation of Maxwell's to Laplace's demon was basically one of size. Laplace's demon is Maxwell's demon writ large, he explained. And Aladdin's genie, or the first law demon, lorded over them and could take over the work of the other two. The first law demon is the most potent of all thermodynamic demons. He can simulate the activities of Maxwell's and Laplace's demons. 68. In addition to the hardiest and most interesting of the species, Rothstein found junior Laplace demons, which he also referred to as L.D. Jr., using the demon's initials, that were quantum and relativity demons, but at this stage in his investigations he was still unsure as to their real nature. We must therefore withhold judgment for the time being as to whether the quantum and junior Laplace demons are distinct, related, or identical. 69. He had a hunch about quantum and relativity demons. One suspects, and we emphasize that it is only a suspicion, that when a relativistic quantum mechanics is formulated, the quantum and relativity demons will turn out to be one and the same. 70. For Rothstein, ever attentive to the wiles of science demons, the most important lesson derived from his study was that they were powerful, but not all-powerful. Omnipotent and omniscient demons are incompatible with thermodynamics, he explained. 71. The study of demons could show scientists which kinds of machines were impossible to construct, thus paving the way for the construction of those that were not impossible. By studying demons, researchers could pinpoint which aspects of machines were worth tweaking in order to come as close as possible to the demon ideal, while knowing that certain characteristics would never be imitated in full. The demonological formulation of thermodynamics and other fields, explained Rothstein, may thus have more than historical, philosophical, or humorous import. It might prevent trying to design a machine as impossible to make as a perpetual motion device. 72. With the assistance of these creatures, the mental and physical energy of innovators would not be wasted chasing away empty fantasies, but in the pursuit of attainable goals. The coupling of measuring apparatus, computers, and machines controlled by the computers, which make their decisions in accordance with the information supplied by the measuring equipment, has resulted in apparatus so versatile and powerful that it can be compared to a demon. These innovations were so magical that the impact of these machines on people with a medieval outlook, surmised Rothstein, would surely be no less than that of a real demon. 73. Demon work attracted journalistic attention, raised the public's eyebrows, and rattled the scruples of some of Rothstein's peers. Yet in technical circles, research continued. The Austrian-American scientist Heinz von Foerster, who was then working for the Information Systems branch of the Office of Naval Research at the University of Illinois at Urbana, was among many others who reconsidered Laplace's and Maxwell's demons by reference to quantum mechanics during those years. My demonology, he explained at a May 1959 symposium, was based on interlocking systems of internal and external demons. If the two demons are permitted to work together, they will have a disproportionately easier life, he explained, compared to when they were forced to work alone. Concatenated in such a way, they could come close to matching their former glory. Today these fellows don't come as good as they used to come, he said, because before 1927 they could watch an arbitrarily small hole through which the newcomer had to pass and test with arbitrarily high accuracy his momentum. Now they are, alas, restricted by Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. 74. Contributing to Nature magazine's coverage of the new research on demons and quantum mechanics, Brillouin wrote in an early 1959 article, Laplace invented, more than a century ago, a demon that the present discussion constitutes an exorcism of Laplace's demon. Brillouin concluded that the negentropy principle of information had already provided a definite answer to the paradox of Maxwell's demon. It also eliminates Laplace's demon without further discussion. 75. While quantum uncertainty had shown the limitations of Maxwell's demon, the death of Laplace's creation had been announced thrice. After reading the latest work of a French friend of mine, Leon Brillouin, Max Born, widely celebrated for his statistical interpretation of quantum mechanics, referred to Laplace's demon once again in a lecture. He first explained why the need for Laplace's demon had arisen. 76 Since the arts of observation and arithmetic required by classical physics seemed to exceed human capacities, the astronomer Laplace, at the end of the 18th century, spoke of a spirit of the demon who can do everything and emulate the ideal of the physicist. 77 Born recounted how the idea then spread quickly, and in his opinion without justification, to other areas, including history, sociology, and economics, influencing policy and even politics. There were and are schools such as Marxian materialism, he wrote, which claim to be able to correctly and infallibly predict the social and political development of humanity. This demon's enthusiasts forgot that the Laplacian demon der Laplacisk daemon can only do his job, when he can measure with absolute precision, which was impossible in many cases. 78 We are men and not demons, Born concluded, and the demon is already only a distant ideal. 79 Because the possibility of absolute measurement worked only for a demonic, but not human power, he argued that the concept of determinism, along with the demon associated with it, was no longer valid, even if researchers such as Planck and Einstein did not want to let go of it. 80 He shared none of their compunctions. If one wants to characterize determinism literarily, I would call it a fantastic novel, what is called in English fiction. Born was ready to rescind his belief in such a fiction. I, too, took delight in this novel for a long time, until I realized that it is not a picture of reality. 81 Nevertheless, the novel that Born had been able to put down for the simple reason that it had been exposed as fictional continued to hold others in thrall. The nuclear physicist John Bell tried harder than most to solve the challenges that quantum mechanics posed to determinism. He developed the famous Bell inequality in response to Einstein's criticisms of quantum mechanics. Initially, Bell had been prominent among those who turned their attention to the idea that there might be other forces at work in quantum mechanics. In light of his research, Bohm's work, and the smart objections of Hermann, which had remained marginal in the larger community of physicists, received renewed attention. With support from the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, Bell believed that Newman's conclusions were found wanting. 82 In response, Bell considered the possibility that hidden variables might give scientists a fuller, even superdeterministic understanding of quantum effects. While previous attempts to explain the entanglement of quantum particles had required that the signal involved must propagate instantaneously, Bell instead considered the possibility that the entanglement might be due to instructions set at much earlier times that were as yet undisclosed. Causation need not be found in real time. It could have been established sufficiently in advance to allow them particles to reach some mutual rapport by exchange of signals with velocity less than or equal to that of light. 83 Perhaps what most physicists ascribed to a causal statistics was really caused by something else, such as a pre-established code that could have been set eons before. Bell would never be able to find these causes, or what he described years later as particles that carry with them programs, which have been correlated in advance, telling them how to behave. It is a pity that Einstein's idea doesn't work, he lamented. Despite his best efforts, Laplace's demon's heartbeat had almost gone silent. The reasonable thing just doesn't work. 84 Energized by these investigations, Bohm organized a colloquium at Cambridge University in 1967, believing that a paradigm change in quantum theory may be imminent. 85 Bohm and his allies continued to look for a demon who would bring science back to the path of determinism. Physical demonology did not scare Bohm one bit, on the contrary, he had become convinced that Eastern mysticism might provide valuable lessons to physicists. Bohm invited Rothstein as one of 25 participants in his colloquium, seeking to destabilize what by then had solidified as the mainstream interpretation of quantum mechanics. In the edited volume, Rothstein focused on the paradoxes of statistical mechanics, which he understood as Loschmidt, Zermelo, irreversibility, and assorted demons. 86 Even though quantum physics was based on the assumption that no such beings could ever be found, Rothstein insisted that scientists' lack of success in detecting them so far did not mean that they would never detect them. A handful of other scientists during those years considered the attempts to restore Laplace's demon to his supreme position a worthy pursuit. At the same time, however, most agreed that the manner in which Bohm proposed to go about the task and the way Rothstein actually did so, by explicitly invoking demons, would require more changes in metaphysics, epistemology, and logic than was allowed for in science, even in the countercultural 1960s. But what was no longer in doubt for many prominent scientists was that traditional materialism, which had emerged from the old Cartesian mind-body division, no longer seemed like a viable framework for understanding our place in the universe. Eugene Wigner explained the new paradigm in Remarks on the Mind-Body Question, written a few years before he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. The epitome of this belief was the conviction, he explained, that, if we knew the positions and velocities of all atoms at one instant of time, we could compute the fate of the universe for all future 87. That conviction had been thrown into doubt, and with it the belief that a firm line could be drawn between mind and matter. What or who would fill this power vacuum? 8. Computer daemons. Starting in the 1950s, artificial intelligence, AI, pioneers developed a new creative programming strategy to breach the limits of what hardware could accomplish. The cryptologist and mathematician Alan Turing articulated the new approach. He argued that Laplace's view should be abandoned as a model for computer programming. Instead of designing computers to follow algorithms and reach previously determined outcomes, they should be programmed to learn by themselves. These machines, designed to be smarter than us, could arrive at results that we cannot make sense of at all. 1. The MIT computer scientist Oliver Selfridge successfully implemented the new strategy by using subroutines called daemons. Computer daemons of this kind started to become more common in the 1960s, when a daemon process was defined as a system, not a user, process, the operation of which is automatic too. By the 1970s, Marvin Minsky and other artificial intelligence pioneers tasked graduate students at MIT with programming more and more daemons or daemons to help computers gain general understanding. In years to come, email mailer daemons, internet daemons, and other daemons running background chores enabled communication between humans and machines. Dictionaries would soon add a new definition to the word daemon and include its variant daemon. Both usages referred to a kind of computer program that runs in the background without intervention by the user, either continuously or only when automatically activated by a particular event or condition. Recently, a historian of the Internet calculated that daemons are now the products of hackers, free software developers, telecommunication companies, and the $41 billion networking infrastructure industry. 3. These kinds of programs characterize the new open-ended programming approach that now powers most AI systems and that elicit widespread fears, ranging from concerns about the introduction of subtle bias into automated systems to fears of a total AI takeover of our world and universe. The question, "Can man build a Superman?" was printed across the cover of the January 23, 1950, issue of Time magazine. The illustration by Boris Artsy-Bashev, an artist known for his diablerie, depicted Harvard's new Mark III computer as a bony-handed part machine, part human bespectacled cyclops. These supercomputers, some weighing as much as 7 tons, sparked fears about their demonic potential. That same year the mathematician Alan Turing published an essay that would forever change the history of computing. Once the war ended, Turing found the time to think carefully about the future of computers. In Computing Machinery and Intelligence, published in the scholarly journal Mind, he considered Laplace's idea carefully, noting that Laplace's conception of intelligence had already been practically realized in the computers he worked with himself, such as the Manchester Mark I. Turing admired the scientific ambitions of Laplace's view, since from the complete state of the universe at one moment of time, as described by the positions and velocities of all particles, it should be possible to predict future states. Computers could now perform those calculations. Even when we consider the actual physical machines instead of the idealized machines, he wrote, reasonably accurate knowledge of the state at one moment yields reasonably accurate knowledge any number of steps later. With these new machines, The prediction which we are considering is, however, rather nearer to practicability than that considered by Laplace, he concluded. But these powers had brought about unforeseen problems. In the universe as a whole, it was impossible to calculate all consequences from initial conditions, as Laplace had imagined. A minuscule change in any single condition could have an overwhelming effect at a later time. The slightest missing detail could throw off the future calculations of any such pettifogger, with life and death consequences. The displacement of a single electron by a billionth of a centimeter at one moment might make the difference between a man being killed by an avalanche a year later, or escaping, for Laplace's brilliant idea was imperfect because of just how perfect it was. Could computer scientists do better? Turing proposed a different strategy. Many people would consider that a test like the playing of chess could be used to determine intelligence, whether in humans or in computers. But perhaps that criterion was also wrong, Turing suggested. He proposed an original new test for intelligence based on an entirely different criterion, a well-known parlor game of those years known as the imitation game 5. This game, it could be argued, resonated more closely with our general assessment of intelligence than even chess. Surprisingly, too, it might be easier to construct a machine that excelled at it. The imitation game usually had 3 players. One player was the interrogator. This individual, without seeing the other 2 players, would ask questions to try to guess the gender of each one, male or female. One of the 2 would try to get the interrogator to come to the wrong conclusion. Could a computer be programmed to take on the role of one of the 2 players and provide answers that would be naturally given by a man to deceive the interrogator and win the game? 6. If so, this machine would have effectively fooled the interrogator into thinking it was human, regardless of gender. The Turing test would soon emerge as a criterion for artificial intelligence. If a computer was practically indistinguishable from an intelligent being such as a human, why should it be denied that status? Turing calculated that it would take 60 workers coding as fast as he himself could work, steadily, for 50 years to be able to program a computer to play the imitation game competently. Turing's article went on to systematically take down renowned detractors of the idea that computers could possess intelligence, among them Ada Lovelace's objection. With these new programming techniques, computers would not follow predetermined orders, but instead would do something that we cannot make sense of at all. 7. If scientists then provide the machine with the best sense organs that money can buy, and then teach it to understand and speak English, the capabilities of computers could be limitless. 8. Across the Atlantic, computer scientists were pursuing a different strategy to reach a similar goal. A breakthrough arrived in the fall of 1958, when for 4 intense days leading scientists from across the world met at the National Physical Laboratory, NPL, in Britain to discuss the mechanization of thought processes. The NPL director's welcoming remarks the first morning referred to Descartes. The thinking process brings to mind Descartes' famous remark, "Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I exist." But recent events, he noted, required a different maxim. Let me invert Descartes' proposition and say that, since we exist, we can think, and let us now think to some purpose. 9. A brilliant presentation delivered toward the end of the conference would completely revolutionize the field and, as part of the symposium's published proceedings, become a foundational text for computer science and artificial intelligence. Oliver Selfridge, a scientist who had traveled to the conference from MIT, argued that further advances in computing would not be forthcoming unless scientists changed how they thought about thinking. His proposal was similar to Turing's. The reason why the thinking machines had been unable to advance beyond an elementary level was simple: computers were only doing what they were told to do. They were only spitting out what was given to them beforehand. They were pumping electrons down a fixed set of wires just as the ancients had pumped water down their fixed set of ducts and canals. In both instances, the path of an algorithm was being slavishly followed. Selfridge argued that computers' limits lay not only in the algorithm itself but in the very conceptualization of their capabilities. They would never become smarter if they were given only a sequence of rules to follow. The scientist knew a thing or two about the topic. As the illegitimate grandson of the millionaire owner of the Selfridges & Co. department store in Britain, where his mother had been a clerk, Selfridge came from a family that had broken with tradition and eschewed convention. Selfridge traveled back to the old continent where he had been born in secrecy to deliver a paper titled Pandemonium, a paradigm for learning. From the podium, and in front of some of the most prominent researchers in the field of artificial intelligence, he argued that progress would come if computers were programmed to act like demons. Instead of having computers follow rules set in advance, programs involving demons would try out different strategies and options and adjust themselves on the fly, depending on the success or failure in achieving the task at hand. A host of demons and subdemons would work in parallel and be organized hierarchically. Those at the very bottom would labor behind the scenes like store clerks, doing repetitive simple tasks before summoning others higher up in the computer program's hierarchy to take on the next steps. Selfridge's presentation created quite a stir at the conference. His idea for computer programming would become so effective at making machines appear intelligent that scientists would begin to wonder whether the human mind itself worked in the same way. Cognitive psychologists soon started to refer to the processes in intelligent minds and computers interchangeably as daemons and demons. While Selfridge had initially referred to his work as a paradigm for machine learning, it would soon become a model for intelligence more generally, in humans as much as in machines. Figure 4. Oliver G. Selfridge, Pandemonium, a Paradigm for Learning. In Mechanization of Thought Processes, London, Her Majesty's Stationery Office, 1961, 517. Selfridge's proposal shared many similarities with one made by Frank Rosenblatt from the Cornell Aeronautical Laboratory. Rosenblatt stressed that the world needed machines that could learn by themselves for reasons to be found in the laws of thermodynamics. No single algorithm could once and for all beat this law, but in specific cases intelligent machines or beings could adapt themselves to their environment to circumvent it momentarily and produce handsome profits. Thermodynamics showed Rosenblatt the need for building a machine that could spontaneously improve in its ability to organize, and to draw valid conclusions from information. Such machines were the reason why scientists like him had to develop a system which is capable of reorganizing its own logic. 10 Instead of demons, Rosenblatt proposed neural elements that could work in parallel and whose output could be used as an input for another neural element charged with a different task so that the computer could land on original ideas. 11 These two approaches, at times competing and at times complementary, inaugurated the neural networks approach to machine and human intelligence that would dominate the rest of the century. Cognitive psychologists and neuroscientists, who had long thought of the brain as a type of machine, would soon start to think about it as a computer that could run these kinds of programs. In the third session, Selfridge introduced demons directly and unapologetically. We are not going to apologize for a frequent use of anthropomorphic or biomorphic terminology, he stated, as they seem to be useful to describe our notions. 12 Selfridge proceeded to propose a model for artificial intelligence based on a hierarchy of shrieking demons working behind the scenes and getting noticed by those higher up in the spirit hierarchy depending on how loudly they screamed. Each cognitive demon computes a shriek, and from all the shrieks the highest level demon of all, the decision demon, merely selects the loudest. These cognitive demons were tasked with making simple comparisons by guessing. If a demon's guess matched positively against the target, it was instructed to shriek. The better the match, the louder it hollered and bellowed. 13. Selfridge worked with a vacuum tube programmable IBM 704, one of the first mass-produced computers to hit the market. As the leader of Group 34 at the MIT Lincoln Laboratory, he was engaged in the practical task of teaching computers how to read Morse code that had been manually transmitted by a human typist and to translate it automatically into typewritten messages. If successful, these computers could replace thousands of telegraphists and typists by streamlining communications around the globe. Selfridge dreamed of replacing many other secretarial jobs by, for instance, constructing a voice-to-text machine and improving on computer pattern recognition more generally so that machines could take in messages automatically, with no need for a person's manual input. Demons in Selfridge's pandemonium program would have to adapt and evolve to survive. These adaptive changes, he hoped, would promote a kind of evolution in our pandemonium. A natural selection process could be designed inside the computer to be cutthroat. If they serve a useful function, they survive, and perhaps are even the source for other subdemons who are themselves judged on their merits. No mediocre demons would be spared or allowed to reproduce. Eliminate the relatively poor, he wrote, and encourage the rest to generate new machines in their own images. 14. The physicist and neuroscientist Donald Mackay praised Selfridge's presentation, which led him to rethink his own work, he admitted, since he had never suspected its demonic implications. He could now see demons in other examples far beyond those covered in the paper. Dr. Selfridge's pandemonium has a certain family resemblance to a class of mechanisms considered in some earlier papers. 15. John McCarthy, another of the luminaries present that day, was in awe. What intrigued him about the new model was more than just its usefulness for machine learning. Selfridge's model seemed to describe aptly how the human brain worked. McCarthy decided to speak briefly about some of the advantages of the pandemonium model as an actual model of conscious behavior. 16. He had only recently coined the term artificial intelligence at the Dartmouth conferences of 1956. McCarthy's goal at the time was to teach computers common sense, a preliminary step to computers eventually evolving intelligence of a human order. 17. He was an evangelist of strong AI, a term representing the view that computer programs were capable of thinking. In later years, McCarthy would argue that machines could not only think but also hold beliefs. Machines as simple as thermostats can be said to have beliefs, and having beliefs seems to be a characteristic of most machines capable of problem-solving. Performance. 18. What struck McCarthy most about Selfridge's presentation was the similarity between the behind-the-scenes work undertaken by the demons and our unconscious thinking processes. If one conceives of the brain as a pandemonium, a collection of demons, perhaps what is going on with the demons can be regarded as the unconscious part of thought, and what the demons are publicly shouting for each other to hear, as the conscious part of thought. 19. McCarthy's comments that evening proved prescient. By the dawn of the 1960s, Selfridge's pandemonium was successfully implemented. For the first time, computers at MIT's Lincoln Labs were able to recognize handwritten letters. Scientists were well aware that the basic operation of computer demons programmed to follow if-then rules were similar to those performed by Maxwell's, if hot molecule, then stop, if cold, then let pass. This activity, having microprocessors handle bits to go in one direction instead of others, worked at the level of software as much as in hardware. Just how much smarter could they get? Could they be employed to reduce entropy or even to circumvent the second law of thermodynamics? A pandemonium system that learns from experience has been tested, explained Selfridge excitedly in Pattern Recognition by Machine, published in Scientific American in 1960.20. Until then, machines had been extremely smart in some respects, but exceedingly dumb in others. Yes, some computers of those years could play chess and checkers better than their programmers, but these machines, Selfridge lamented, are not well equipped to select from their environment the things, or the relations, they are going to think about. 21. They could not even recognize the numbers that a child recognizes before he learns to add them. And even worse, they cannot understand the simplest spoken instructions. If machines were to think, these inabilities had to be corrected. Understanding speech and reading print are examples of a basic intellectual skill that can variously be called cognition, abstraction, or perception. Perhaps the best general term for it is pattern recognition. 22. The trick was to have many demons look at the same input at once. One might think of the various features as being inspected by little demons, all of whom then shout the answers in concert to a decision-making demon, explained Selfridge. The demons were organized to forestall the possibility of internecine conflict. A pandemonium program, he wrote, can handle the situation by having the demons shout more or less loudly, thereby permitting repetitive tasks to be carried out in parallel, maximizing efficiency. From this conceit, he explained, comes the name pandemonium for parallel processing. 23. The artificial intelligence pioneer Marvin Minsky also delivered a paper at the Mechanization of Thought Processes Symposium. He loved the new approach. Selfridge hired Minsky to work at MIT's Lincoln Labs, and the two would become some of the strongest contributors to the field. Minsky's groundbreaking article Steps Toward Artificial Intelligence, published in the Proceedings of the Institute of Radio Engineers in 1961, described the benefits of the pandemonium computer programming model in detail. It is proposed there that some intellectual processes might be carried out by a hierarchy of simultaneously functioning sub-machines called daemons, he explained. Point 24. AI daemons kept improving. Math PhD dropout Alan Newell was prominent among the many other scientists who realized how promising Selfridge's pandemonium model really was. In years to come, he would become one of the most influential voices in the field of AI and cognitive psychology, practically merging the two disciplines into one. Drafted into the U.S. Navy as a 19-year-old, Newell had watched the atomic bomb nearly destroy the South Pacific Bikini Atoll. He was charged with making maps of the ensuing radiation around the island. After leaving the military, Newell decided to study physics at Stanford and mathematics at Princeton, but then left graduate school to work for Rand in Santa Monica. One day Newell had a conversion experience while he attended a talk by Oliver Selfridge and became convinced that programming daemons was the best route to achieving artificial intelligence. Point 25. A few months after hearing Selfridge's talk, Newell published his groundbreaking article The Chess Machine, which outlined a new way to teach computers how to play the game. Years later, he would succeed in programming a computer that found proofs for many of the logical theorems of Alfred North Whitehead and Bertrand Russell's Principia Mathematica. Just as two brains can be smarter than one, two daemons can be smarter than one. What they could do appeared to be nearly infinite, but only if they were properly schooled. The problem of too many chefs in the kitchen applied to too many daemons as well. In some problems of basic organization in problem-solving programs for the book Self-Organizing Systems, Newell explained that computer daemons could be efficiently employed only if they were well organized. Metaphorically, we can think of a set of workers, he explained, all looking at the same blackboard. Each is able to read everything that is on it, and to judge when he has something worthwhile to add to it. This common classroom and office setting was modeled in code for the benefit of computer daemons. Point 26. The way daemons were organized mirrored the hierarchical organization of cutthroat and even hellish modern workplaces designed to streamline a business's efficiency to maximize profits. Only the fittest could survive in the corporate jungle. Stronger daemons used weaker ones, and weaker ones used even weaker ones, until the last ones down the ladder were culled and spat out. The ones at the top shrieking success gained at the expense of the others. Those daemons near the bottom of the ladder were thought to act like our unconscious working memory, busybodies so absorbed with simple and repetitive tasks that they did not even know what they were doing. The world inside the universe of computer daemons designed to compete with each other mimicked the world outside, where exploitation was the rule rather than the exception, and where engineers worked hard to find ever more successful ways of replacing others with machines. Textbook daemons. By the beginning of the decade, science daemons and their exorcisms were standard topics in physics textbooks. Symbols, Signals, and Noise, 1961, by the communications engineer John Pierce, included a drawing and detailed description of the hypothetical and impossible creature known as Maxwell's demon. A new edition of Norbert Wiener's Cybernetics appeared that same year. A second edition of Leon Brillouin's Science and Information Theory arrived in 1962.27. In his new preface, Wiener noted that the automata which the first edition of this book barely forecast have come into their own, and the related social dangers he had warned about had also risen well above the horizon. 28. Brillouin added a new section to the new edition, aptly titled A Simple Example for Discussion, Laplace's Demon Exorcised, as he continued to show that recent advances in electronics and computing could be used to momentarily plug the leaky boat of our anthropic universe. 29. Most successful among these were the Feynman Lectures on Physics, published to great public acclaim from 1963 to 1965. Half genius and half buffoon was how a colleague described the unorthodox physicist. 30 That epithet might also fit the demon that would later bear Richard Feynman's name. If there was someone who could write the ultimate exorcism, it was probably Feynman, widely respected as one of the most brilliant physicists of the century. He tried, twice, first while lecturing to impressionable undergraduates about the impossibility of producing work from nothing, and later when he dedicated himself to understanding the physics of computing. Brilliant and unconventional, Feynman held even more brilliant and unconventional views about Maxwell's demon. His little demon had eyes that made him extra special. Figure 5. John R. Peirce, Symbols, Signals, and Noise, The Nature and Process of Communication, New York, Harper and Row, 1961, 199. One of Feynman's most celebrated lectures started by describing an extra special demon who can have eyes at the back of his head. 31 Feynman explained to eager undergraduates why no one, no matter how smart they were, could ever succeed in building a perfect Maxwell demon that could violate the second law. We have two boxes of gas at the same temperature, with a little hole between them, he explained. At the hole sits a little demon, who may be a machine, of course. There is a door on the hole, which can be opened or closed by the demon. 32 Feynman's model for a demon-operated machine was similar to models for traditional watermills or windmills built with cogwheels, ratchets, and pawls. The cogwheel or ratchet was used to move the mill. The pawl was used so that it could only advance in one direction. If currents changed and the vane was pushed in the opposite direction than desired, the pawl would halt it. Feynman used this concrete example to pose a more general theoretical question: when and how can the movement of particles going back and forth in relatively random ways be used to harness energy and produce useful work? Ratchets and pawls are widely used for winding all sorts of mechanical clocks, toys, and other instruments. Similar contraptions are employed to pull up shades, tighten belts and ropes, and trap air in the pneumatic pumps used to lift heavy weights. They work wonders, but always break eventually, because of stress and friction. Wear and tear causes ropes to burst, strings to snap, and hinges to bend. Screws have to be tightened or they pop out. Vanes need to be readjusted, and gears need to be replaced. What about a mini-molecular windmill? Would it eventually break down as well? Quantum mechanics offered new opportunities for speculation. Feynman's demon was tiny as anything that had been realistically imagined thus far. Could a tiny ratchet and pawl take advantage of Brownian molecular motion to lift a flea? The physicist described how such a wind-powered flea-lifting contraption might work. Let us say we have a box of gas at a certain temperature, and inside there is an axle with vanes in it. Because of the bombardments of gas molecules on the vane oscillates and jiggles. All we have to do is to hook onto the other end of the axle a wheel which can turn only one way, the ratchet and pawl. Then when the shaft tries to jiggle one way, it will not turn, and when it jiggles the other, it will turn. Then the wheel will slowly turn, and perhaps we might even tie a flea onto a string hanging from a drum on the shaft, and lift the flea. 33. Feynman easily proved that such a machine would also eventually stop working, breaking down from the uneven pressure of the molecules. The physicist explained that the root of the problem lay at the level of the little demon, who would begin to tire and shake until it no longer knew what it was doing. It turns out, if we build a finite-sized demon, that the demon himself gets so warm that he cannot see very well after a while. After operating for a limited amount of time, the demon must heat up. Soon, Feynman argued, it cannot tell whether it is coming or going, much less whether the molecules are coming or going, so it does not work. 34. Feynman's explanation was accepted wisdom by the late 1960s. Electrical circuits were not so different from filters or mechanical ratchets and pawls. We find the same thing in an electrical rectifier, he explained. 35 Except for momentary exceptions, the universe flowed and evolved in a certain direction because of the demon's congenital weaknesses. His limitations produced the arrow of time. Its one-way behavior is tied to the one-way behavior of the entire universe, explained Feynman. This unidirectionality was an undeniable characteristic of the universe. Are all the laws of physics reversible? Evidently not. Just try to unscramble an egg. Run a moving picture backwards, and it takes only a few minutes for everybody to start laughing. Could we fight this directionality? We do it all the time. We pull up the shades and let the light out. 36 With effort and ingenuity, we can make our universe seem different from the universe, but only for a while. Feynman's demon raised more questions than it answered. Science did not rule out the possibility that we could learn how to get something from very little effort most of the time, though not all of the time. The physicist admitted that he could not completely answer all questions pertaining to these demons and the universe in which they operated. Why were universal laws suspended in delimited enclosures? Why did the universe permit the existence of pockets of momentary exceptionality? How many of these exceptions could there be? To answer such questions required knowing more about the universe and the circumstances around its emergence. One-way behavior, concluded the physicist, cannot be completely understood until the mystery of the beginnings of the history of the universe is reduced still further from speculation to scientific understanding. 37. During these years, the benefits of computing technologies were such that every advanced nation and institute in the world aspired to equip itself with the best machine money could buy. Israel would not be left out. Conflict with Palestinians did not deter scientists in Rehovot from unveiling the most modern computer based on ultra-high-speed electronics, with a tenfold improvement in speed over the latest model, already among the world's fastest. 38 Gershom Scholem, the world's foremost expert on Jewish mysticism, offered an original way of thinking about computer demons by reference to the golem, a clay creature from late medieval Jewish lore who followed orders until one day he went berserk. In his dedicatory remarks at the Weizmann Institute, he lamented, "I have been complaining that the Institute has not mobilized the funds to build up the Institute for Experimental Demonology and Magic which I have for so long proposed." He explained that they preferred what they call applied mathematics and its sinister possibilities to my more direct magical approach. 39 Scholem's comparison was not just metaphorical. The microchip. The year 1967 was a good one for science's demons. Maxwell's character was the subject of a feature-length article in Scientific American that opened with an intriguing subtitle, "This hypothetical being, invoked by James Clerk Maxwell nearly a century ago as a violator of the second law of thermodynamics, has occupied the minds of many prominent physicists ever since." 40 Its author, Werner Ehrenberg, was chair of the experimental physics department at Birkbeck College. His interest in these questions dated back to the 1940s, when he showed a new way to derive the second law in a note on entropy and irreversible processes, published in the London, Edinburgh, and Dublin Philosophical Magazine and Journal of Science. 41 At Birkbeck College, he worked next to David Bohm, who had been hired back from Brazil as chair in theoretical physics. Decades earlier, Ehrenberg had made important contributions to quantum mechanics with his colleague Raymond Side. The two were among the first to discover that electromagnetic potentials could affect electrically charged particles even when the electric and magnetic fields in their proximity were null, now known as the Aharonov-Bohm or Ehrenberg-Side-Aharonov-Bohm effect. Years earlier, in his attempts to peer further into the structure of the atom, Ehrenberg had developed the fine-focus X-ray tube that would later be central to the discovery of DNA. Rosalind Franklin and Maurice Wilkins used an instrument based on Ehrenberg's design to obtain and compile the data essential for James Watson and Francis Crick's discovery of the helical structure of DNA. For nearly a century the demon invoked by Maxwell in the foregoing passage has haunted the world of physics, explained Ehrenberg. Interest in demons only increased with the use and development of microchip-based electronics. To understand how solid-state electronic devices such as diodes, semiconductors, and transistors worked and how they could be improved, scientists dug deep into the literature of Maxwell's demon, Szilard's demon, Gabor's demon, and other quantum creatures. These devices, argued Ehrenberg, are analogous to the hypothetical gadgets that translate the up and down movement of a Brownian particle into a purely upward motion, or that perform the old demon's trick of permitting only fast molecules to go from left to right. 42. In the 1960s, more and more microchips were programmed to direct a stream of electrons one way or the other by opening or closing semiconductor gates, working away as tireless Maxwell's demons. What most excited researchers about these microelectronic components was the possibility of coupling them with older and larger engineering systems, such as cars and airplanes, to lower the ratio of energy obtained versus energy spent. A demon, or another intelligent being, may first meditate about improving the ratio of entropy lost to entropy gained by using large fluctuations, wrote Ehrenberg. 43. Ehrenberg asked readers to consider a simple fishing net. How similar to or different from rectifiers, filters, diodes, and semiconductors was it? Similar devices on a macroscopic scale are well known and sometimes useful, for example in catching fish, he explained. 44. Like any net, valve, membrane, or filter, these would eventually bend or break under stress. For this reason, scientists had informed Maxwell's little demon that in reality he and his wall are only a semi-permeable membrane of a type that does not exist except when idealized. Yet little did it matter that the finite-sized demon tended to heat up if its life could be extended by keeping it at a cool temperature, or if it could be easily and cheaply replaced by a young and fresh one. As long as limits could be pushed, limits were pushed. Ehrenberg concluded his Scientific American article by suggesting that the creative powers of the human mind might conquer these practical challenges, so the demon has become Homo sapiens, and the ball is thrown to the biological sciences, in particular to the study of man. 45. Even as new electronic microchip-based computer technologies seem to offer the most promising possibilities, the scientific literature on demons led some scientists such as Ehrenberg to warn against overly optimistic expectations of science-based high-tech society and culture. Not everyone seemed to be benefiting equally from advances in science and technology. Extreme poverty and wealth, deadly accidents, and unexpected windfalls seemed to be spreading around the globe despite being caused by extremely improbable events. The physicist discussed a deadly avalanche of coal waste that descended on the Welsh village of Aberfan in 1966, killing 116 children and 28 adults. One dislodged pebble caused tons of coal mining debris to suddenly slip. A liquefied mass of rock and shale buried first a school and then the village. Could scientists tame computer demons to understand and possibly prevent such tragedies? Increased use of electronic components that imitated the abilities of Maxwell's demon risks skewing the ratio between low probability and high probability effects in nature even further. With such demons, it made sense to bet on exceptions to the second law. The demon in the enclosure must expect to expend more photons than the jackpot is worth, but what if he takes courage, trusts his luck and succeeds the first time? After all, some people do win the Irish sweepstakes. 46. Ehrenberg considered boons and disasters to be examples of Maxwell's demon-type actions. A minuscule event could lead to a major tragedy. Think of ball lightning or catastrophes such as the Aberfan disaster, in which a heap of mine refuse suddenly began to move and engulfed many houses, he wrote. But the benefits were clear as well. Even if he does not assist in providing power for a submarine, this demon's small actions could add up significantly. Let us stop here and be grateful to the good old Maxwellian demon. 47. Besides, scientists might be able to find yet another demon with enhanced powers. After discussing the ongoing debates about hidden variables in quantum mechanics, Ehrenberg asked, shall we then find a new, smaller, and better demon, who interferes with the hidden variables? 48. Ehrenberg would die less than a decade after writing his Maxwell's Demon article, leaving behind a draft manuscript for a book on causality, necessity, and chance. Published posthumously, the book introduced a creature named Born's demon in its discussion of the paradoxes of quantum mechanics. This creature could see determinism hiding behind quantum mechanics' apparent indeterminism. His double vision allowed the possibility of developing an ensemble interpretation of quantum effects that could reconcile dynamical and probabilistic explanations at the level of quanta. Born's demon, explained Ehrenberg, is then confronted by the ensemble, and not first with an undisturbed, uncharted sea and then with one in which the island has just been found. Born's creature was able and fast enough to persistently chase subatomic particles. Thanks to its speed and capabilities, it could connect statistical values to determinable outcomes. The task of chasing electrons in their orbits around nuclei was no doubt difficult, since an electron, taken as a real particle, would spin around the nucleus at about 1016 times a second. Under such circumstance, even a demon might give up. Yet if found, it could reconcile quantum mechanics with the belief that probability spreads in space, multidimensional, and time according to deterministic laws in the form of differential equations. 49 It would explain why, although in the hostelry of life we are offered a limited menu, our deliberate choice is pure chance for the cook. 50 By the time Ehrenberg wrote these lines, he believed that the chances that this demon existed were remote. No experiments had come even close to revealing him. So it comes to this: physics is not demonology, he concluded. 51. MIT and Project Mac. While physicists grew increasingly divided about how to answer some of their discipline's most fundamental questions, computer scientists kept building demons. The student protests of 1968 kept some radical students out of their classrooms. Others burrowed more deeply than ever in their studies, becoming practically glued to their laboratories and computer monitors. A new generation of scientists and engineers were seduced by the utopian hope that new computer-human partnerships and unimpeded flows of information could lead to a better and more peaceful world. At MIT, the ambitious Project Mac, acronym for Men and Computers, was in full swing in its attempt to bring about a partnership between men and computers and to create the right technologies for men and computers to work together directly and effectively. 52 It was progressing rapidly, attracting some of the most talented researchers of those years. The Project Mac Progress Report of 1968 to 1969 defined a daemon process as a system, not a user, process, the operation of which is automatic. 53 Fernando Corbato, who led the initiative to build a daemon process, later explained that the developers were inspired by Maxwell's daemon. 54 Since then, the term has been used to designate a software program that runs silently in the background and stands ready to answer requests from other daemons. Project Mac's daemons were essential for new computer networks, which at that time were a new field of very great potential. Several daemons have been developed during the year, according to the Project Mac report, and were almost ready to be released. 55 With them, researchers could develop the general-purpose multi-access computer systems that became a model for ARPANET and then for the Internet. We are looking forward to participation in the experimental ARPA network, which will link multi-access computers in several universities, stated the 1969 report. Abhay Bhushan, a student who had moved from India to earn a master's degree in electrical engineering, was tapped from the team to develop more daemons, since he has already published 2 papers in the new field and is planning thesis research in it. 56. A few years after MIT's Project Mac first announced that its computer communications infrastructure would rely on daemons to run background processes, Bhushan launched one of the first effective computer file exchange systems, the File Transfer Protocol, FTP. It allowed users to exchange files by using daemons, or FTPDS, short for FTP daemons, without having to explicitly log into a remote system or even know how to use the remote system. To receive a file, the computer user no longer needed to follow a set of instructions in real time. The FTPD did that automatically with the help of daemon processes which listen to agreed upon sockets, and follow the initial connection protocol much in the same way as a logger does. 57 Bhushan described these processes as powering a user-level protocol that will permit users and using programs to make indirect use of remote host computers. Daemons could run an intermediate process that makes most of the differences in commands and conventions invisible to you. 58 They were so helpful that, with them, scientists succeeded for the first time in connecting 2 computers at MIT, the GE645/Multics with the PDP-10/DM/CG-ITS, and they hope to join these 2 computers with Harvard's PDP-10 soon. Programming demons. As computer scientists created daemons to facilitate networking between computers and between computers and humans, they concocted other demons to make computers smarter. Computers could excel at lightning-fast calculations, but engineering them to gain general understanding was much harder. Students at MIT's Artificial Intelligence Laboratory were tasked with the challenge. Eugene Charniak, who studied with Minsky, Seymour Papert, and Terry Winograd, was particularly successful in developing demons that taught computers how to understand stories. Charniak's demons soon became an insider term used by practitioners to designate computer demons of this type. 59 The U.S. Department of Defense eagerly funded his project. Charniak started a successful career in the fields of artificial intelligence, deep learning, and neural networks by first focusing on teaching computers to understand children's books. His PhD dissertation for MIT's Department of Electrical Engineering was submitted with the ambitious title Toward a Model of Children's Story Comprehension, 1972. 60 Its technique for developing deep semantic processing in machines required working with demons to model the effect of context. The author explained the use of the term demon as first coming into computer literature with Selfridge and Minsky. 61 The approach was so novel that it was hard to explain. In trying to summarize this thesis, we might look at some of the threads which wander through many of the chapters, Charniak noted. Probably, he concluded, the most persistent thread is the idea of context as implemented through demons. 62. In teaching computers how to answer questions about simple stories, scientists learned about how children gained understanding and knowledge more generally. AI research advanced by thinking of computers as simple and ignorant little children, and children, in turn, were increasingly considered to be like not-so-smart computers. Eventually, the science of education would be reoriented toward a view of learning as a sort of programming of the human mind. Programming demons was hard work. To begin with, there were several problems which had to be ironed out, explained Charniak. A demon should embody a somewhat general fact about a situation independent of the particular people or objects involved, so we need machinery to specify demons to specific situations. 63 Programmers needed not only to write down everything they knew about a particular word but to define demon-demon interactions, cautioning that we should add that demon-demon interaction is probably more complex than we have indicated so far. 64 They also had to construct instructions to destroy demons. For if demons are to represent the current context of the story, we need machinery for removing demons when no longer needed. The underlying risk, of course, was the possibility that we would destroy the demon when we shouldn't. 65. Charniak's first programmed demons were used to create software that could answer questions about Up and Away, the simple first-grade reader published by Houghton Mifflin. That story proved most challenging for neophyte machines. The project was going well, until Charniak had to deal with a piggy bank that came up in the narrative. The phrase threw the program for a loop, setting it off on a futile and circular attempt to parse out relations between banks and pigs. To prevent this from happening and to teach a computer how to answer a question about a piggy bank, Minsky's star student programmed an appropriate daemon, called the daemon PB, to provide the context for the appearance of the term. The programmer first wrote down everything they knew about piggy banks. All of this information fit on a single page. For the program to work with other stories, the same programming effort would be required for every other object that ever appeared in another story. This particular graduate student was neither intimidated nor deterred. Many others would soon join him in similar efforts to program daemons, then sharing them as open source code. Computers were thus able to slowly answer more and more questions about more and more things. Another graduate student of Minsky's who worked at the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory took on the same challenge, to construct a program that will understand stories that children will understand. 66 Not knowing much about children himself, he enlisted his wife's help and that of a few children, constructing daemons that correspond to contextual information in the story. The stories he chose to tackle involved characters who were babies, so he proceeded to write daemons for understanding infants. He started by drafting a list of everything he thought children might know about babies, before continuing to write about other topics that might appear in the story. In a little bit more than 2 pages, he laid down most of the basic information that would be used by the program's baby demons. After writing his first demon, he wrote yet another page about everything he knew about baby bottles for the next one, Baby Bottle Demon. The student continued to code for Baby Hungry Demon, Baby Give Food Demon, Baby Cry Demon, Baby Makes Noise Demon, and so on, hoping to make it easier to build a children's story comprehender, which may in fact be necessary if we want to understand general discourse. 67. Figure 6. Eugene Charniak, toward a model of children's story comprehension, PhD dissertation, MIT, 1972, 1, 79. Reproduced with permission of Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Figure 6, continued. A slight mistake in the interpretation of a single word could cause general havoc throughout the program. Minsky's student developed worrisome doubts about the claims of his professors, namely, their assertion that they were creating machines with the capacity to learn and act intelligently. Rarely did hard-working students like him get any credit, and in his thesis he confessed that, in all honesty, he did not believe that he was creating what they claimed. We are forced to do all the work when we want to add knowledge to the system, he concluded. 68. Nevertheless, although this graduate student was exhausted by the end of the project, others labored away. Figure 7. Gary S. Meyer, Infants in Children's Stories, toward a model of natural language comprehension, master's thesis, Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, MIT, August 1972, Memo 265, 1, 30, 31, 32. Figure 7, continued. The challenge to develop AI systems based on computer demons spread from MIT to Stanford on the West Coast. A student of the AI pioneer Roger Schank, having read everything there was to learn about demons, explained that, basically, a demon is a process which can be activated by certain combinations of situations. He laid down his plan for his project. The idea is to spawn demons at each point in, say, a story. The demons will lie in wait until they detect that they are applicable to some later event or situation, at which time they become active, releasing their potential to influence the interpretation of the pattern which has activated them. Demons come out of suspended animation when patterns with which they are equipped to deal are detected. Figure 7, continued. Lamenting that demons are often guilty of playing their cards too close to their faces, this student, like many others during those years, sought ways to widen their applicability. 69. Figure 7, continued. The patron saint of cybernetics. Demons were everywhere in the age of computers, proving to be necessary for understanding software as much as hardware. Physics students of the 1970s were instructed to add a demon to the equations of statistical mechanics. If they left it out, they might be left with the wrong impression about what was possible in this universe. In his textbook on the Foundations of Statistical Mechanics, 1970, the physicist Oliver Penrose described why it was necessary to include the demon. If we combine the demon, denoted by D, and the system he acts on, denoted by S, into a composite system D plus S, the entropy of the entire system always increases, he explained. 70. Penrose started by modeling Sherlock Holmes's brain as a thermodynamical system. A Maxwell demon with this amount of memory capacity could bring about entropy decreases not exceeding 1010 Kln2m, which is roughly 10 to 11 of the entropy decrease when 1 g of water is cooled from 300 degrees Kelvin to 299 degree K. Penrose's Maxwell's demon with Sherlock's memory chimeras showed that memory limitations ultimately affected the thinking capacity or calculating power of anything in the world. By writing a symbol for this creature into the equations of thermodynamics, he discovered one of the most important laws about the limitations of all kinds of computing systems, including biological ones. Forgetting clearing out memories was both necessary and thermodynamically costly. Once a brain filled up with memories, it could not work anymore. To convince his readers, the physicist cited an insight from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's detective stories: keeping useless facts in memory was harmful. I consider that a man's brain originally is like a little empty attic, and you have to stock it with furniture as you choose, said Sherlock. It is a mistake to think that that little room has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. Depend upon it, there comes a time when for every addition to knowledge you forget something that you knew before. It is of the highest importance, therefore, not to have useless fact elbowing out the useful ones, he concluded. Point 71 For solving problems, crimes, and riddles, forgetting was as important as remembering. Maxwell's demon was crowned as the patron saint of cybernetics during the annual conference of the American Society for Cybernetics in the fall of 1972. Heinz von Foerster, cybernetician and professor of electrical engineering at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, delivered the keynote lecture. He had studied Maxwell's demon for decades as part of his work running the biological computer laboratory, where he had come to practical, mathematical, and philosophical understandings of self-organizing systems. Point 72 Computers, in his view, were functional isomorphs of this being. Addressing his colleagues, he asked them to ponder what had brought them together that evening. More importantly, which saintly figure looked after them. Foerster longed for a benign overseer who could unite the disparate fields comprising cybernetics and help its practitioners develop it further. Why then, unlike most of our sister sciences, do we not have a patron saint or a deity to bestow favors on us in our search for new insights, and who protects our society from evils from without as well as from within? He asked. Astronomers and physicists are looked after by Urania, Demeter patronizes agriculture, and various muses help the various arts and sciences. But who helps cybernetics? Luckily, he found an ally in Maxwell's demon. Nobody else but this respectable demon could be our patron, for Maxwell's demon is the paradigm for regulation, he argued. Point 73. Figure 8. A.Y. Lerner, Fundamentals of Cybernetics, New York, Plenum, 1975, 257. Reprinted by permission of Springer Nature. Regulation, in Foerster's view, was a general and all-pervasive potion. The demon knew how it functioned better than anyone. Maxwell's demon is not only an entropy retarder and a paradigm for regulation, but he is also a functional isomorph of a universal Turing machine, he explained. This able patron brought together the three concepts of regulation, entropy retardation, and computation. They constitute an interlaced conceptual network which, for me, is indeed the essence of cybernetics, he explained. Point 74. Foerster recalled Maxwell's demon appearing to him one evening and suggesting himself as an ally. The scientist described the encounter humorously during his keynote. One night when I was pondering this cosmic question, I suddenly had an apparition. His reaction to the visitor was not initially positive. Alas, it was not one of the charming goddesses who bless the other arts and sciences, he lamented. This one was comical. Clearly, that funny little creature sitting on my desk must be a demon. The scientist and the demon soon struck up a conversation, but then the creature vanished. After a while he started to talk. I was right. I am Maxwell's demon, he said. And then he disappeared. 75. The idea that most of the actions of computers were basically identical to Maxwell's demons proved to be popular and long-lasting. For the rest of his life, Foerster would consider the machine's computational competence and the demon's ordering talents to be equivalent. 76. The computer scientist Richard Lang from the University of Michigan also promoted this idea, arguing that Maxwell's demons were really just computing automata that could be seen to operate across a wide variety of contexts. Ordinary Maxwellian demon systems, he wrote, may be rigorously interpreted as computing automata. 77. By then, demons were central to a number of disciplines beyond physics that sought to explain general thinking processes. Computer scientists were invited to publish in journals of linguistics and psychology and were welcomed at conferences in these fields. A popular introductory psychology textbook written by professors at the University of California, San Diego was illustrated with delightful demons that showed the processes through which computers and people were able to recognize the shapes of the letters of the alphabet. One take-home lesson about Maxwell's demons was that in the macroscopic world these creatures acted partly handicapped if tired, drunk, or suffering from illness. To use a medical analogy, the demon who wants to operate the molecular trap is like a patient with a severe case of Parkinson's disease trying to thread a fast-vibrating needle, wrote a well-known scientist. 78 Yet once the string was threaded, everything could change for the better in a heartbeat. Just as they spread to other disciplines, demons also moved geographically. By the 1970s, the West Coast was ready to embrace science demons, even as it pushed away their relation to older forms of religion and superstition. Asked in 1974 to give a commencement address to the graduating students of the California Institute of Technology, Feynman explained that science eliminated superstition. During the Middle Ages there were all kinds of crazy ideas, such as that a piece of rhinoceros horn would increase potency, he told students. His words that day would be frequently repeated. Feynman explained that after those dark times a method was discovered for separating the ideas, which was to try one to see if it worked, and if it didn't work, to eliminate it. This method, he lectured, became organized, of course, into Science 79. Even by the time of Feynman's 1974 address, demons still had not gone the way of crazy ideas. Figure 9. Peter H. Lindsay and Donald A. Norman, Human Information Processing, An Introduction to Psychology, New York, Academic Press, 1972, front cover and p. 121. Reprinted with permission from Elsevier. Wheeler's Demon and Black Holes. In light of recent research on demons and information theory, cosmologists reworked their theories of the universe. To answer some of the most important riddles of the universe pertaining to its origins and history, the place of human intelligence in it, and the possibility of harnessing its energy content, they started to wonder what would happen to demons in the vicinity of a black hole. Wheeler's demon was first invoked during a conversation between Jacob Bekenstein, a young PhD physics student at Princeton University, and his advisor, the physicist John Archibald Wheeler. Wheeler was a towering figure in the field. He had worked on the Manhattan Project during World War II before moving on to work on the H-bomb. At Princeton, he had become interested in black holes, a term he coined. Black holes and H-bombs were similar in that central aspects of each could be understood in terms of thermonuclear reactions. However remote at the time, the possibility of extracting energy from black holes fascinated Wheeler and a small circle of researchers around him. So did the idea that these strange singularities could be home to a wholly new set of demons, some of which might swallow information and energy, decrease entropy, and stop time like nothing yet known to humankind. Bekenstein climbed the academic science ladder rapidly, arriving at Princeton after a stint at the Polytechnic Institute of Brooklyn. During the fateful conversation, Wheeler told his student that existing explanations of black holes allowed a wicked creature, call it Wheeler's demon, to commit the perfect crime against the second law of thermodynamics. The possible existence of such wickedness in the universe proved to be distressing for the young man, who proceeded to combat this creature in his dissertation. Bekenstein vowed to defeat the schemes of Wheeler's demon and make black hole physics consistent with thermodynamics. 1. The enormous gravitational pressure that gave rise to black holes crunched up everything inside them. Would the neat-fingered and delicate Maxwell's demon be able to survive under those extreme conditions? A black hole was challenging for even the lithest of imaginary beings, to say the least. Would the demon be able to operate under this tremendous pressure? He might not make it. The weighty molecules he was used to handling would not be available to him. The standard model used to understand the subatomic world broke down under those conditions. He could have no torch, no flashlight, and no light. Scientists had pictured Maxwell's being as a cricket player or, as George Gamow saw him, a tennis master, but the challenges that the sportsman now had to face were greater than catching or hitting balls. Inside such a hole, or even in its vicinity, the being was not only out of his league but in an entirely different ball game, one played with perhaps no balls at all. Figure 10. Jacob D. Bekenstein, Black Hole Thermodynamics, Physics Today, January 1980 24-25. Reproduced by permission of the American Institute of Physics. If Maxwell's demon might not make it, however, a creature quite similar to him might. When it came to black hole research, the devil was in the details, the very, very tiny details. Bekenstein combed through the existing literature on the topic. In a section of his doctoral dissertation titled Of Demons, Entropy, and Black Holes, he explained that, to the author's knowledge, the only satisfactory proposal about Maxwell's demon made to date is that of Brillouin 82, but Brillouin's analysis needed to be expanded to be useful under such extreme conditions. After referencing the classic example of Maxwell's being, Bekenstein conjured a new creature named Wheeler's demon. This creature could make the entropy created in a thermodynamic process disappear by dropping it into a black hole. If so, it could stop time and its ravages. Could it exist? We shall give Wheeler's demon the benefit of the doubt, Bekenstein wrote in his dissertation, following up with a section titled Demon Drops Entropy into a Black Hole. Until these questions were solved, black holes offered the universe a window of opportunity. They could be the most perfect trash cans that could ever exist, so good at annihilating what they swallowed that they could even disappear entropy and decay. Bekenstein pictured Wheeler's demon dropping entropy freely into a black hole and then, by means of a string, examining what happens when the demon drops the apparatus and withdraws the string. 83. He also wondered what would happen when the demon changed its strategy by using a spring wound about a rigid bar which originally does not touch the spring and then slowly withdrawing the bar. 84. With these imaginings, Bekenstein tried to answer a difficult question: can Wheeler's demon send entropy into a black hole without causing the black hole to change irreversibly? In conclusion, he answered with a firm no. The second law is valid in black hole physics in a generalized form, that there exists a well-defined black hole entropy, defined from the area, which increases so as to compensate for the loss of thermal entropy from the black hole exterior. 85. The cosmologist and theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking worked on black holes at the same time as Bekenstein. He agreed with the student's conclusions but would soon provide a different explanation for Wheeler's demon's powers and for Bekenstein's contributions. He was basically correct, wrote Hawking years later about his colleague, though in a manner he had not expected. 86. After reading Bekenstein's work on Wheeler's demon, Hawking embarked on one of his most celebrated scientific projects. A proper investigation into what might occur inside a black hole required that extreme gravitational forces be included in thermodynamic and quantum dynamic explanations of Maxwell's demon. When this task was done, Hawking predicted that black holes would have to radiate particles, regurgitating what they had swallowed. 87. Hawking considered the possible actions of gnomes in his 1978 Black Holes and Unpredictability article for Physics Bulletin, picturing a race of little gnomes stationed just outside the event horizon, the boundary of the black hole, watching closely what fell into the hole and sending light signals to each other to communicate. According to Hawking, when the black hole swallowed one particle in a particle-antiparticle pair, the little gnomes witnessing the act would not be able to signal accurately the time at which each particle fell into the black hole because they would have to use photons of the same wavelength and therefore the same energy as that of the infalling particle. As a result, a large amount of information about the system is irretrievably lost in the formation of a black hole, and the number of bits of information lost can be identified with the entropy of the black hole. 88. For cosmologists like Hawking, a black hole was a kind of outer space information destroyer, and depending on what it was eating up, it could do bizarre things to us. Our region of the universe, he wrote, is receiving unpredictable influences from a region about which we have no knowledge. 89. Hawking's best-selling A Brief History of Time, which appeared to great success in 1988, described the boundary around a black hole as acting like a Maxwell's demon. The event horizon, the boundary of the region of space-time from which it is not possible to escape, he wrote, acts rather like a one-way membrane around a black hole. Objects, such as unwary astronauts, can fall through the event horizon into the black hole, but nothing can ever get out of the black hole through the event horizon. To describe these effects, Hawking quoted a line from Dante's Divine Comedy: "One could well say of the event horizon what the poet Dante said of the entrance to hell, all hope abandon, yet who enter here? Anything or anyone who falls through the event horizon will soon reach the region of infinite density and the end of time." 90. Could something simply vanish? Without a trace? What if the stuff sent down a black hole contained particularly valuable information about our world and ourselves? Could it ever be found and recovered? Could a black hole demon stash information away in the darkest corners of the universe, or could it be made to disappear completely? Nothing is as lost as something misfiled. Out of sight, out of mind. To understand the universe, its history and origins, it was important for scientists to determine what happened inside those holes and to clarify the difference between gone and gone. For that, they needed to know more about how demons might react under such conditions. Bekenstein's and Hawking's research expanded physicists' understanding of black hole cosmology, but it also opened up the as yet unresolved information paradox that would be debated for decades to come. In the years that followed, Hawking continued to work hard to investigate certain properties of black holes which would protect chronology and make the universe safe for historians. 91. As his illness worsened, Hawking suffered from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS. He grew ever more nostalgic about the concept of Laplace's determinism, in which one needed to know the positions and speeds of all particles at one time in order to predict the future. It could be salvaged if only black holes were discovered to emit something, perhaps some kind of radiation, back to space. If information were lost in black holes, we wouldn't be able to predict the future. He lectured to a packed audience at Harvard University's Sanders Theater. It might seem that it wouldn't matter very much if we couldn't predict what comes out of black holes. There aren't any black holes near us. But it is a matter of principle, he insisted. If determinism breaks down with black holes, it could break down in other situations, and even worse, if determinism breaks down, we can't be sure of our past history either. The history books and our memories could just be illusions. It is the past that tells us who we are. Without it, we lose our identity. 92. Black holes worried Hawking, who had dedicated his life to searching for evidence of determinism because otherwise these holes would introduce a level of unpredictability in physics over and above the usual uncertainty associated with quantum mechanics. 93. Searle's demon. As personal computers started to show up in more and more American households in the 1980s, the idea of a demon who could fiddle with neural synapses was born. Searle's demon was a philosophical creation designed to take the wind out of the sails of scientific and philosophical theories that considered the brain in terms of computer software. This hypothetical demon would allegedly sit in your brain, intercepting neuronal synapses momentarily before passing them on again. Nothing would change outwardly. You would act exactly as you would have without him. Your behavior and thoughts would be identical to your behavior and thoughts without him. The thought experiment fascinated philosophers and scientists alike. The mere possibility that a central aspect of thinking processes could be taken over by this demon might show that a simple mechanism could be used to perform basic thinking operations. If true, simple AI mechanisms could be considered to be identical, in essence, to living intelligent organisms. John Searle, a Berkeley philosophy professor who forcefully contested the idea that computer programs possessed a kind of intelligence, did not know when he first published Minds, Brains, and Programs, 1980, that the paper would bring him the honor of having a demon named after him. As soon as the paper appeared, it was recognized as one that surely is destined to become, almost immediately, a classic. 94. In spite of its academic style, it clearly conveyed a sense of exasperation. 95. It named names. It was nasty. It was brilliant. The philosopher went after strong AI, a label for the headline-grabbing school of thought that was making huge headway in academia by claiming that computers could think and perhaps do so better than us. Wounds from the ensuing conflicts festered, with no signs of healing. Searle had no problem with the idea that certain very special kinds of machines could think. Our own brain, he admitted, was just such a machine. His point of disagreement was subtler. According to Strong AI, Searle explained, the computer is not merely a tool in the study of the mind, rather the appropriately programmed computer really is a mind, the sense that computers given the right programs can be literally said to understand and have other cognitive states. He combated the claim that programs inside computers were responsible for that thinking. No program by itself is sufficient for thinking, he categorically concluded. 96. Searle took issue with most interpretations of the famous Turing test, lambasting it for being unashamedly behavioristic and operationalistic. 97. In preemptive attacks, Searle systematically went after colleagues at Berkeley, Yale, MIT, and Stanford by taking down a long series of anticipated objections to his claims one by one. The neurophysiologist John Ecclesiastes, who counted as his achievements winning the Nobel Prize for his study of synapses in the nervous system, applauded Searle. It is high time that Strong AI was discredited. 98. Among many others, Searle targeted John McCarthy for attributing beliefs to such things as thermostats. Searle was exasperated with the rhetoric surrounding new computer programs that could handle natural language. One of them, computer scientist Terry Winograd's Schroed-Loeb, could take requests from a user to manipulate virtual objects on a computer screen, such as blocks and cones. Another one, Joseph W. Eisenbaum's early chatbot Eliza, could engage in casual conversation and even masquerade as a psychoanalyst. Searle disputed the Strong AI interpretation given to some of these innovations, as advanced primarily by Schank at Yale University. The claims made by Strong AI are that the programmed computer understands the stories and that the program in some sense explains human understanding, Schank explained. Searle would have none of it. After taking down Schank, he went after Alan Newell and Herbert Simon, both winners of the Turing Award given by the Association for Computing Machinery. They write that the kind of cognition they claim for computers is exactly the same as for human beings, Searle protested. 99. Searle's targets struck back in the open peer commentary following his behavioral and brain sciences paper. Sophistry, replied the philosopher and cognitive scientist Daniel Dennett, arguing that the author was using verbal tricks with mirrors that give his case a certain spurious plausibility. His evidence was misleadingly presented to lead readers on a tour of red herrings. 100. Dennett capped his response by comparing Searle to the enfant terrible philosopher Henry Bergson. Searle's critique was nothing other than an updated version of a vital, stated Dennett, who, like Bergson, thought that there was a vital force that was irreducible to matter. 101. Searle had struck sensitive chords. We may worry about whether any of our fellows is an automaton, wrote the philosopher Arthur Danto, who was one of the few commentators who appeared more amused than irritated. 102. The philosopher Richard Rorty claimed that Searle sets up the issues as would a fundamentalist Catholic defending transubstantiation and wondered whether the money spent playing Turing games with expensive computers should have been used to subsidize relatively cheap philosophers like Searle and me. 103. Funding streams and entire careers were suddenly in jeopardy. Did this mean that computers could never be considered intelligent? Marvin Minsky was exasperated. I just can't see why Searle is so opposed to the idea that a really big pile of junk might have feelings like ours, he lamented. 104. The cognitive scientist Douglas Hofstadter was irate and had some of the harshest things to say. Searle's provocation was a religious diatribe masquerading as a serious scientific argument, and one of the wrongest, most infuriating articles I have ever read in my life. What Searle and I have is, at the deepest level, a religious disagreement, he wrote. Dialogue between Searle and his critics was as copious as agreement was scarce. I doubt that anything I say could ever change his mind, concluded Hofstadter. 105. The Gedanken experiment that Searle conceived became known as the Chinese room argument. Searle asked his readers to imagine a person locked in a room and given a large batch of Chinese writing. Could an English language speaker with no knowledge whatsoever of Chinese simulate a native Chinese speaker by secretly reading notes of what he should say? To someone outside the locked room, this person might seem to understand the language, but Searle showed that such an appearance was deceptive. All this person needed to do was to have access to a set of instructions in English for correlating a set of questions to the Chinese symbols he was handed. With no one witnessing the paper shuffling required by the translation process, this person could well impersonate a native Chinese speaker who ostensibly understood a story in Chinese without actually understanding a single word of it. One set of strange symbols would come in through one slot of the box and another set of symbols with the correct response would come out on the other side. Searle used this example to prove that the person in between the input and output processes could appear to understand without really understanding anything. Searle dismissed almost in their entirety the acerbic criticisms of the multitude of renowned scientists who responded, except for one. It came from the philosopher John Haugeland, whose response Searle considered genuinely original. 106 Haugeland explained that Searle's example was effective because it essentially made readers consider the parallel case of a person doing their job but having no understanding of what was meant by the instructions they followed. Software running inside a computer might have equally little or no understanding of anything it did. The crucial move, he explained, is replacing the central processor, CPU, with a superfast person whom we might as well call Searle's demon. In that way Searle tried to show that an English-speaking demon could perfectly well follow a program for simulating a Chinese speaker, without itself understanding a word of Chinese. 107 But another lesson could be drawn by taking the thought experiment a bit further. What if a person's thought processes were replaced by the travails of Searle's synapse-intercepting demon? In Haugeland's new example, the demon's victim was Chinese and female, perhaps even a Chinese criminal. While it was hard for Searle's critics to argue that the locked-in respondent could understand Chinese, even if it appeared so from the outside, once reframed in terms of Searle's demon, the Gedanken experiment raised a much scarier possibility. What if the locked-in being was locked inside the brain of a living person? Now imagine covering each of the neurons of a Chinese criminal with a thin coating, explained Haugeland, which has no effect, except that it is impervious to neurotransmitters. The brain of such a criminal would suddenly stop working. And imagine further that Searle's demon can see the problem, and comes to the rescue. The demon could serve as a link between synapses, taking over her neurons and thus reconstituting the victim's behavior in its entirety. The victim would then act in exactly the same way as if the neurons had not been intercepted. Nobody would notice anything odd. In fact, Haugeland proposed, the woman would act exactly as she would have before the demon's intervention. Would we then have to admit that the criminal, technically, was no longer thinking because she could not do so without help from the demon? Who was doing the thinking, the Chinese criminal or the demon? Who would be the intellectual author of a crime if she went so far as to commit one? Was there an accomplice or a conspirator? Who, in short, was to blame? Searle restated Haugeland's argument before replying. What if a woman had her neurons coated with a thin coating that prevents neuron firing, he asked. And what if we suppose Searle's demon fills the gap by stimulating the neurons as if they had been fired? 108 Did that then mean that the demon should be thought of as possessing thinking powers? Searle responded to Haugeland's reply by saying that the demon would have to act exactly as the criminal would in order for her behavior to remain unchanged. If that was the case, then her demon would have to have thinking powers identical to hers, and if so, she should still be considered as doing the thinking. In his view, the demon was simply helping her trivially. Searle closed his reply confidently, I conclude that the Chinese room has survived the assaults of its critics. 109. Disagreements about strong AI revealed deeper disagreements between Searle and his interlocutors. The possible attribution of intentionality to machines or programs opened up a new universe of murky ethics. Could an AI be blamed if its actions led to a crime or a disaster? How would cases involving ACE compare to those involving intoxication, insanity, or unconscious behavior? Yet another complex quandary surfaced in discussions of Searle's demon: how much could we replace or enhance our thinking processes and still remain ourselves? Something similar to a Cartesian evil demon could be operating within our brains, where not even ratiocination could save us. Searle was right in his criticisms of strong AI, argued Haugeland, but not for the reasons he thought. The claims of AI advocates failed, not because there's no such demon, but because there's no such program, he argued. Point 110 Finding one would be equivalent to finding the other. What would be needed to debunk Searle was to build such a thing. If a program for simulating speaking Chinese could indeed be perfectly used by a monolingual English speaker, then Haugeland might be ready to concede to Searle. The terms of the debate, he argued, should be changed to whether there is such program, and if not, why not. These are, in my view, the important questions. 111 In Haugeland's view, practical developments had to be connected to theoretical answers. So much had changed from Turing's Manchester Mark I programs of the 1950s to the PDP-10 computer programs of the 1980s. Could researchers expect to see an actual implementation of Searle's case example with new automatic translation software or better chatbots? Research marched on. The debate grew. Haugeland would later have a demon named after him, Haugeland's demon, aka the H-demon. Searle's demon was not alone. In the responses to his article, Searle's commentators started referring to a host of colorful beings to help them better understand what thinking really meant. For Skank, the question of who understood thinking had a clear answer: why, the person who wrote the rules, of course. And who is he? He is what is called an AI researcher. 112 But understanding, just as much as intelligence, was a slippery concept. Another commentator went after the presumed intelligence of AI programmers, noting that their notion of intelligence would inevitably shift with time. The ineluctable core of intelligence is always the next thing which hasn't yet been programmed. 113 These commentators discussed the essence of understanding by reference to common delegation and exploitation practices. Various replies to Searle were based on examples in which a person was replaced with something or someone else to determine whether the essential neurological process counted as a legitimately intelligent action. They discussed replacing functions usually associated with human thought with work performed by green aliens, homunculi, elves, a robot, a poor slave of a human, museum monkeys who produced great literature by chance, a lonely computer adventitiously manipulated by uncaring programmers, a parasite, a piece of stale cheese, an intelligent human from a chess-free culture, say in Central Africa, or a Chadian in the chess room who hasn't the foggiest notion what he is doing. 114 Hofstadter's reply to Searle involved fiddling with the gender of the characters introduced in the Chinese room thought experiment. Let us add a little color to this drab experiment and say that the simulated Chinese speaker involved is a woman and that the demons, if animate, are always male, he wrote. Hofstadter also proposed making distinctions between beings that were traditionally deemed to possess understanding and those that did not. Parrots who parrot English do not understand English, he insisted, adding that the recorded voice of a woman announcing the exact time of day on the telephone time service is not the mouthpiece of a system that understands English. 115. It is a poor carpenter, the saying goes, who blames his tools. But these studies showed just how difficult it was to draw a firm distinction between ourselves and our tools. If there was one main lesson to be drawn from the discussion of Searle's demon, it was about the difficulty of determining who was manipulating whom. Credit-taking competed with victim-blaming, and determining who was a perpetrator required knowing how agency operated across systems made up of humans, things, and machines. One commentator added Descartes' demon to the discussion. While this demon's original powers of deception were limited to the realm of the senses, Searle's could go deeper into our brains. But what if Descartes' demon could manipulate computers' input devices just as it could manipulate our senses? A smart program that could seem to understand instructions to manipulate a world of blocks displayed graphically on a computer monitor, such as Schrödinger, could be interpreted as the victim of a Cartesian evil demon, since the blocks that could be moved by the instructions given to the Schrödinger program do not exist in reality. 116 Searle's demon revived fears about Descartes' aging being, the view of him as having the ability to hack computer vision and install an alternative reality. Transfused him with new blood for the next millennium. Searle's strongest critics, Dennett and Hofstadter, continued the polemic around Searle's demon in a later book compiling a collection of essays and commentaries to explore the issue in more detail. The authors hoped that once our minds, which they referred to as the minimal victim of the Descartes demon's deceit, were analyzed scientifically, complex thinking could be broken down into much simpler mechanical processes. 117 To clarify the issues pertaining to Searle's demon, Hofstadter introduced yet another demon, called Hageland's demon, after the philosopher who had first started to think about the experiment in those terms. Hofstadter took Searle's arguments in a new direction. If it is a normal-sized human being, we shall call it a Searle's demon, and if it is a tiny elf-like creature that can sit inside neurons or on particles, then we shall call it a Hageland's demon. In Hofstadter's retelling, the S-demon, envisioned as a life-sized person, competed for credit with the little h demon who was making the connections behind the scenes. By dividing the two in this way, he aimed to show that most readers would attribute the capacity to think to beings with which they would more easily identify. They would tend to consider the human-sized demon as a biological thinking being, and they would tend to consider the small one a mostly mechanical helper. Hofstadter argued that Searle had constructed his argument in such a way that most readers identified with the more human-like demon and thus became convinced, with Searle, of the inanity of strong AI claims. But this interpretation resulted only from their particular identification at the expense of the little guy. Hofstadter accused Searle of attributing understanding to the life-sized person only. He portrayed Searle as answering, "Fools. Don't listen to her," and, "She's merely a puppet whose every action is caused by my tickling, and by the program embedded in these many neurons that I zip around among." If readers would identify instead with the smaller demon, then they might reconsider the claims of strong AI. Hofstadter aimed to show that Searle's ability to persuade readers of the particular thinking powers of some entities but not others relied on nothing more than anthropomorphic identification. 118. Identity politics, racism, and sexism entered into discussions of who was perceived to possess thinking abilities, displaying just how difficult it was to distinguish between having smarts and seeming smart. Searle responded with a scathing review in the New York Review of Books, titled "The Myth of the Computer," about the spectacular failure and exaggerated hopes of the ambitious AI program. It was as ridiculous to attribute understanding to a machine as it was to attribute thirst to it, no matter how loudly and frequently it told us it was thirsty. Strong AI, he continued, was nonsense, and Dennett and Hofstadter were just taking advantage of people who did not know better. A lot of the nonsense talked about computers nowadays stems from their relative rarity and hence mystery. As computers and robots become more common, he insisted, as common as telephones, washing machines and forklift trucks, it seems likely that this aura will disappear and people will take computers for what they are, namely useful machines. 119 Searle then imagined a program for simulating thirst that runs on a computer made entirely of old beer cans, millions, or billions, of old beer cans that are rigged up to levers and powered by windmills. After being programmed to be thirsty, at the end of the sequence a beer can pops up on which is written "I am thirsty." He concluded his philosophical argument sarcastically, "Does anyone suppose this Rube Goldberg apparatus is literally thirsty in the sense in which you and I are?" 120. Searle referred readers to the second chapter of Weizenbaum's classic book Computer Power and Human Reason, where he shows in detail how to construct a computer using a roll of toilet paper and a pile of small stones, thereby illustrating how ridiculous it was to attribute intentionality and the capacity to think to a machine program. 121 Early on, Weizenbaum had claimed that computers and certain computer programs were considered intelligent, not because they were so, but because they had the ability to deceive their users. He interpreted Eliza, the chatbot that he created, in ways that were very different from typical strong AI interpretations. His conversational program showed more than the blatant superficiality of most of our human interactions. It revealed the hopeless naivete of so many who engaged in comparable interactions with machines and who lost sight of who their interlocutors really were. Those who believed in strong AI similarly tended to forget that they were interacting with machines programmed to seem intelligent. Eisenbaum noted that many users soon forgot that fact, just as theatergoers, in the grip of suspended belief, soon forget that the action they are witnessing is not real. 122. Searle's demon and Hageland's demon neither proved nor disproved the dream of AI. For some scientists and philosophers, Searle's Gedanken experiment showed that only machines as special as us could traffic in meaningful discourse. For Searle's critics, it proved that machines could do so too, and could potentially beat us at the game. These demons exacerbated the disagreement between AI's critics and defenders, widening the already badly strained relationship between scientists and philosophers. As more and more thinking machines were built, more and more researchers started to debate what thinking really meant. What was artificial in it? What was natural? Who excelled in it and who did not? Feynman's demon. Theoretical physicists soon delved into the debate about the limits and possibilities of intelligence and computation more generally. New research published in the International Journal of Theoretical Physics under the unassuming title The Thermodynamics of Computation, a review would change existing views about the old Maxwell's demon problem for decades to come. Many people don't like their scientific ideas overthrown, recalled the author, Charles Bennett, referring to the conclusions he was about to question. Those ideas had been advanced decades earlier by his senior colleague Rolf Landauer, one of the most important theoretical physicists of his generation. 123 Landauer held an undergraduate degree and a PhD from Harvard, where he had worked with Leon Brillouin. After graduating, he started working at IBM and became an expert on microchips. Rolf was an old IBM type who did things on the straight and narrow, recalled Bennett. I was a scruffy hippie. He endured that. Landauer magnanimously arranged to get his contradictor hired at IBM Research. 124. Figure 11. Abacus, Magazine for the Computer Professional 3 No. 4, Summer 1986. Front cover image by Ed Soika. Republished by permission of Springer, permission conveyed through Copyright Clearance Center Incorporated. Richard Feynman was fascinated by the bold conclusions of the rookie. Surprisingly, he wrote, Bennett has shown that Maxwell's demon can actually make its measurements with zero energy expenditure, providing it follows certain rules for recording and erasing whatever information it obtains. 125 The insight was nothing short of revolutionary, and Feynman was forced to revise his previous conclusions about Maxwell's creature and change his views about physics and cosmology. When Bennett discovered all this, no one knew it could be done, he explained, adding that there was a lot of prejudice around that had to be argued against. 126. Feynman was as fascinated by Bennett's research as he was by the potential of new microchips and semiconductor technologies. From 1983 to 1986, he taught a series of courses on the physics of computers at Caltech, interrupted by returning bouts of cancer. His lectures from these courses would be published posthumously as the Feynman Lectures on Computation. In them, Feynman returned to considering the possible actions of our little friend who could shine a demonic torch on molecules in order to see them and manipulate them. Feynman believed that his willingness and ability to momentarily violate the second law suggested that there is probably something fishy about him. He proceeded to investigate Maxwell's demon in detail. 127. The diode, wrote Feynman, is a cunning device which allows current to flow in one direction only and as such could take on the role of a Maxwell demon. 128 What could be achieved with these little devices? What did they contribute to what could and could not be done with computers, and why? 129 Feynman was already thinking ahead to the time when we come to design the ultimate computer of the far future. To prepare for machines which might have transistors that are atom-sized, we will want to know how the fundamental physical laws will limit us. 130 Feynman recommended that readers brush up on the existing literature on demons. Those of you who wish to take your study of the physics of information further, he said, could do no better than check out many references to a 19th-century paradox discovered by the great Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell, adding that Maxwell's demon, as it is known, resulted in a controversy that raged among physicists for a century, and the matter has only recently been resolved. Once students had done some homework on that creature, they could catch up with the most recent research to properly understand the current resolution. In fact, it was contemplation of Maxwell's demon that partly led workers such as Charles Bennett and Rolf Landauer to their conclusions about reversible computing, the energy of computation, and clarified the link between information and entropy. Feynman acknowledged that it would be impossible to cover everything that had already been discovered about the demon, but he promised to supply his students with enough tidbits to at least arouse your interest. 131. Figure 12. Richard Feynman, Feynman Lectures on Computation, ed. Anthony J. G. Hay and Robin W. Allen, Cambridge, Ma. Perseus, 1999, 149. It is easy to imagine that if we built a big enough computer, then it could compute anything we wanted it to, explained Feynman. 132. When a computer was conceived as an information engine, the fuel that could keep it going was the size of its memory. Feynman explained how a supercomputer could be realized practically by summarizing Bennett's subtle idea of using a message tape as fuel for a computer and relating the information in the tape to its fuel. 133. While fuel would inevitably be spent in steam and coal engines, all that information engines needed to calculate anything was a longer and longer memory tape. The moment when it seemed that a computer would start to run out of power, it could be given more memory to keep it going. How far could the analogy be taken? Scientists of the Industrial Revolution had been concerned with reversible heat engines, which could reuse spent fuel, and they were now concerned with reversible computation, reharnessing used-up energy as a source of power. If not a source of perpetual motion in the classical sense, this energy could become a source of perpetual computation. As a young student, Bennett had heard Landauer lecture on the topic. It took him decades to challenge the senior scientist's conclusions. The living memory of organisms seemed much more powerful than any computer memory. The genetic code, all those bits and bits of information that shaped biological organisms, were stored in a tiny part of every cell, which was somehow one of nature's most impressive information storage technologies. The existence of a storage medium as compact as the genetic one indicates that one can go very far in the direction of compactness, argued Landauer. 134. What is more, this genetic memory replicated itself in stunning ways. Why not use that as a model to build better memories for computers? Bennett, following a cue from Landauer, compared the storage and copying mechanisms of computers to those inside biological cells, in the biochemical apparatus responsible for the replication, transcription, and translation of the genetic code. 135. The process of DNA transmission and replication could serve as a model for breaking through current limitations on the memory storage capacity of computers and lowering their energy consumption. In work funded by the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission at the Argonne National Laboratory, Bennett considered the biosynthesis of messenger RNA a physical example of reversible computation. 136. Comparing cells, computers, and engines would prove extremely productive. The digital computer may be thought of as an engine that dissipates energy in order to perform mathematical work, he explained. 137. But in contrast to old engines, Bennett believed that energy dissipation in computers could be minimized to the point of negligibility. The energy dissipated by computers might not be brought all the way down to zero, but it could be brought close to nothing. Bennett agreed that there was only one limit on computers' theoretically infinite power: memory. What if they could be furnished with more and more of it? The essential irreversible step, which prevents the demon from breaking the second law, is not the making of a measurement, which in principle can be done reversibly, but rather the logically irreversible act of erasing the record of one measurement to make room for the next. 138. The physicist landed on these conclusions by going further than anyone in inquiring into the physical state of the demon's mind. 139. Landauer disagreed with Bennett's conclusions. What good was it to think of the marvelous qualities of infinite memory capacity and infinite velocities if they did not and could not exist? Landauer grew more and more exasperated at scientists' attempts to build the perfect computer and their claims that such a project was even possible. Herein lay the crux of their disagreement, and the reasons for the birth of Landauer's principle and, later, Landauer's demon. 140. Even if the laws of physics dictated that we might not be able to do everything we ever dreamed of, Some scientists still believed that one day we might be able to know everything. Landauer, in contrast, argued that the same limitations that affected the energy content in the universe dampened the possibilities of our knowledge of it. Was there a physical or even cosmological limit to human ingenuity? Landauer and Bennett agreed that the bottleneck preventing computers from getting smarter was their limited memory. Whoever could figure out a way for computers to become more efficient and expend less energy would be handsomely rewarded. Engineers far beyond IBM raced to make computer memories and microchips more efficient by making them smaller, thinner, faster, and cooler. The challenge had to be approached both practically and theoretically. These questions went far beyond even physics and touched on biology as well. Yet even as Landauer stressed that ever more powerful memory storage devices could be found in the future, he stressed that none would ever be able to store infinite amounts of information. At some point, they would have to clear their data, and in the erasure of the unnecessary details of the computer's past history, there would be additional energy dissipation. 141. Computer technologies had changed radically since Feynman first started considering Maxwell's demon, and miniaturization was advancing quickly. The idea that computers could become as small as atoms fascinated the physicist, so, in 2050, or before, we may have computers that we can't even see. 142. His excitement about their possibly diminutive dimensions was tied to an even more momentous possibility, that they could be designed to expend almost no energy. Feynman described computers as expert shufflers, shifting binary pebbles from one end to the other. They were nothing but superfast sorters. After all, computers only needed to distinguish between a 1 and a 0 and send the digit left or right. The simplicity of that task took away neither their magic nor their intelligence. In fact, it was what made them so smart. Feynman highlighted this aspect of intelligent machines in his lectures on computation. The inside of a computer is as dumb as hell, but it goes like mad. Its tricks were due to the speed at which it could accumulate the computation of very simple tasks, just like a very dumb file clerk. The final result looked like intelligence. It is only because it is able to do things so fast that we do not notice that it is doing things very stupidly, Feynman concluded. 143. Computers, in his estimation, were very fast idiots. The marvelous thing is, with sufficiently detailed rules this idiot is able to add two numbers of any size, wrote Feynman with amazement. All that this idiot required was some programming to enable him to know how to shuffle binary digits around, which could be compared to moving simple pebbles around, or the beads of the abacus of old. But be careful what you wished for, he warned. What you tell an apparent idiot, who can do no more than shuffle pebbles around, is enough for him to tackle the evaluation of hypergeometric functions and the like. Add speed, and he would surely beat you, if he shifts the pebbles quickly enough, Feynman explained. He is justified in thinking himself smarter than you. 144. The physicist was among many others who were fascinated by how DNA copying processes in cells seemed like a living computer that expended almost no energy and were able to reproduce. In a footnote to his published lectures, Feynman described computing machines modeled after these processes. Bennett has nicely christened machines like this Brownian computers, he wrote, to capture the manner in which their behavior is essentially random but in which they nevertheless progress due to some weak direction of drift imposed on their operation. 145 decades later, a host of living and non-living machines that could produce work from nearly random fluctuations would come to be understood by reference to Feynman's demon. As physicists continued to push the boundaries of what demons could do within hardware, computer scientists charged on with developing them using software. Software demons were designed to act like a group of expert spectators. A demon is a routine of some kind that watches for an event to happen, then spontaneously starts executing when that watched-for event occurs. Anyone who had ever watched an event carefully in order to spring into action based on the outcome, from buyers at an auction to stock traders to bookies, could relate. An analogy is an arena of experts sitting watching the center of the arena for information they can use. When a piece of information appears, experts jump up and say, "Yes, I can do something with that," and would immediately start performing functions with or upon that information. 146 demons fire, or become invoked, he explained, just like a group of experts waiting attentively to act on information. Although the term watcher could be considered a more appropriate, less sinister name, the term demon was deemed most appropriate. 147. By then, successive improvements to Selfridge's pandemonium model had proved the value of the parallel processing demons that became central to parallel distributed processing, PDP, cognitive models and computer architectures. Demons arranged in parallel featured prominently in new artificial intelligence programs that created rules as they went along and did not need to be programmed beforehand. Computers running the new AI programs learned by themselves, ostensibly like children. In contrast to other architectures, explained Alan Newell, the instructions in them fire in parallel whenever their conditions are satisfied, acting as demons. 148. Advances in programming techniques and the storage memory capacities of computers made the goal of AI seem ever more attainable. In the Middle Ages, scholars wondered how many angels would fit in the head of a pin, started a Los Angeles Times article in 1986. As the result of recent technological advance at Stanford University, we now know that the entire Encyclopedia Britannica would comfortably fit there, it concluded. 149. Feynman, who had funded a prize to reward such improvements, was ecstatic. We can now easily get a whole book, such as an encyclopedia or the Bible, onto a pinhead rather than angels, he wrote. 150. Scientists started imagining the possibility of fitting entire libraries into a few square feet. Marvin Minsky was so optimistic about these new developments that he started to imagine how to program computers to be able to understand jokes. For machines, differentiating comedy from tragedy was notoriously difficult, and identifying irony and sarcasm was even harder. Simple stories posed formidable challenges for computer programmers who wanted to design computers to answer simple questions about them. Minsky recalled that his student Charniak had proposed using demons to help computers understand context. Charniak had suggested that whenever we hear about a particular event, specific recognition agents are thereby aroused. These demon agents then proceed actively to watch and wait for other related types of events, which then set off other demons, and so on. Because these recognition agents lurk silently, to intervene only in certain circumstances, they are sometimes called demons, Minsky explained. Their employment raised many questions, such as, how easy should it be to activate demons? How long should they then remain active? The risks were evident. If too few demons are aroused, we'll be slow to understand what's happening. But if too many become active, we'll get confused by false alarms. While you might understand certain parts of a story by using separate, isolated demons, Minsky argued, there are no simple solutions to these problems, and what we call understanding is a huge accumulation of skills. If computers could start to gain understanding by activating demons in succession, our own understanding might be subjected to their whims too. Minsky wondered if we too might be understanding simply by virtue of their manipulations. How much of the fascination in telling a story, or in listening to one, he asked, comes from the manipulations of our demons' expectations? 151. Maxwell's demon stole scientific headlines in 1987. In October, the financial markets crashed alongside the economic framework that had sustained them since the Great Depression. In November, Scientific American ran an article titled Demons, Engines, and the Second Law, authored by Bennett. The real reason Maxwell's demon cannot violate the second law, he argued, has been uncovered only recently. The unexpected result came from a very different line of research on the energy requirements of computers. 152. The culprit was not the high price of information, as was commonly thought, it was the cost of forgetting. To anticipate the surprise of readers learning that physicists thought about the universe in terms of the possible action of a demon, Bennett explained that a demon's utility was due to its far-reaching subversive effects on the natural order of things. This demon, like the others, affected the most important aspects of our economy. Chief among these effects, he wrote, would be to abolish the need for energy sources such as oil, uranium, and sunlight. The demon had the potential to liberate us from fuel dependency. Machines of all kinds, he marveled, could be operated without batteries, fuel tanks, or power cords. For example, the demon would enable one to run a steam engine continuously without fuel, by keeping the engine's boiler perpetually hot and its condenser perpetually cold. Could this liberator ever be found? One way to uncover the reasons Maxwell's demon cannot work is to analyze and refute various simple inanimate devices that might function as demons, wrote Bennett. 153. After considering the usual contraptions that had all shown how Maxwell's demon would eventually tire, cease to work, and start expending energy, he considered yet another one, computers based on small molecular fluctuations. 154. Bennett determined that Maxwell's demon's problems were exacerbated when he filled his memory capacity, then had to erase what he knew in order to make room for more information. Erasing took energy. Forgetting results, or discarding information, is thermodynamically costly. 155. That insight pointed out a possible solution. If the demon had a very large memory, it might save itself the thermodynamic expense of erasing it. Broad transformations in the media landscape of those years helped Bennett's conclusions appear less counterintuitive. We do not generally think of information as a liability, he noted. We pay to have newspapers delivered, not taken away. But the exponential increase of information during those years was creating a dystopian problem as well, one that affected many, including demons. Yesterday's newspaper was a problem for demons because it takes up valuable space, and the cost of clearing the space neutralizes the benefit the demon derived from the newspaper when it was fresh. Bennett speculated that perhaps the increasing awareness of environmental pollution and the information explosion brought on by computers have made the idea that information can have a negative value seem more natural now than it would have seemed earlier in the century. 156. With Bennett's research, science gained a new insight into the problem of having too much information. Decades after Bennett and Landauer first started investigating these topics, a few key questions remained unanswered. Both men agreed that one limit to the powers of computation lay in the minimum amount of energy needed to erase bits of information. For Bennett the problem of memory was largely technical, but for Landauer it was essential. While Landauer focused on the limitations that computers faced due to basic physical laws, Bennett continued to think about ways to bypass those limitations. Landauer argued against drawing conclusions about physics based on a Platonic view of the power of mathematics, while Bennett had no problem extrapolating beyond practical limits and calculations. In his first articles on Maxwell's demon, Bennett had placed no limits on the size of the parts that would enable him to function. Landauer, in contrast, liked to point out that those scenarios were unrealizable in the real universe, with a limited selection of parts. Even the conclusions that physicists drew from mathematics and logic, Landauer argued, should be subject to the limits dictated by the laws of physics. About a century ago, he complained, mathematicians declared their independence of the real physical universe. Since then, they could not care less if something does not even exist and scorn questions about physical executability. 157. To those who dreamed that computers embodied a world of limitless possibilities and that with the right program anything could be accomplished, he delivered a pessimistic lesson. There is really no software, in the strict sense of disembodied information, but only inactive and relatively static hardware. 158. Practical limitations should not be brushed away, even by theoreticians, he argued. To back up his argument, Landauer cited the mathematician Hermann Weyl's complaints about his colleagues' proclivity to believe uncritically in the transcendental world of infinite lengths and perfect continua, a belief that taxes the strength of our faith hardly less than the doctrines of the early fathers of the Church or of the scholastic philosophers of the Middle Ages. 159. Physics had to contend with issues pertaining not only to energy but to meaning and knowledge. Was the cosmos bounded or unbounded, finite or infinite? What was the relation of abstract mathematics to concrete reality? As these questions remained unanswered, scientists continued to debate what demons could or could not do. Then where are the real limits, asked Landauer, ever ready to call attention to the non plus ultra. They are, presumably, related to more cosmological questions, and unlikely to be answered by those who started the field 160. By the time Bennett published The Thermodynamics of Computation, Maxwell's demon had been through a lot. One of his biographers listed at least 4 obituaries in succession. 1914, the mechanical demon, age 47, succumbs to heat. 1929, measurements fell the intelligent demon, age 62. 1950, the demon, age 83, is crushed by the cost of information acquisition. 1982, the demon, age 115, drowns in garbage. 161. Bennett was most responsible for the last one. A Society of Little Demons. While cosmologists were preoccupied with questions pertaining to the information and energy content of the universe, computer scientists continued to push these limits practically by trying to make computers more efficient and smarter. As personal computers became more popular and demon-based computer programming techniques spread, more and more scientists started to understand the workings of our minds by reference to them. By the mid-1980s, computer scientists, physicists, biologists, and psychologists had joined forces to understand intelligence, genetics, and computers by reference to Maxwell's demon. 162. The director of the Institute for Cognitive Science, ICS, at the University of California, San Diego became a leader of this multidisciplinary approach, gathering under the umbrella of the PDP, Parallel Distributed Processing, research group top researchers from different disciplines, including biophysicists such as John Hopfield, computer scientists such as Eugene Charniak, and geneticists such as Francis Crick. In 1988, Science published an article describing the new style of learning of the best ACE. 163. These machines employed a society of little demons with excellent manners for the purposes of imitating intelligence. 164. These helpful pucks escaped from the constraints of rule-following, algorithm-based computer programs. The reviewer explained that they were not a conventional programming algorithm, and certainly not if algorithm means an unambiguous, precisely defined procedure that tells the computer what to do at every step along the way. New ACE achieved something a little more subtle. 165. They could learn from experience. Subtle thinking came with not so subtle problems. The risks of such open-ended AI architectures were clear. Demons could fight with each other inside programs. But what happens if things do not go well? What happens if none of the demons has anything to say, that is, if none of the rules apply to the situation at hand? Or worse, what happens if several demons are activated simultaneously and start struggling for power? 166. This particular architecture had distinct benefits, as well as significant drawbacks, since the program shared with humans the perilous capability of drawing the wrong lessons from its experience. In imitating human intelligence so well, open-ended AI architectures also imitated human weaknesses. They had no way to delete an incorrect rule from memory, any more than a human can forget his or her name just by deciding to. Just as we may tend to draw incorrect lessons from the environment, so a computer programmed on that model could do the same. The computer might even be drawn to madness. The potential is catastrophic, warned the article. One can all too easily imagine the program piling up errors until its reasoning resembles a kind of hopelessly muddled schizophrenia. 167. Newell and his collaborators' first step to avoiding these pitfalls was to teach the demons some manners. Instead of having each one shriek out a command when its conditions were met, he had them express opinions such as Operator QL, take your opponent's queen, is better than Operator Q2, take your opponent's pawn, or Operator Q7, sacrifice your bishop, is best. But good manners were not enough. Recognizing the need to install a demon as a conference moderator, programmers modified the production system as a whole to operate like an exceedingly polite business conference. The demon moderator played a critical role in this arrangement. Instead of letting the activated demons fight over who gets to give the orders, it would let all of them have their say. Only when everyone's opinions were on the table would the program decide what to do. 168. The main benefit of employing these demons came from their wait-and-see, contemplative attitude. These demons spend most of their time in quiet contemplation of something called working memory, which is a kind of internal blackboard that records data about the current situation. Remaining in such a state was an ideal way of implementing if-then orders and optimizing memory use, because when one of them sees something it likes, that is, when the conditions on the if side of the rule match the current situation in working memory, it jumps up and shrieks out the command listed on its then side, do this. Moments later the demons could return to their inactive yet vigilant sentinel mode, and everyone settles down again to wait for another demon to jump up. 169. From microchips to Unix. A few months before the Berlin Wall came tumbling down in 1989, former President Ronald Reagan heaped praise on the microchip in his first speech after leaving office. The occasion was a reunion in honor of Winston Churchill. "The Goliath of totalitarianism," stated Reagan, "will be brought down by the David of the microchip." The New York Times reported that, in the ex-president's view, the international revolution in communications technology had unleashed an irrepressible march toward democracy in the communist world, bringing nearer the collapse of totalitarianism. "Electronic beams blow through the Iron Curtain as if it were lace," Reagan stated. 170. The usefulness of these tiny pieces of silicon-based hardware, so often understood by reference to Maxwell's and quantum demons, grew alongside innovations in software programming techniques. Demons and subdemons programmed to fulfill essential background tasks were regularly coded into operating systems. The Unix manual of that year, known colloquially as the Devil Book, included the term in its glossary, where it explained why the term should not be interpreted negatively. The Old English term, daemon, means a deified being, as distinguished from the term, demon, which means an evil spirit. 171. That same year Evie Nemeth, a programmer and operating system expert, explained the use of the term daemon in her field. Daemon is actually a much older form of demon. Daemons have no particular bias towards good or evil, but rather serve to help define a person's character or personality, she wrote in one of the Bibles of computing, the Unix System Administration Handbook, 1989. She elaborated on the use of the term. The ancient Greeks' concept of a personal daemon was similar to the modern concept of a guardian angel. Eudaimonia is the state of being helped or protected by a kindly spirit. Nemeth concluded, as a rule, Unix systems seem to be infested with both daemons and demons. 172. While physicists continued to gain understanding of the limitations of Maxwell's demon, computer demons took the 1990s by a storm. The New Hacker's Dictionary included the term in one of its early editions. Daemon/daemon/or/dmn/. From the mythological meaning, later rationalized as the acronym Disk and Execution Monitor N. A program that is not invoked explicitly, but lies dormant waiting for some condition, S, to occur. The idea is that the perpetrator of the condition need not be aware that a daemon is lurking, though often a program will commit an action only because it knows that it will implicitly invoke a daemon. Writing a file on the spooler's directory would invoke the spooling daemon, which would then print the file. The advantage is that programs wanting, in this example, files printed need neither compete for access to nor understand any idiosyncrasies. They simply enter their implicit requests and let the daemon decide what to do with them. Daemons are usually spawned automatically by the system, and may either live forever or be regenerated at intervals. Daemon and demon are often used interchangeably, but seem to have distinct connotations. Although the meaning and pronunciation have drifted, we think this glossary reflects current, 1991, usage. The entry further explained that the term daemon was introduced to computing by people working on a compatible time-sharing system. 173. The difference between them was slight but important. Daemon. N1. MIT. A portion of a program that is not invoked explicitly, but that lies dormant waiting for some condition, S, to occur. See daemon. The distinction is that daemons are usually processes within a program, while daemons are usually programs running on an operating system. Daemons are particularly common in AI programs. For example, a knowledge manipulation program might implement inference rules as daemons. Whenever a new piece of knowledge was added, various daemons would activate, which daemons depends on the particular piece of data, and would create additional pieces of knowledge by applying their respective inference rules to the original piece. These new pieces could in turn activate more daemons as the inferences filtered down through chains of logic. Meanwhile, the main program could continue with whatever its primary task was. 2. Outside MIT often used equivalently to daemon, especially in the Unix world, where the latter spelling and pronunciation is considered mildly archaic. 174. What are computer daemons, actually? Even if their physical manifestation is no more than the flicker of electric current through a silicon computer chip, argued the technology correspondent Andrew Leonard in his book Bots, The Origin of New Species, bots do exist in the real world. 175. By the late 1990s, daemons were not only a subset category of many other kinds of bots but software versions of mechanical robots that explore the hyperlinked reality of cyberspace, mapping out and indexing the vast quantities of information available through the World Wide Web. 176. They served as models for many daemons to come. Corbuteau's daemon belongs at the top of the great tree of bots, noted Leonard. Call it the Urbot, the primeval form to which all present and future bots owe ancestry. 177. With the rise of programmable personal computers and the Internet, the reach of these bots increased exponentially. Today daemons are a programmer's best friend, one of the lubricants that keeps the electronic machinery of bits and bytes moving smoothly. 178. In later decades, they would make up most of the traffic across the Internet, masquerading as human users and surpassing them in numbers. Even regular users of email meet up constantly with the vigilant mailer daemon, a vital cog in the electronic post office that deals with a host of mailing problems, messages sent to non-existent addresses, overflowing mailboxes, forwarding and redressing needs. 179. As Unix-based computer systems conquered the world, the term daemons became abbreviated as a simple D at the end of other technical terms, the most popular ones being init, NFSD, SSHD, named, and LPD, four-line printer daemon. They generally acted as they should. Printer spool daemons monitor computer file servers to see if any files are waiting to be sent to the printer, and clock daemons execute instructions at specific times. These daemons played key roles in technologies that allowed users to communicate via computers connected to a network. They performed scheduled tasks on networks, answered and directed emails automatically, and helped configure software. They were invisible, out of sight, out of mind, often doing menial tasks in the background, and they were attendant, waiting patiently for the right moment to act. By then, the figure of the daemon was firmly ensconced as a mascot for Unix. Figure 13. Unix System Manager's Manual, 1984, front cover image by John Lasseter, Lucasfilm, Limited, Unix t-shirt designed by comic artist Phil Foglio based on Polaroid photograph of the Chicago Circles DEC PDP 11/40 computer. Reproduced by permission of Phil Foglio. HTTPD, the first daemon-based web server protocol allowing computers to communicate with each other, was soon made available as free software. An HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, daemon, explained Leonard, years after its first release, resides in a computer that stores World Wide Web homepages, always on the alert to respond to requests from other computers asking for access to local web documents. 180. The World Wide Web and the development of the Internet depended on HTTPD. Computer science's reliance on daemons proved long-lasting. The Internet is alive with daemons of all kinds, explained a historian of the Internet. Their inhuman intelligence spread through the global infrastructure. 181. The Internet is now an infrastructure possessed. Embedded in every router, switch, and hub. Almost every part of the Internet is a daemon listening, observing, and communicating. 182. By the end of the century, a full catalog of smart daemons was available to cognitive and computer scientists. 183. Smart daemons. During the summer of 1990, The editor of Nature published an article describing a groundbreaking paper that got scientists one step closer to reaching the dream of creating work without the requisite expenditure. Most science journals, including Scientific American and New Scientist, covered the new research with dramatic headlines. According to New Scientist, Maxwell's demon can, in certain circumstances, do the impossible, transfer energy from a cool body to a warmer one. Some scientists were enthralled, but others were unconvinced. New exorcisms were thought up. A scientist from the Department of Electrical Engineering at the University of Southampton explained why the article was so timely. The question is important because our search for a pollution-free energy source would soon be solved forever if an army of Maxwell's demons could be put to such use on a commercial scale. 184 The article in Nature described a small gang of Maxwell's demons guarding an orifice. Its author explained that, after fantasizing about well-oiled and nearly frictionless shutters and doors for centuries, scientists had discovered that the demon's Achilles heel was cognitive, not mechanical. 185. Previous researchers had noted that the information erasure actions of Maxwell's demon led to entropy increase, but Carlton Caves of the University of Southern California found a way to make these energy losses almost negligible. Maxwell's demon, explained Caves, has been both a celebrity and a conundrum for succeeding generations of physicists. He read up on its history and learned that early work in demonology showed that a one-way valve does not work, because it heats up to ambient temperature and ceases to function. 186 The trick to bypassing this limitation was simple. Instead of using one engine that would create work at one minimum expense per engine, use many engines. Instead of letting each engine spend the least bit of information possible by considering them separately, scientists could operate an engine system only when they saw a group of molecules coincide on one side in every engine. They could then use this least possible bit of information to extract work from several engines at once. In the rare, simple occasion when all 10 molecules are in the same half of their boxes, one bit of information only is needed to describe them, explained the editor of Nature. 187 In consequence, this means that only 1/10 as much energy is needed to describe the position of the molecules. N number of engines could potentially lower costs n number of times. This new proof showed that a demon can achieve a net gain in energy by choosing to operate only in such cases. 188 Caves named this new sophisticated demon the Unruh demon, after his colleague William Unruh. 189 In comparison to these new connected systems of engines, the single molecule contraption thought up by Szilard back in 1929 looked like a crude, and quite theoretical, type of demon, called a Szilard engine. 190. Caves had been inspired by an article published in Nature a year earlier by the theoretical physicist Wojciech Zurek of the Los Alamos National Laboratory, who had tried to figure out if there was a smart way of erasing the demon's memory that would take less energy than the dumb proposals made thus far. Zurek had been mulling over that challenge for decades. In the 1980s, he had sat in on Feynman's courses on computation and worked closely with John Wheeler. The recurring themes that arose for Zurek while working with Wheeler and Feynman became somewhat of an obsession for him. Zurek would go on to study the demons named after his two mentors. When one of the biographers of Maxwell's demon visited Zurek at his Los Alamos office to learn about the demon's latest adventures, he found, to his great delight, that Zurek was someone who truly understood Maxwell's creature. Instead of threatening to throw the poor little goblin out the window, Zurek shooed him out of his gloomy box, and gave him a fresh purpose in life. 191. The excitement around a new sophisticated demon that acted only when most profitable did not last long. A few days after the new research appeared in print, the authors sent a note to Physical Review Letters explaining why their demon could not create energy without expenditure. 192 In a quick follow-up article in the New Scientist with the title Sacred Law of Physics is Safe After All, a journalist who looked into the matter reported that, at the seminar at the Santa Fe Institute, Caves and other demonologists found a hidden energy cost in the technique. 193 It was indeed safe, but scientists had shown yet another way to make dissipation more negligible than ever. For years to come, Zurek continued to think about demons. In an article written for Feynman and Computation, 1999, the physicist said that the old Maxwell's demon who would tire from taking measurements was no longer challenging or that interesting. What fascinated researchers now was its smart version, a complete Maxwell's demon who should be able to measure, and it, she, should be of course intelligent. Zurek returned to previous attempts to make a Maxwell's demon smarter by pairing him with a program that instructed him to act intelligently. This demon of choice was an intelligent and selective version of Maxwell's demon 194. It could work with groups of molecules by waiting patiently until rare thermal fluctuations took place and a certain number of molecules gathered at the right place. Only then would the demon act. This new demon combined the traditional powers of Maxwell's demons with those coming from a procedure that instructed him to only act in specific favorable cases and wait out the rest by doing nothing and sitting still. The aim of this paper, Zurek wrote, is to exorcise the demon of choice. Zurek figured out exactly where its cost to doing business lay. Its energy gains were not illicit, because the demon had to pay an additional price for keeping more complex results, which had to involve more molecules. In its memory, when the demon forgets the measurement outcome, it will repeat the measurement and remain stuck forever in the unprofitable cycle. To completely forget the past, explained Zurek, was as unproductive as remembering it in its entirety. The famous saying that those who forget their history are doomed to relive it applies to demons with a vengeance, he concluded. 195 It also applied to scientists. Quantum Maxwell's demons. Another idea soon took hold of scientists' imaginations, quantum mechanical Maxwell's demons, QMMD, or more simply, quantum Maxwell's demons, QMD. These new demons, conceived at MIT and elsewhere, were an innovative class of nanoscale demons, or nanobots, also referred to as microbots or microrobots, that performed work at almost no expense. Some of them were based on manipulating entangled quantum properties, like electron spin. Scientists surmised that quantum entanglement might provide a way to take a measurement inexpensively by acting on one system while leaving another one untouched. Would additional costs emerge when these quantum motors produced macroscopic amounts of work? Researchers raced to find out. Up to now, Maxwell's demon has functioned primarily as a thought experiment that allows the exploration of theoretical issues, explained Seth Lloyd, the principal investigator, who proposed a model of a Maxwell's demon that could be realized experimentally using magnetic or optical resonance techniques. The NMR demon, short for nuclear magnetic resonance demons, was one of a larger collection of many demons of the sort described that could be used to pump macroscopic amounts of heat and do macroscopic amounts of work. 196 They took advantage of quantum entanglement to obtain information from a distant system, so essentially any quantum system that can obtain information about another quantum system can form the basis for a quantum demon. These demons were not hypothetical. The systems discussed here, wrote Lloyd, can be realized experimentally. 197. By the next millennium, QMDs were no longer a fiction. Feynman's demon has recently been built as a nanoscale Brownian motor, stated an article around the turn of the century. 198 Articles covering these advances in the international scientific press, such as Chemistry World or Annals de Química, and in mainstream news media outlets, including the BBC, CNN, MSNBC, The Washington Post, The Daily Telegraph, La Repubblica, and others, bore headlines such as, Maxwell's demon goes quantum, a demon of a device, molecular machines, facing their demons, Maxwell's demon tamed, demon ratchets up nanotech revolution, demonic chemistry, laws of nature survive attack by nano demon, opening the door to Maxwell's demons. Maxwell's devilishly clever idea moves closer to reality, scientists build Maxwell's demon, nanomachines, Maxwell's demon becomes a reality, Maxwell's demon created by Scottish scientists, and 140 years later, James Clerk Maxwell's demon materializes. International headlines announce the Diavoletto de Maxwell diventa realtà. La diabolica nanomachina del Signor Maxwell, Gazzetta Strudaminen, Maxwell's molecular development, El Trident Informativo del Demonio de Maxwell, and .199. Scientists continued to look for Maxwell's demon in extreme settings. Perhaps he could be found in conditions nearing zero temperature. 200. A large-scale study funded by the European Commission, at more than €3 million, for 3-year-long periods starting in January 2013 was aptly titled Infernos, an acronym for Information, Fluctuations, and Energy Control in Small Systems 201. With these and other initiatives, research on demons continued to permeate future and emerging technologies programs around the globe. 9. Biology's demons. The idea that Maxwell's demon was a secret agent who kept life going occupied the imagination of some of the most important biologists of the 20th century. His entropy-defying antics were widely used to explain why certain organisms were capable of producing more energy than they took in, and why they could organize themselves in progressively more complex ways. He was also suspected of having been present at that fateful moment when life itself began. Maxwell's demon did not act alone. Laplace's demon was soon presumed to play a stabilizing role in biological systems. What is life? In a series of lectures with that title delivered in Dublin in 1943, the physicist Erwin Schrödinger noted that the chromosome fibers that carried our hereditary material seemed to behave like the all-penetrating mind, once conceived by Laplace. Chromosomes were tiny and hard to see. How could they contain such detailed and prescient information? Schrödinger surmised that something in them had to act causally, so that it could tell from their structure whether the egg would develop into a black cock or into a speckled hen, into a fly or maize plant, a rhododendron, a beetle, a mouse or a woman. By then, some scientists were calling this hereditary unit a gene, and the molecule that carried the genetic material would soon be referred to as DNA. This was only a beginning. As more and more biologists sought to elucidate the mysteries of inheritance and survival, they studied physicists' demons, hoping to understand living systems. After World War II, biologists were particularly taken by a physically respectable cousin of Maxwell's demon whom they termed Darwin's demon. This demon controlled the inheritance of good or bad genes. Studies of him led to key breakthroughs in our understanding of genetic transmission and inheritance. Brain scientists soon became interested in these demons, using them to develop new models of intelligence and consciousness. Renowned anthropologists, philosophers, and sociologists including Bruno Latour, Michel Serres, and Pierre Bourdieu studied the actions of demons in laboratories, schools, and offices. At the dawn of the next millennium, some of the most important aspects of our lives were found to be vulnerable to, and at times helpless against, these demons. At the turn of the century, the editor of Nature, the renowned astronomer Sir Norman Lockyer, urged researchers to look for Maxwell's demons in living processes. It has been suggested that vital processes afford the most likely region in which to seek for the existence of Maxwell's demons, and should their non-existence be established, information as to the relative efficiency of the human individual compared with a perfectly reversible thermodynamic engine is much to be desired. 1. Maxwell's demon could be responsible for breathing life into life. Scientists such as Lockyer started suspecting that he was the thingamajig powering living beings who thrived in a universe marked by entropic descent. Something about life seemed eerily demonic, as if powered by something quite unnatural. In some senses, it seemed to have the upper hand over engines or other physical systems. Living systems adapted themselves to changing conditions, they reproduced, they created, and they could be highly efficient systems that at times seemed to create more energy than they took in. For Lockyer, determining their essential features was important curatorially as well, as living systems and their demons could affect decisions about the topics that should be included in the journal Nature. The idea that a vital force powered living organisms was closely associated with the work of the French philosopher Henri Bergson, whose book Creative Evolution, 1907, took Europe by storm. Bergson fought against a mechanistic understanding of living and evolutionary processes associated with Cartesian philosophy and with certain popularizers of Darwinian evolution. the philosopher introduced his argument with the hypothesis that Laplace formulated with the greatest precision, citing the relevant passages of Laplace's oeuvre. He challenged the claim that the past, present, and future would be open at a glance to a superhuman intellect capable of making the calculation too. From there, Bergson went on to criticize Émile du Bois-Reymond and Thomas Huxley. Without using the term demon, he boldly denied the possible existence of the intelligence surhumaine proposed by Laplace, opening up for his numerous readers the alternative possibility that other demons might be in charge. Bergson was not the only one contesting Cartesian materialism and Laplace's thesis during those years. The German biologist Hans Driesch, an expert on the complex process of cell division in embryos, clinched the association between the powers of Maxwell's being and those of living beings. In his celebrated Gifford Lectures at the University of Aberdeen, the embryologist lectured about the demons of Maxwell as a famous instance of violations of the second law of thermodynamics. Order could arise from disorder in the molecular world as much as in ours. The demon deals with these molecules, he said, as our workman deals with his bricks. 3. Driesch's conclusions represented the culmination of a long search for the forces that organized molecules into living forms. Did this mean that Maxwell's creature really existed? In the German version of his text, Driesch closed with a dramatic assertion, his Maxwell's demons exist, we are them. For in the English version, this sentence was missing. The text pointed to the same conclusion, but added a note of caution, let it be well understood, Maxwell's argument rests upon a fiction, yet even so, it may really be applied to life as to a natural autonomous reality. 5. Under the towering influence of Bergson and Driesch, researchers across the fields including Alan Archibald Campbell Swinton, engineer, James Johnstone, biologist and oceanographer, and Ralph Lilly, biologist and physiologist, were among the many who started to think that living systems and Maxwell's demons had much in common. Now lately, in London, there was a renewed interest in thinking about life as an entropy-resisting force, I suppose as the result of Bergson's remarkable writings, explained Campbell Swinton. There has been raised quite seriously the question as to whether living organisms are subject to these laws of thermodynamics or not. He surmised that it is probable that there exist living things which in some fashion or other do very much what was the business of Maxwell's demons to do, and in this manner extract the energy that they require from the general stock. Harnessing energy from these entropy-fighting bio-beings might be the answer to many problems, including fuel scarcity and pollution. We should only have to cultivate the right kind of organisms in sufficient masses, and they would do all this for us. 6. The possibility of breeding organisms with these enhanced powers soon started to fascinate more researchers. Similarly, the Scottish James Johnstone focused intently on Maxwell's famous fiction to understand entropy-resisting living systems. He concluded that the irreversibility of physical phenomena, the fact that energy tends to dissipate itself, the second law of thermodynamics, depend on the assumption that Maxwell's demons exist only in the imagination. But what appeared to be true in the realm of experimental physics failed when life in general was taken into consideration. The processes of terrestrial life as a whole are reversible, or tend to reversibility, Johnstone conceded, but we must not introduce demonology into science. He assured the reader that, lest this fiction of Maxwell's should savor of mysticism, or something equally repugnant, we shall state the idea in quite unexceptionable terms. This could be done by considering only the helter-skelter molecules that sometimes moved as if pushed around by a physically respectable demon. 7. Lilly, a Canadian physiologist interested in how orderliness could arise spontaneously, weighed the evidence for the claim that certain biological organisms violated the second law and thus might resemble Maxwell's demon. In a Science article, he took his colleagues to task for uncritically espousing the idea that life may play the part of the Maxwellian demon, and he associated this view with an uncritical vitalism. During those years, Lilly had noted a growing agonistic conflict that he described as vitalism versus mechanism, in which vitalists argued that living systems could never be completely reduced to purely physical and material components. Using that phrase as a subtitle to his article, Lilly at first acknowledged that both sides had valid arguments. 8 But for the most part, the confrontation proved to be a huge boon for the physical sciences, to the detriment of the life sciences. Critics of the latter discipline argued that it had never been able to get rid of mysterious vital forces that served as a cover for the belief in intelligent design long associated with God's intervention in natural processes. In the midst of such debates, demons thrived. How consequential were Maxwell's demons? Where would their influence stop? Could a sorting demon not only give shape to organisms but also be affecting our instincts, actions, and behavior? Could it lead us to act virtuously or viciously? The American zoologist and eugenicist Samuel Jackson Holmes looked at the sorting demon as an enforcer of behavioral traits that could be inherited in the process of evolution. Apparently we have to do with a selective agency which preserves and intensifies certain kinds of behavior and rejects others on the basis of their results. A kind of sorting demon in the realm of behavior, he wrote in a science article titled The Beginnings of Intelligence 9, noting that pleasure and pain apparently function as agents for the reinforcement of certain reactions and the stamping out of others. He would soon be seduced into playing the role of this demon to better the human race by means of eugenics. Just as his colleagues in England, such as the eugenicist Francis Galton and his protege Karl Pearson, worried about the effects of the immigration of Polish and Russian Jews on the British, Holmes became concerned about the dangerous repercussions for Americans of the influx of Mexican immigrants across the southern border. The relation of Maxwell's creation to Darwin's selecting being started to intrigue many more thinkers during those years. One of New England's most influential Christian preachers, Reverend Samuel Phillips Newman Smith, followed the debates pertaining to the nature of the sorting intelligence behind evolution. He had a clear idea of who that being might be like. Physics provided Smith with the model of Maxwell's demon. We may refer for this purpose to an ingenious hypothesis which some speculative trouble with the laws of heat led the great physicist, Clerk Maxwell, to put forth, and which has become known as Maxwell's hypothesis of the sorting demon. As matter of fact, explained the Reverend, nature throughout its age-long process seems to have been very intelligently sifted. 10 experts on evolution attributed a similar sorting or sifting action to nature. Physics had its demon, and evolutionary theory would have one too. What is life? Without using the term demon, the physicist Erwin Schrödinger rocked the imagination of biologists by arguing that living systems were characterized by the interplay between enigmatic entropy-defying tricks associated with Maxwell and Brownian demons and the stability associated with Laplace's mind. Immediately after it first appeared, Schrödinger's book What is Life, based on his series of lectures at Trinity College, 1943, became one of the most influential texts in modern biology. If defying entropy was one clear characteristic of life, another, according to Schrödinger, was maintaining order. Although the all-penetrating mind, once conceived by Laplace, was amply questioned in physics, it appeared safe in biology. Schrödinger surmised that something inside our cells seemed to contain powers akin to those of the mind imagined by Laplace. The structure of the chromosome fibers, he wrote, functioned as a code script. Starting within a fertilized egg, it could tell how an organism would develop as it grew. In calling the structure of the chromosome fibers a code script, we mean that the all-penetrating mind, once conceived by Laplace, to which every causal connection lay immediately open, could tell from their structure whether the egg would develop, under suitable conditions, into a black cock or into a speckled hen, into a fly or maize plant, a rhododendron, a beetle, a mouse or a woman. 11. Living organisms could reproduce in ways that maintained exceptional order. The code script mentioned by Schrödinger was like Laplace's intelligence in that it housed in nous the entire past and future of an organism. It is by avoiding the rapid decay into the inert state of equilibrium that an organism appears so enigmatic, explained Schrödinger. So much so, that from the earliest times of human thought some special non-physical or supernatural force, vis viva, ant lechae, was claimed to be operative in the organism, and in some quarters is still claimed. When he investigated the nature of this apparently supernatural force, Schrödinger discovered that life was alive for one main reason, it feeds upon negative entropy, he stated. Point 12. Not all living organisms were equally successful at creating order from disorder and surviving decay. Schrödinger asked readers to consider the work of Raphael. The difference between a masterpiece of embroidery, say a Raphael tapestry, which shows no dull repetition, but an elaborate, coherent, meaningful design traced by the great master, and an ordinary wallpaper in which the same pattern is repeated again and again in regular periodicity, was stark. Both created order, but according to Schrödinger, only the first reduced the entropy of a small section of the universe. Point 13. Masterpieces in literature and the fine arts were to be admired as much as beautiful living forms for reducing entropy. Could these systems be bred, systematized, or maximized? Research based partly in physics, partly in chemistry, and partly in biology boomed after the war. Numerous historians have written about the greater interaction between biologists and physicists during these years. When the Washington Conference on Theoretical Physics resumed after World War II, the physicist George Gamow, a Ukrainian-born physicist who had fled the Soviet Union, chose the crossover topic physics of living matter. John von Neumann, Leo Szilard, and Niels Bohr all attended and soon thereafter started collaborating with biologists. Gamow had been unable to obtain a security clearance and was left out of war work. He used his time off productively, writing a book series based on a fictional character named Mr. Tompkins. One of Mr. Tompkins's adventures included witnessing the mischief of Maxwell's demon. Gamow's short story Maxwell's Demon, published in Mr. Tompkins Explores the Atom, described the demon as a fast fellow working the way a good sheepdog rounds up and steers a flock of sheep, but with such speed and accuracy that he made champion tennis players look like hopeless duffers. The demon was pictured as a tall, elegantly dressed butler. He seemed like Mephistopheles himself, straight out of grand opera. Not being wicked at all, he liked to play practical jokes. One lazy afternoon, he surprised Mr. Tompkins by playing with the molecules in his evening cocktail. "Holy entropy," exclaimed Tompkins's father-in-law, who was sitting close by and staring, bewildered, at the highball glass as it acted up. "It's boiling," he exclaimed. 14. Gamow's story would have been only mildly amusing if not for the fact that it described in entertaining terms what the new knowledge of atomic physics could bring to the world. "I am supposed to divide my time between finding out what life is and trying to preserve it by saving the world," wrote Szilard to Niels Bohr, years after the war ended. "At present the world seems to be beyond saving, and that leaves me more time free for biology." 15. After being released from the atomic bomb project, the physicist shifted his interest to biology, taking up a professorship at the new Institute of Radiobiology and Biophysics at the University of Chicago. Szilard soon started collaborating with the French biologist Jacques Monod, known among his peers as the architect of molecular biology. Monod was part of a group of prominent scientists who would go on to revolutionize molecular and evolutionary biology, the best known today being James Watson and Francis Crick, who determined the helical structure of DNA. Determining the shape of DNA was only a beginning. For that information to be useful, biologists needed to understand how DNA functioned, and they now faced an entirely new set of questions. Watson and Crick had answered a what question. It was now time to ask how DNA did its job and why. How was DNA copied and replicated? How was DNA selected when two parents were involved in reproduction? What mechanisms blocked or allowed certain traits to be passed on? Soon, physics demons would enter into the life sciences as Watson and Crick, among many other biologists, avidly read Schrödinger's published lectures and sank their teeth into the science of thermodynamics as they set about answering these questions. During the war, Monod joined the resistance and would later move to the United States, where he worked at the California Institute of Technology. His work on DNA transcription processes stands out among his many accomplishments. In work done with his protege George Cohen, Monod identified particular enzymes in E. coli as the Maxwell demons, which channel metabolites and chemical potential into synthesis, growth, and eventually cellular multiplication. 16 It was the beginning of revolutionary work on genetic regulation, that is, on the relation of enzymes and genes, that would earn him a Nobel Prize. Monod was grateful. In his Nobel lecture, he credited Szilard for sharing with him the penetrating intuition that would lead to his discovery of the process of DNA. For hereditary material to work as a form of Laplacian code script, the genetic code had to be copied over and over again in cells. A single human cell chromosome contained approximately 140 million nucleotides. The average human genome was made up of approximately 6 billion nucleotides. For this number of nucleotides to be copied within a few hours, replication had to occur at ungodly speeds. Scientists soon hypothesized that a tiny being, analogous to Maxwell's demon, operated inside cells, working away at tremendous velocity and reducing the expenditure of energy during this complicated process. Reproduction came at a cost. Copies of copies grew progressively worse, and fidelity was hard to come by. Reproduction and replication consumed energy. The demons found in the gene reproduction and transcription processes were masters of that game. Before the copying even started, some of it had to be selected to be passed down to offspring. Who did the selecting? To understand these processes, evolutionary and molecular biologists soon posited new demons, named after James Clerk Maxwell, Charles Darwin, Leo Szilard, and Leon Brillouin, or given a hyphenated name combining some of these last names. Just as Maxwell's being shuffled atoms to and fro, so Darwin's being shuffled genetic material. The historian of science Evelyn Fox Keller, in her account of how the discipline of biology became centered on the concept of the gene in the context of information theory, explained that Darwin's being resembles Maxwell's demon in one respect: it, too, acts like a selecting agent. 17. Evolutionary biology. Evolutionary biology, which is concerned with entire organisms rather than the cells that constitute them, faced some of the same challenges as molecular biology. Some specimens survived while some did not. Viability was hardly random. The continual production of thriving life forms required more than passive filtering. What mechanism or logic lay behind such complex processes? As molecular biologists strove to understand the process of cell reproduction, evolutionary biologists focused on understanding the development of individual organisms and species. The sole mention of Maxwell's demon caused a stir during the Darwin Centennial celebrations at the University of Chicago in October 1959. Filled with pomp and circumstance, this event attracted thousands of participants and garnered the attention of the international press. 18 Toward the end of the celebrations, the British biologist Conrad Hal Waddington delivered an influential presentation that would be cited over and over through the next decade. Waddington was among a growing number of biologists who had grown increasingly worried that Darwin's concept of natural selection played a role similar to that of Maxwell's demon in physics. We had to rely on a Maxwell demon, he explained, and persuade ourselves not merely that natural selection could show some of the properties of such a useful deus ex machina, but that it had them so fully developed that we needed nothing further. This was a rather uncomfortable position, and we can now escape from it. 19 Like Waddington, a growing number of scientists who analyzed what exactly was selected and what was not had started to realize that Darwin's natural selection concept contained a paradox. In the recent past we were working with a theory in which the obvious organization of the living world had to be engendered ab initio out of non-organized basic components, random mutation, on the one hand, and an essentially unconnected natural selection, on the other. Waddington explained. 20 Biologists sometimes stress the role of randomness and other times that of heredity, without having a fixed criterion for understanding the relation between the two. The introduction of Maxwell's demon into biology was problematic for evolutionary biologists. In light of the Darwin Centennial discussions, they tried to find an escape from some of the most uncomfortable paradoxes of natural selection. For some, such as Waddington when he spoke that day, This meant no longer being able to think of natural selection and variation as being no more essentially connected with each other than would be a heap of pebbles and the gravel sorter onto which it is thrown. A fuller understanding of the process would require a more inclusive point of view that could not be limited to genetics. The conference opened the doors of the discipline to the idea that hereditary mechanisms were not wholly contained in the genes and could be a product of nature as much as of nurture. We have, in fact, found evidence for what may be regarded as a feedback between the conditions of the environment and the phenotypic effects of gene mutations, explained Waddington. 21. According to some, the answer to the riddle of fitness should no longer be sought just in genetics or within the cell, but in the larger context. Soon scientists would coin the term epigenetics to explain the outside factors affecting heredity, including the environment and even the particular behavior of a species or individual that might influence gene expression. The provocation was exciting to many, but it also threatened to turn investigations about evolution into studies about nearly everything, including society, religion, politics, and history. Where should biologists draw the line? How did their discipline relate to the social sciences, the humanities, and even the arts? Waddington tried to answer some of these questions by advancing the field of theoretical biology, an approach that had to contend with the antics of Maxwell's demons inside living cells as much as outside of them. 22. Darwin's demon. To escape some of the problems that the concept of Maxwell's demon introduced into biology, the doyen of biology at Princeton University, Colin Pitt, came up with a physically respectable cousin of Maxwell's. Pitt, as he was commonly known, would reach fame as the father of the biological clock. He had been discussing Maxwell's demon with physicists for years and had found that a similar demon, which he decided to call Darwin's, could be useful for understanding evolutionary biology. If Laplace's demon ensured continuity in the universe throughout time, and Maxwell's demon could enable the occasional appearance of organized beings from random ones, Darwin's demon guaranteed that certain organisms would prevail over others by working directly with genes, its new favorite materia operandi. Pitt later recalled that the idea of Darwin's demon first arose in conversation over a bottle of good claret imbibed during an evening with the physicist and Nobel Prize winner Wolfgang Pauli. 23. In that conversation, Pitt described Darwin's demon as a physically respectable cousin of Maxwell's because, like the latter, it fully obeyed the laws of physics. Pauli, according to Pitt had profound reservations about how most biologists understood the concept of life. Their discipline was built, he argued, around concepts that seemed to violate the second law. Pauli used an argument common among physicists to buttress the status of their discipline. Biology had long been the target of accusations that it relied on mysterious vital forces and was therefore weaker scientifically. Pitt refused to accept such criticisms, even coming from such a prominent physicist. If physicists had come to accept Maxwell's demon, why would it not be possible for biologists to have one of their own? Darwin's demon, argued Pitt is as physically respectable as Szilard's version of Maxwell's 24. Pitt Monod, and many others of their generation hoped to set biology on a new theoretical footing, one no longer beset by some of the problems associated with vitalism and intelligent design that had haunted the discipline since the 19th century. 25. Pitt and Monod could not have been more different from each other, but the two scientists read and admired each other's works. While the Frenchman's underground wartime activities had led the Gestapo to suspect him, the British-born Pitt was a conscientious objector. Both were concerned with regulation and environmental determinants of genetic processes. Pitt tended to look to factors outside of organisms, such as the effects of light on organisms' circadian rhythms, while Monod looked inside cells. Pitt wanted to learn more about the relation of internal biological characteristics to the environment, asking how biological clocks reacted to the changes in light and darkness associated with daytime and nighttime. Monod, in turn, studied the relation of gene expression to particular enzymes. Pitt popularized the term Darwin's demon in a lecture delivered to the prestigious Harvey Society in New York on January 19, 1961, and in the subsequent publication in the Society's yearly volume titled On Temporal Organization in Living Systems. Therein he explained that living systems did not violate the second law because the action of Darwin's demon was limited to that small enclave of nature we say is living. Just like Maxwell's, Darwin's demon could create free work locally, but only by increasing entropy in a larger context. 26. In these texts, Darwin's long-buried selecting being who could direct evolution and even create a new race re-emerged in a physically respectful form. Pitt and Dry explained that Darwin's genius was based on his tacit reliance on this being. The real stroke of genius in the origin of species is its implicit substitution of natural selection for some Maxwellian demon as the architect of living organization. 27. Pitt and Dry had been thinking intently about the concept of information as negative entropy, which had been developed in recent years by engineering physicists concerned with communications networks and the design of automata. 28. This exercise had led him to defend a particular insight that would revolutionize biology for the next decades, that evolutionary success should be studied at the level of genes rather than at the level of individuals, groups, species, societies, nations, or cultures. Characteristics that were evident handicaps to survival, like the plumage of birds of paradise, could be understood as byproducts of the struggle for survival of particular genes. 29. A chicken, Pitt and Dry reminded his audience, could be just the means for an egg to reproduce itself. An egg could just be the means for genes within it to reproduce themselves. 30. In a very real sense, explained Pitt and Dry, the developed organism is no more than a vehicle for its genotype. 31. Darwin's demon reappeared in the context of genetics and in the selfish gene idea, a term that would later be popularized by the biologist Richard Dawkins in his book of that title. That concept considered many organisms, including humans, mere tools for advancing the master plan of highly efficient genes. Darwin's demon led scientists to the idea that biologists had initially gotten their understanding of the fittest all wrong by relying on traditional human-level categories to judge others and ourselves. Genes, argued some evolutionary biologists, dominated those who possessed them. Unbeknownst to themselves, individuals were instructed to carry out the replication and survival plans of their genes, even if it came at the cost of self-sacrifice. Instead of being guided by moral ideals, they might only be conduits cogs in their genes' master plan. What appeared to us from a distance to be an unadaptive trait could simply be due to something else flourishing because of it. The evolutionary success of a certain group could be guaranteed at the expense of some of the individuals, typically the nice guys of that group. Altruism or love might appear selfless at the level of the organism, but it was not necessarily so at the level of gene expression. The discovery of Darwin's demon by biologists changed the scale at which they evaluated success and failure in nature. According to some biologists, the famous struggle of the fittest should no longer be understood in terms of individuals, such as brave soldiers who sacrificed themselves for their platoon or nation, or through any other moralistic or theistic lens. Our traditional way of attributing vice or virtue could be entirely misguided. A growing number of biologists question the worth of traditional values such as honor, mercy, and compassion once they began to see Darwin's demon at work. Pitt and Dry's published lecture opened with a section enigmatically titled The Handiwork of Darwin's Demon. The demon is economic, or unimaginative, on the whole, he explained. 32 The handiwork of this frugal being was none other than the process that created life by passing the genetic code from cell to cell and, with slight modifications, from organism to organism. The Darwinian demon has major merits Maxwell's lacks, he explained. For one thing, it was physically real and not hypothetical. Second, it works repeatedly with no new information. Before going into the technicalities of how the demon functioned, Pitt and Dry explained what he was able to do. He was the gatekeeper to life, a bouncer in the coveted club of the living, standing on the threshold, as it were, of each new generation in the world of life and granting favored entree to those systems with the more appropriate store of information. Who did he let in, and who did he keep out? Did he favor the smartest, the strongest, the fastest? Neither, As it turned out, the only thing the demon cared about was the perpetuation of the most efficient reproducer. Darwin's demon's only mission was to ensure the survival and reproduction of genes without force, even with no regard for the reproducer. It determined who was to be the one to survive, the previously most successful survivor. He was the winner who won at all costs and who cared only about winning, the ultimate master of the game of mate selection and one-upmanship. What criterion did he use? Pitt and Dry admitted that the demon needed to make a certain value judgment to operate, yet that judgment was based only on trivial information. He could make decisions based on a single bit of information. The single bit of information he exploits, he explained, is this one criterion of reproductive success. Pitt and Dry's demon followed one rule, perpetuating reproductive success, and needed only one piece of information, who was the most efficient reproducer, yet his actions gave rise to the entire living world throughout all of history. The architecture of living systems is thus the demon's handiwork, and it reflects both his limited criterion and limited raw materials, Pitt and Dry concluded. 33. With opposition to the Vietnam War growing during the late 1960s, it was a good time for rethinking altruism, civil rights, group identity, and social allegiances. The use of the term Darwin's demon increased with the publication in 1966 of an influential book by the evolutionary biologist George Williams, who proposed a radically new understanding of virtue, sex, and survival, all by reference to this creature. Unbeknownst to themselves, argued Williams, all biological creatures were under the control of a creature they did not know or understand. I believe, Williams concluded, that the sterility of the workers is entirely attributable to the unrelenting efforts of Darwin's demon to maximize a mere abstraction, the mean. 34. In the coming years, Williams's book would become required reading for defenders of the selfish gene theory. In Williams's view, social insects, such as bees, were clearly not selfish, but neither were they selfless drones sacrificing themselves for their queen. Rather, they were driven by their genes, which in turn were driven by Darwin's demon, a creature who cared only about maximizing the chances of survival of certain genes. Biologists' scrutiny of physicists' knowledge of demons soon included quantum mechanics. In trying to answer the general question of whether nature was probable or capricious, the evolutionary biologist Richard Lewontin reviewed the current knowledge of demons. He started with Laplace's demon and his ability to predict where a die would land on the casino gaming table. If there were a demon capable of comprehending all the important information about a die, he wrote, including the exact forces involved in throwing it, its shape, the properties of the gaming table, and so on, then that demon could foretell exactly the outcome of the cast. And although Maxwell's demon showed the need to think probabilistically, even he could not shoo away determinism entirely. There is a great similarity between Maxwell's demon and Laplace's, Lewontin concluded, as they both considered chance a measure of our ignorance. For Laplace's demon, that was a problem, but it was an opportunity for Maxwell's. 35 The research of quantum physicists invalidated the lessons of both. Laplace and Maxwell postulate demons that do not exist in fact. Schrödinger, Sick and Heisenberg deny the possibility of their existence, wrote Lewontin. 36 By comparing the rate of gene changes across organisms and throughout generations, the biologist concluded that gene variation in particular populations was extremely capricious, even when their environment proved to be comparatively stable. Genetics too had to contend with the effects of quantum indeterminacy and uncertainty. Environmental changes could also take on the role of selecting agent affecting who survived. The effects of the pesticide DDT on the environment convinced a molecular biologist that the chemical was a sort of reversible Maxwell's demon. 37 During those years, other biologists started to notice that certain body parts were designed to act like Maxwell's demons. Eyelashes swept and propelled particles in a one-way direction, while bushy patches of hair, like eyebrows, kept debris away from entering select areas. Intercellular cilia and other membranes at less respectable orifices functioned much like Maxwell's demon trapdoors. The success of these mechanisms keeping things out or letting them in explained much about the evolution of the natural world. 38. Modern demonology. The idea that Darwin's demon was central to evolution soon reached a broader audience with the publication of The Modern Demonology by the science writer and professor of biochemistry Isaac Asimov, first written for lay readers of his science column in the magazine of fantasy and science fiction. The piece would later be reprinted in one of Asimov's most famous essay collections. 39 Asimov had been thinking about demons while writing his textbook Life and Energy, an exploration of the physical and chemical basis of modern biology, which covered in detail the science of Maxwell's demon. Reviewing the creature's long history, he described situations ruled by chance as those where it is a drunken Maxwell's demon we are dealing with. His staggering drunken meandering explained chance perfectly, when no step has any necessary relationship with the previous one is sometimes called a drunkard's walk. 40 Thus intoxicated, this demon was the ultimate scrambler, not only of information but potentially even of our fate and future. This demon helped Asimov answer a different question: what makes certain organisms survive and reproduce, while others die off? While Maxwell's demon guaranteed the creation of order, while his intoxicated alter ego led to the opposite outcome, this demon led to evolutionary success. The long-term effects of natural selection, in Asimov's view, were due to the actions of someone capable of picking and choosing among mutations, allowing some to pass and others not. Asimov bestowed a famous surname on this picker and chooser. The English naturalist Charles Robert Darwin discovered the demon, so we can call it Darwin's demon even though Darwin himself called it natural selection. 41. To be sure, the demon does not exist, explained Asimov. But could he be summoned into existence? Mankind's scientific ability is constantly increasing, and the day may come when he will be able, by some device, to duplicate the demon's function. The engineer in us, Homo technicos, labored heartily to imitate demons. In the case of Darwin's demon, he wrote, it is not a matter of imitating the demon, but, rather, of stultifying it. Our efforts could allow those with bad eyes to get along by means of glasses, diabetics to get along by means of insulin injections, the feeble-minded to get along by means of welfare agencies. But beating demons was not that easy. Our success at imitating one demon could present another demon with opportunities. The destruction of our technological society in a fit of nuclear peevishness would become disastrous even if there were many millions of immediate survivors, worried Asimov. Those who had adjusted well to city life would be endangered, the environment toward which they were fitted would be gone, and Darwin's demon would wipe them out remorselessly and without a backward glance. 42. Could thermodynamics, by itself, be used to explain the emergence of genius? Asimov asked readers to consider the arrangement of words in Shakespeare's plays. Most English-language dictionaries contained each and every word of Hamlet. Shakespeare's genius consisted in placing them in a particular and peculiar order. By shuffling them so, he created a work of art and a work of genius. Did Shakespeare decrease the entropy of the universe? He ate no more, expended no more energy, than if he had spent the entire interval boozing at the Mermaid Tavern, explained Asimov. Obviously, the words in the plays represent a much higher and more significant degree of order than do the words of the dictionary. There is no denying that in his cast of 20 and in the space of 3 hours, Shakespeare managed to portray humanity in a way that any group of 20 real people could possibly manage in the interval of 3 real hours. 43. How did he do it? The only explanation Asimov could adduce was that Darwin's demon, working behind the scenes favoring some over others, at some point let the right genes pass. Some 9 months later, Shakespeare was born. As far as I know, I am the only one who has called it that and drawn the analogy with Maxwell's demon, wrote Asimov. 44. He was wrong. The term was spreading quickly among physicists and biologists alike. Predators, nice guys, and selfish genes. Chance and Necessity, written by Monod for a general public, assured Maxwell's demon of a seat at the table. The tome was hailed by Francis Crick for being written with force and clarity. He also lauded it for explaining a central vision of life, which, although considered strange, somber, arid, and austere by most readers, was shared by the great majority of working scientists of any distinction. 45 Monod expressed the utter futility of returning to Laplace's world, from which chance is excluded. 46 He also combated the idea that if certain initial conditions could be formulated, a universal theory would also contain a cosmology which would forecast the general evolution of the universe. Instead, the biologist dedicated an entire chapter to Maxwell's demon. 47 Monod conveyed to the public what he had learned from him. Destiny is written concurrently with the event, not prior to it, Monod explained. 48 Monod explained that he had found a demon working within cells that was far more clever than Maxwell's unwitting creation. Needing a new name for it, he decided to name him after his friend Szilard and his colleague Brillouin. The Maxwell-Szilard-Brillouin demon could be found within the proteins of living systems that acted in intelligent ways, following instructions and reproducing them in ways that seemed to violate the second law. 49 Monod focused on how proteins exercise their demoniacal functions, which permitted them to replicate. 50 It is the primary structure of proteins, he explained, that we shall consult for the secret to those cognitive properties thanks to which, like Maxwell's demons, they animate and build living systems. 51. Living protein demons, Maxwell-Szilard-Brillouin demons, rivaled electronic circuits in their sorting abilities. Yet they were orders of magnitude smaller and much lighter. Enzyme molecules weighed about 1,000,000 billion times less than an electronic relay, yet they acted in similar ways, receiving and integrating inputs from 3 or 4 sources, and responding with threshold effect. Monod concluded that polypeptide fibers, which carry genetic information, play the role Maxwell assigned to his demons 100 years ago. 52. Figure 14. Harold J. Morowitz, Entropy for Biologists, New York, Academic Press, 1970, 109. How did life first emerge in the universe? The question had fascinated thinkers since biblical times. Origin of life scientists soon started to suspect demons. How did the earliest life forms that arose from the primeval soup attain characteristics that led to life? The Nobel Prize-winning chemist Ilya Prigogine, known for developing chaos theory, marveled that, even though life's chances of occurring were next to nil, during the first years of the universe it did indeed occur. 53 Prigogine was among the many scientists in those years who were enthralled by the possibility of exploring knowledge across the boundary between biology and physics. He cited approvingly Monod's Chance and Necessity, one of the French scientist's many authoritative books, for claiming that the existence of life in the universe was likely due to chance. 54 Prigogine reprinted Monod's explanation, our number came up in the Monte Carlo game. Is it any wonder if, like the person who has just made $1 million at the casino, we feel strange and a little unreal? He asked. 55 Incredible luck had resulted in the emergence of life as we know it. Prigogine added another element to scientists' understanding of this fateful low-probability occurrence. What would appear as a miracle, like an army of Maxwell's demons working against the laws of physics to produce life, had a natural explanation that explained the origin of life in the universe. 56 According to Prigogine, the army of Maxwell demons that biologists saw as necessary for powering living systems could arise spontaneously in far from equilibrium environments. 57 This demon army flourished amid chaos and created order out of it. Prigogine's La Nouvelle Alliance, co-authored with the philosopher Isabelle Stengers, investigated those demons that populate the expositions of classical science, including Laplace's demon, Maxwell's and the God of Einstein, and then proceeded to exorcise one of them. Laplace's demon haunts our imagination, resurges repeatedly, and with it, the nightmare of the insignificance of all things, the solitude hallucinated by those who for a long time believed they lived in a world built according to their own dimensions. 58. These questions motivated John Hopfield, a theoretical biologist from Princeton University and Bell Labs, to delve deeper into the study of the Maxwell's demon-like characteristics of cell reproduction processes. His now famous kinetic proofreading article revolutionized the current understanding of error correction processes in biochemical reactions. 59 Even the lightning-fast and super-efficient protein reproduction processes, he argued, should not violate the second law. They were subjected to a delay, which was responsible for the sense of the direction of flow of time and which consumed energy. The mechanism which is to generate the delay, Hopfield concluded, must consume free energy in order not to be a Maxwell demon. 60. Although some energy was lost, the consumption was exceedingly small. These systems' reproductive abilities were as efficient as anything could get in the universe. Game theory. During these years, Manfred Eigen, a Nobel Prize-winning expert on cell biology and origin of life biochemistry, named one of the new demons that emerged from studies of cell reproduction after Monod. Eigen had embarked on his career with the goal of uniting Darwin's evolution principle with classical information theory, and after applying this concept to molecular self-organization, providing a quantitative basis for molecular biology. 61. His ambitious co-authored book The Laws of the Game, How the Principles of Nature Govern Chance, explained to the general public the laws that brought all these disciplines together. The book's goal was to help readers better understand the complex play of lawfulness and lawlessness in nature. When exactly was ascribing the emergence of certain effects to pure chance warranted? When should we instead see them as resulting from fixed laws? Although the universe had evolved and changed, Eigen proposed that certain rules limited the manner in which it could transform itself. Our world resembles a vast game in which nothing is determined in advance but the rules, and only the rules are open to objective understanding, he explained. Point 62. Demons illustrated these rules perfectly. Little did it matter for Eigen whether his readers believed in their actual existence or not. What was important was advising them about what these demons were capable of, how they were limited, and how they were free to rumble. These demons, he explained, were postulated only to explain certain paradoxes and not because their inventors really believed in them. 63. 3 demons explain the 3 most essential aspects of nature. The first one, Maxwell's demon, explained the dissipative one-way direction of nature. The second one, Loschmidt's demon, showed its reversible aspects. The third one, Monod's demon, created the seemingly irreversible effects often attributed to living beings. Eigen described these creatures as chained demons, gefesselte Dämonen, who could play lots of tricks but were not free to play just any card. The first creature in Eigen's unholy trinity, Maxwell's, illustrated what every refrigerator knows, that pockets of entropy reversal could be achieved by raising entropy levels outside of an enclosure. Loschmidt's demon had other time-twisting abilities and elf-like qualities. To picture him, Eigen urged readers to imagine an elf that can activate a time switch that suddenly reverses the flow of time. To describe Monod's demon, Eigen quoted passages directly from Chance and Necessity, where Monod considered enzymes demonic because of how they could slide back down the slope of entropy, i.e., somehow move backwards in time. Monod's demon could beat randomness by choosing those few and valuable mutations that turn up among innumerable others that macroscopic chance produces. This demon's entropy-defying qualities gave rise to selective evolution as a kind of machine that permits us to move backwards in time. 64. While biologists and chemists paid the most attention to Maxwell's demon, often via Monod's Maxwell-Szilard-Brillouin demon and Eigen's Monod's demon, evolutionary biologists continued to use the term Darwin's demon, or Darwinian demon, to explain particularly successful seducers, seductresses, survivors, and predators. Point 65. Darwin's demon came back strong in this context, growing in significance alongside those from physics and computer science. Don Eric Rosen, the chairman of the Department of Ichthyology at the American Museum of Natural History, focused on Darwin's demon in a book review in Systematic Zoology. He cited Waddington's claim that biologists tacitly relied on a Maxwell demon to explain how mutations were selected and passed on to others. Problems with trying to understand the logic behind natural selection had not gone away. The problematic position described by Waddington 2 decades earlier perfectly captured the real problem with Darwinian selection theory, which is that it can explain everything, and therefore, nothing. Fitness was defined by reference to survival, and survival by reference to fitness. The argument was circular and thus theoretically defective. This was a rather uncomfortable position, and we can now escape from it, wrote Rosen. The escape from circularity was not that easy. The concept of Darwin's demon proved to be dangerously divisive amongst biologists. In Rosen's view, it sent natural selection off to join the ether, phlogiston, and noxious vapors 66. Huygens offered a widely popular solution to mend the rifts in his field. In his Steps Towards Life, the renowned chemist took another look at Monod's fascinating and ambitious work and his assumption that enzymes take on the part of the Maxwell-Szilard-Brillouin demon and convert random fluctuations into information. His colleague, Huygens concluded, was clearly on the right path. He argued that selection is more like a particularly subtle demon that has operated on the different steps up to life, and operates today at the different levels of life, with a set of highly original tricks. This demon acted on the fly, and above all, wrote Huygens, it is highly active, driven by an internal feedback mechanism that searches in a very discriminating manner for the best route to optimal performance. But if it seemed to be advancing toward a predetermined goal, this was a false impression. In fact, there was no real goal at the end of the process. It possesses an inherent drive towards any predestined goal, but simply by virtue of its inherent nonlinear mechanism, which gives the appearance of goal-directedness, he explained. 67. What was most exciting about such demons was how they could be used to answer some of the deepest questions in science and philosophy, particularly those pertaining to the relations between biology and physics, life and matter, and the living and the dead. What is the nature of the physical forces that oppose the tendency towards equilibrium, and thus sustain an extremely improbable state? Huygens asked. Can biology be reduced to physics at this decisive point? The answer depended on the nature of the demons under consideration. If these demons were purely physical, then reduction was possible. If not, then we would have to accept the presence of a demon that operates outside the physical laws. 68. Huygens' if was an intriguing conditional on which the central tenets of modern biology hinged. Neuroscience. Programmers' best friends successfully migrated to popular accounts of cognitive psychology in the 1990s, when their characteristics and proclivities were used to describe general thought processes. As the use of daemons and demons became commonplace in computer culture worldwide, they started to affect the discipline of neuroscience, to change our understanding of the evolution of intelligent life on Earth, and even to explain consciousness. Prominent public intellectuals filled auditoriums, lecture halls, and page after page promoting their theories of intelligence, evolution, religion, history, morality, and free will by reference to computer demons. Computer programmers of earlier decades had studied psychologists to determine how to design computers with AI, but by the end of the century the situation had reversed. Conceptually savvy psychologists studied how computers were programmed to better understand minds. The nature of consciousness and how it first appeared in the universe had baffled philosophers for centuries, but Daniel Dennett found a new angle for understanding it. His book explaining consciousness appeared to great fanfare in 1991. Homunculi, demons, agents, he wrote, are the coin of the realm in artificial intelligence, and computer science more generally. 69. Just as these demons could be used to create intelligent systems out of mechanical ones, creating minds out of brains, so too could they be used to create consciousness. If one can get a team or committee of relatively ignorant, narrow-minded, blind homunculi to produce the intelligent behavior of the whole, this is progress, he explained. 70. Dennett knew more about AI than most philosophers from working with computer scientists, including Alan Newell, John McCarthy, and John Howe Gieland. Like them, he found demons useful for thinking about intelligence, minds, consciousness, materialism, and idealism. According to him, Descartes' demon had helped scientists zero in on the brain as an object of study. The brain in the vat, he wrote, is a favorite thought experiment in the toolkit of many philosophers. It is a modern-day version of Descartes' 1641, evil demon, an illusionist bent on tricking Descartes about absolutely everything, including his own existence. 71. Once the principal functions of the brain had been isolated, neuroscientists were able to move to a second, higher goal, understanding how the brain could give rise to thought and consciousness. The task at hand first required breaking down complex thought processes into simpler ones. For this, Dennett looked at how AI daemons were employed by computer programmers. He admired intelligent systems that functioned most efficiently when organized in a flowchart and when a committee of homunculi, investigators, librarians, accountants, executives, worked together. Dennett's homunculi were fancy AI daemons who relied on less fancy ones, who relied on even less fancy ones. The function of each is accomplished by subdividing it via another flowchart into still smaller, more stupid homunculi. 72 They were allowed to interact, develop, form coalitions, or hierarchies, and so forth, but for them to collaborate well, programmers needed to keep these lumpen from fighting with each other or with their superiors. Competition between homunculi is as tightly regulated as Major League Baseball, explained Dennett. 73 The trick behind this model of intelligence lay, according to him, in organizing armies of idiots to do the work. 74. How ignorant and narrow-minded were the demon agents whose abilities could be harnessed to produce intelligence. All they have to do, explained Dennett, is remember whether to say yes or no when asked. 75 They needed only to possess a modicum of quasi-understanding. 76. Joke-detecting demons, explained Dennett, could be simply built by equipping a computer with demons sensitive to the negative connotations of ethnic joke-telling. 77 Before anyone worried about unconscious bias entering into computer programs, scientists worked hard to introduce it in them. Progress in the difficult work of teaching computers to detect jokes, humor, or irony was slow, but progress in AI exploded when it came to image recognition. The new scientist covered recent advances in parallel processing systems analogous to simple neural networks based on programs, which could recognize simple patterns, were made up of several independent information processing units, or daemons, and a master daemon. 78. The term Darwin's demon, which had mainly been used by insiders and practicing scientists, reached an even wider audience in response to new work published by the biologist Richard Dawkins and by Steven Pinker, a leading authority on cognitive psychology and an accomplished author. Dennett, Dawkins, and Pinker appeared frequently on stage in front of packed audiences confronting some of the most intractable puzzles of the natural world, including consciousness, intelligence, evolution, and the origin of life. Dawkins had gained notoriety decades earlier with the publication of his best-selling The Selfish Gene. Part of the excitement around that book had stemmed from its explanation of who did or did not survive in this world by reference to an internal mechanism of genes rather than in traditional moral, social, or political terms. When years later Dawkins was accused by his critics of challenging the social morality of altruism taught by Christianity, and indeed by every religion in one form or another, he responded by referring to one of the classic texts that had first shown the need to think about evolution at the level of genes, George Williams's Adaptation and Natural Selection, which had introduced the term Darwin's demon back in the 1960s. 79. Pinker noted that attempts to understand how our minds worked were now easier thanks to an inventory of stock demons that do handy things at the disposal of scientists as much as engineers. A new way of understanding human intelligence has been born, he explained in How the Mind Works, where he referred to cognitive psychologists as mental software engineers and reverse engineers. Their AI programming techniques helped him reverse engineer the psyche to elucidate how it functioned. 80 The task was much easier than it had been in the past because now they had a good parts catalog from which they can order smart demons. 81. Computational demons traveled under many names. Data structures are read and interpreted and examined and recognized and revised all the time, and the subroutines that do so are unashamedly called agents, demons, supervisors, monitors, interpreters, and executives, explained Pinker. 82 They were part of a production system that contained memories and a set of reflexes, sometimes called demons because they are simple, self-contained entities that sit around waiting to spring into action. 83 For the most part, they looked up information to find matches. One of the demons, explained Pinker, is designed to answer these lookup questions by scanning for identical marks in the goal and long-term memory columns. With a daemon that springs into action and a daemon that does the checking, the computer or the mind as a computer could answer specific questions about the data set that were not completely specified beforehand. A computational daemon is smart because it sits at the top of the chain of command, explained Pinker, so that the intelligence of the system emerges from the not-so-intelligent mechanical daemons inside it. 84 A daemon always shunts control to the loudest, fastest, or strongest agent one level down. 85 Once a match is made by a daemon, another daemon down the line is needed to prevent the daemon from mindlessly making copy after copy like the sorcerer's apprentice. 86 The way out of idiocy requires exploiting progressively more idiotic daemons. If we seem to need a smarter daemon, someone has to figure out how to build him out of stupider ones. 87 Intelligence allegedly arose from the small actions of hierarchically organized chains of stupid daemons, modeled after the built-in computer architecture of those years. Traditional theories of mind, argued Pinker, had to rely on the problematic concept of the ghost in the machine. The phrase was used to highlight the paradox of thinking of minds as those possessing powers greater than the powers that could be reduced to biology and physics. Pinker's work purportedly drove away this ghost. It would not be a ghost in the machine, insisted Pinker, because daemons could show how thought, and computers, emerged from just another set of if-then rules. 88. Could scientists use daemons to fight away these ghosts? If successful, the strategy could be employed to further a secularist and materialist agenda. Pinker argued that the daemons that gave rise to thought processes were ultimately reducible to mechanical systems. In figuring out the mind's software, ultimately we may use only daemons stupid enough to be replaced by machines. 89 The basis of intelligence, according to this model, was purely mechanical. Eventually, Pinker explained in a chapter titled Aladdin's Lamp, you have to call Ghostbusters and replace the smallest and stupidest daemons with machines. In the case of people and animals, machines built from neurons, neural networks. 90 He cited with approval Dennett's model of nesting boxes of homunculi where the very last one lands you with homunculi so stupid that they can be, as one says, replaced by a machine. 91 By analyzing thought and thinking in terms of the computational daemons created by software engineers, Pinker argued that these processes were allegedly no longer ghostly enigmas but mechanical processes that can be studied. 92. But how did computer daemons come to represent that which resided in our brains and led us to think? How could software become something more than a set of instructions? You still might wonder, Pinker wrote, how the marks being scribbled and erased by daemons inside the computer are supposed to represent or stand for things in the world. Pinker argued that these scribbles might just be symbols, but that, as such, they stood for real things as well as any other, just as mother means mother, uncle means uncle, and so on. 93 In his view, the scribbles made automatically by daemons working inside a computer stood for actual thinking brains in the same way that other symbols stood for something else. To posit a gap between the two, to sow a rift between daemons' representations and the things they represented, would hurt his thesis. Pinker, like Dennett before him, had little patience with those who invoke Searle's daemon with such an intent. He dismissed Searle's argument as an overly simplistic and common-sense understanding of understanding. Mocking Searle's Chinese room argument, he portrayed it as exclaiming, "Ah, man. You mean to claim that the guy understands Chinese? Get it a here. He doesn't understand a word. He's lived in Brooklyn all his life." 94 Pinker would alternate between debating and dismissing Searle's argument for decades to come. Neither he nor the philosopher budged from their initial positions. Pinker would continue to argue in favor of understanding intelligence by reference to daemon-based computer programs, while Searle would insist that no such programs could be deemed to be in possession of intelligence of their own. Notwithstanding the acrimony they incited among scientists and philosophers, AI daemons became so powerful during those years that they continued to be used to explain evolution. Dennett's next book, Darwin's Dangerous Idea, argued that biological systems might also evolve in ways comparable to the actions of AI daemons. The field of artificial intelligence is a quite direct descendant of Darwin's idea, he wrote. 95 Dennett was most taken by the checkers playing program developed by the machine intelligence pioneer Arthur Samuel, who had been able to create a program that played better than the person who programmed it. Samuel's legendary program is thus not only the progenitor of the intellectual species, AI, but also of its more recent offshoot, AL, artificial life, wrote Dennett, who attributed the program's success to its use of demons. Dennett found that the key to its operation lay in the high number of all possible moves allowed by the game being ruthlessly pruned by semi-intelligent, myopic demons, leading to a risky, chance-ridden exploration of a tiny subportion of the whole space. 96. In addition to praising demon-based approaches to machine learning, Dennett admired Eigen's account of natural selection as due to demon-like actions, which Eigen had included as part of his system of chained demons. In this view, both AI systems and natural organisms could evolve into something that had not been predetermined and surpass the limitations of their own creators. As we shall see, wrote Dennett, the capacity of computers to run algorithms with tremendous speed and reliability is now permitting theoreticians to explore Darwin's dangerous idea in ways heretofore impossible, with fascinating results. 97 One of the most stunning conclusions of these investigations was that evolution need no longer be thought of as guided by the vision of a supreme being such as God to reach a particular end. Instead, Dennett's understanding of these processes was based on the possible actions of semi-intelligent and myopic demons powering all intelligent systems, from computers to living cells. By the last decade of the century, Darwin's demon was alive and well, traveling under different aliases. Pittendry, who had used the term for more than 3 decades, moved west after retiring from Princeton to become director of the Hopkins Marine Station at Stanford. From there, he reviewed what he had learned from the demon after a lifetime of working and teaching in the field and published his Reflections of a Darwinian Clock Watcher. The biologist noted that, when communicating with the public, scientists usually offered other less sinister labels than demon and came up with several pen names. According to Pittendry, one alias was the Blind Watchmaker. 98 The phrase was popularized by Dawkins, who used it as the title for a best-selling book that sought to clip the wings of the long-standing tradition of viewing the universe as created by God and humans in God's image, opting instead for a gene-centric view that saw neither God nor ourselves as in charge. In other texts, Pittendry continued to express ideas similar to those of Williams and Dawkins. Darwin's demon was responsible for selecting genes and deciding who got to pass them on, and so it is with Darwin's demon, Pittendry explained, who stands on the threshold of each new generation granting favored entree to the offspring of those members of the previous generation that were the better reproducers. Darwin's demon was simple and dull, but his determination compensated for what he lacked in imagination and wit. This single, mindless discrimination is an inevitable consequence of the reproductive process that alone assures perpetuation of the vignette, keeps it in print. 99 The biologist argued that the best way to obtain knowledge about life, its origins and its future was to inquire about the demon's style, work habits, and motivations. How did the demon get started on programming a day within? What were the earliest selection pressures? Were they different from those prevailing today? Is their impact, given the demon's lack of imagination, still detectable in the life of contemporary cells? Knowing his style, what can we expect? 100. At their most basic, his actions were limited to selecting and copying. The primary purpose of biological organization is self-perpetuation by self-copying, and as such is the handiwork of Darwin's demon. He copied genes worth copying, ignoring the others, knowing exactly how to distinguish between the signal and the noise in the perpetuation of life. If one could say that the genome was the program of a Turing machine, then we could equally say that Darwin's demon was the programmer. His ultimate purpose in life was clear, keeping his vignettes in print. 101. The Princeton professor conceived of the living world as a vast literature comprising millions of volumes, many still available but even more out of print. They were written sequences of nucleotides, all are vignettes written in the universal language of nucleotide sequences. All have the same happy ending, reproduction, which, when reached, assures the volume stays in print. Darwin's demon was the author of this literature, and unlike its divine publisher, he was both knowable and known, and some knowledge of his style is useful to the physiologist as well as to the naturalist. 102 The method behind his madness was not easily, and perhaps not possibly, wholly decipherable. The literature written by the demon is no more deducible from a complete command of the nucleotide language, let alone physical law, than the works of Shakespeare or Alfred North Whitehead are deducible from a complete command of the English language. 103 Constrained to interpret his work as one would analyze great works of art or philosophy, Pittendry resigned himself to the possibility of never fully comprehending the demon. Social life. The effects of science's demons were felt in offices, laboratories, and schools as managers, anthropologists, philosophers, and sociologists started studying them. Could their impact on society in general be managed? Starting in the 1960s, corporate managers adopted efficiency models based on Maxwell's demon to run their businesses. Jack Morton, who headed the electronics division of Bell Labs, was one of the most prominent voices to boast about his managerial role being that of a Maxwell's demon. Morton understood his responsibilities as shifting hot, active, and creative personnel hither, moving those who did repetitive tasks thither, always promoting, demoting, and firing according to demonic rules of efficiency. By acting like a demon, he hoped to manage the scientists under his watch into perpetual innovation. Morton spelled out how such a feat could be achieved. In various articles, such as The Manager as Maxwell's Demon, he explained his management principles. 104 Morton portrayed the manager's job as the innovation of innovation. His advice carried a lot of weight in corporate circles, since some of the most influential technological wonders of the century, including the transistor, had been developed during his tenure. The discovery of the transistor had happened at his company, he argued, because the managers were the Maxwell's demons who encouraged the acceptance and application of the new, hot ideas generated by creative specialists. 105 Morton's Organizing for Innovation, which would become a Bible for corporate success, explained that a large research corporation can flourish when it emphasizes the master ecologist or Maxwell demon role of the manager and allows each master demon to accumulate the most productive personnel within the enclosure of his domain. 106. Anthropologists grew curious about science's demons. Could they be used to explain why scientific cultures differed from backward ones? Perhaps the former employed demons more effectively. Bruno Latour, a young student of theology turned ethnographer before later turning to philosophy, noticed that scientists were acting like Maxwell's demons in their labs. In Laboratory Life, published in 1979, he argued that a lab was an enclosure similar to the oven in which demons operated. Instead of accumulating energetic molecules, the scientist, as Maxwell's demon, accumulated information and knowledge. A well-organized science lab, according to Latour, was a trapping system for any competent Maxwell's demon wishing to decrease disorder. 107. When the French anthropologist peeked into one of the most successful and cutting-edge laboratories of his time, the Salk Institute in La Jolla, California, he found scientists working away like demons. The Salk Institute had hosted some of the century's most productive scientists, including Szilard and Monod. For 2 years, from 1975 to 1977, he followed scientists around at the prestigious laboratory in the Torrey Pines Mesa, noting with care what they did throughout the day. Latour concluded that the actual job of scientists was essentially one of labeling and sorting and labeling. The sorting of facts from the background noise was generously rewarded, often heralded by the Nobel Prizes and a flourish of trumpets. Maxwell's demon kinds of activities, he concluded in a separate publication, were responsible for the accumulation of high-tech knowledge in certain places and not others, and fostered global inequality as they created rifts in the world between countries with thriving scientific cultures and those without. 108. Philosophers paid attention. What makes a society prosperous? What makes it learned? What is the relation between scientific practices and wealth creation? One of France's most renowned thinkers, Michel Serres, detailed the powers of Maxwell's demon throughout history in his book The Parasite. Serres traced the lineage of Maxwell's creature back to ancient Greece. Hermes is the god of the crossroads and is the god of whom Maxwell made a demon, he explained. 109 Maxwell's demon checks the permits, acting as a customs officer, first for molecules, but then affecting the world in general by creating stark imbalances throughout the universe. 110 Like his predecessor in Greek mythology, this disqualizer tended to be positioned at crossroads or gates, including inside semiconductors, creating power imbalances so that a very few people manage to enslave the greatest number, more or less all of humanity. 111 He held the keys to the gates of heaven on earth. Serres argued for the importance of thinking about the effects of Maxwell's demon actions writ large, whether creating one-way flows, asymmetric balances, or irreversible access points on the position of everything and everyone from the powerful politician to the lowly ant. A simple reversal could turn predator into prey and king into pauper. To work is to sort. Maxwell's demon is unavoidable, he concluded. 112 It was an intriguing framework for understanding what society and civilization were all about. By then, even the eminent French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu used the metaphor of Maxwell's demon to explain social inequalities and injustices in society. In his theory of action, the culmination of a lifetime of work, he started by explaining the correlation between educational levels and class differences. No matter how much educators tried to give underprivileged students tools for social advancement, opposite forces seemed to keep them from succeeding. The school system acts like Maxwell's demon, wrote Bourdieu. It maintains the pre-existing order, that is, the difference between students with unequal amounts of cultural capital, he concluded. The way the demon operated within institutions was important for understanding how societies functioned. More specifically, through a series of selection operations, it separates the holders of inherited cultural capital from those who lack them, he explained, and therefore the demon tends to maintain pre-existing social differences. 113 There was an army of these demons. The more or less coarsely orchestrated actions of thousands of Maxwell's little demons, he noted, tend to reproduce this order without knowing it or wanting it. Bourdieu cautioned against attributing agency to these demons and considering them as something alien and separate from society, noting that doing so could lead to conspiratorial thinking. The metaphor of the demon is dangerous, wrote Bourdieu, because it favors the phantom of conspiracy, that frequently haunts critical thought, the idea of a malicious will who is responsible for everything that happens, for better or worse, in the social world. His choice of such a term came solely from a desire to describe a mechanism for these processes. Those who were caught on demon's bad side experienced life as an infernal machine. Their effects were felt as a tragic set of gears, outside and above any agents, because each of the agents is, in a way, forced to participate, to exist, in a game which imposes on him immense efforts and immense sacrifices. For this reason, he concluded, many speak of the hell of success. 114. Recourse to Maxwell's demon to explain all sorts of imbalances continued to be common in specialized circles across fields. 115 More and more sightings occurred inside laboratories, institutions of higher education, computers, brains, and bodies, where demons could be found situated at borders and crossroads, sometimes intercepting individuals, materials, merchandise, or messages, and other times letting them through. 10. Demons in the global economy. Can humans innovate in perpetuity? How can they solve the global challenges facing the planet? Will the invention of new demons or the employment of old ones help them? 20th century growth economists considered innovation in terms of the possibility of inventing new technologically advanced demons who could clear the path to an age of abundance by unlocking nearly unlimited energy supplies or recycling existing ones in perpetuity. These economists drew from a long tradition based on invoking hidden and invisible forces to understand complex market systems. An invisible hand first appeared in the 18th century writings of the British economist Adam Smith. It ostensibly organized every economic transaction undertaken by each and every individual for private gain into a collective force for the greater good. Laissez-faire economic optimists tended to believe in its existence, while pessimists did not. As global markets grew more complex, many other agents were suspected to be at work in the economy. In the 20th century, physicists' demons were the main suspects. If the universe was subject to their whims, the economy was too. From the post-World War II period to the end of the century, the economist Paul Samuelson and a small group of influential colleagues considered their possible actions. The economist Nicholas Georges-Korojan stood out among Samuelson's coterie for his concern with depletion, scarcity, inequality, and the health of the planet. These prominent economists studied the latest research from physics to understand the basic elements of finance, such as noise trading and insider trading, and essential economic laws. Financiers looking to line their pockets studied demons as they searched for fortune's formula. Maxwell's demon could buy low and sell high, accruing slight differences systematically, slowly but surely. Could he be put to work to transform a pittance into a fortune? Laplace's demon was often cited in attempts to forecast economic trends, take advantage of incoming opportunities, and avert crises and crashes. Critics of the innovation economy, who read the Earth's balance sheet differently, insisted that no such demons could exist and that no such technological wonders would ever come to our rescue. By the time the new digital economy rolled in, some of its most successful companies, such as Microsoft and Amazon, were seen to operate as these demons. As policymakers sought to better understand the economy, a series of market crashes rocked the 20th century, leading to the accumulation of wealth into fewer hands and heightening mistrust in experts' ability to steer the planet in the right direction. As a result, experts, technocratic governments, world banks, and monetary policy makers all central to modern neoliberal societies found their efficacy and credibility questioned. Once demons escaped from physics to other disciplines, they never returned. The discovery of nuclear power during World War II led many scientists and economists to believe that other similarly portentous discoveries lay in wait, that future innovations would follow as predictably as previous ones had, and that the economy would grow almost infinitely alongside them. Scientists, economists, technocrats, and policy makers became enthralled by the promises of the innovation economy. Optimistic believers thought that our wits could always come to the rescue so that the economic potential of human capital would always eventually outpace the strain of overpopulation. Even when finding ourselves in a pickle, including one as dramatic as an economic depression, our ability to innovate could help us think ourselves out of it. Pessimists, however, saw a world of limited resources, including intellectual ones. Growing the economy was on everyone's mind. So was beating the markets. After the war, a small group of economists discovered that knowing about the demons of physics could be useful for learning how to make money, how to break even, and how to lose it. They turned to physics for guidance, sinking their teeth into the discipline's most informative literature and doling out financial advice based on it. The policies they advocated were widely implemented. Were economic processes fair? Should financial markets be regulated or left alone? Should the demons that were suspected of playing a role in the economy be countered by interventionist financial regulation and strong monetary and tax policies? Or could they be put to good use? Four principal demons informed the dominant economic theory of those years, mostly associated with the work of the economist John Maynard Keynes. One of the defining features of Keynesian economic theory was the idea, traced back to Szilard, Brillouin, and others, that information had a quantitative value that needed to be taken into consideration to understand how the economy functioned. 1 Laplace's demon was a super forecaster. It could buy low and sell high by having all the information about what would happen next and thus being able to foresee what the stock market would do the next day. It could plan for any booms or busts and bear or bull markets that lay ahead. Maxwell's demon could disrupt economic equilibrium with knowledge or information. By going long on hot stocks and short on cold ones, it could redistribute wealth by redirecting the flow of money as efficiently as a one-way valve. He was so important that an economic historian recently described the 20th century as marked by the proliferation of tiny footprints of this unusually tiny Picaro who left a scattering of demon tracks in geographically separate and intellectually diverse territories far beyond physics. 2 A third demon far more miraculous than Maxwell's could recycle resources indefinitely throughout the universe, ridding the world of scarcity and pollution. The old demon of chance was still around. It had a good side: by acting randomly, it could prevent anyone from churning a profit forever and ever. Somebody else might soon get their chance. When it came to financial success, sheer luck played an important role, and perhaps the rich might be little more than just lucky. Random walks down Wall Street. The term demon of chance made its debut in economic theory to describe statistical uncertainties in the fluctuations of stock prices. The economist Maurice Kendall introduced the term in a groundbreaking paper detailing this demon's actions on the financial markets. The economist and Nobel Prize laureate Paul Samuelson recalled the furor that arose when it was first presented in 1953. The economists who served as discussants for Kendall's paper were outraged, he wrote, adding, "Such nihilism seemed to strike at the very heart of economic science." 3. Kendall tried to predict the pattern that stocks would follow by examining the path they had traveled previously. If only he could figure that out, he would earn a hefty buck. Kendall's demon of chance investigations upended the common understanding of wealth and talent distribution in society. That price changes of common stocks and commodity futures fluctuate somewhat randomly, something like the digits in a table of random numbers or with algebraic sign patterns like that of heads and tails in tosses of a coin, has commonly been recognized. For many of those making money were not doing so because they were making smart bets, they were just benefiting from positive long-term trends. Kendall used Britain's first programmable computer, the electronic ace of the National Physical Laboratory, to crunch more numbers for the stock market than anyone had ever done before him. His examination of the price fluctuations of the Chicago wheat market for 50 years proved that most of the movement that stocks exhibited was random. Kendall concluded that it was impossible to make a profit just by following these fluctuations. It is impossible to predict the price from week to week from the series itself, he concluded. 5 He insisted that numerous speculators, stockbrokers, and economists who believed that price fluctuations were linked to past performance were dead wrong. Most upward or downward changes appeared to be random, without rhyme or reason. The series looks like a wandering one, almost as if once a week the demon of chance drew a random number from a symmetrical population of fixed dispersion and added it to the current price to determine the next week's price. 6. Kendall's audience watched in awe as he tried to disentangle long-term trends from short-term random fluctuations. A professor who attended Kendall's presentation at the Royal Statistical Society explained that economists have been told to be aware of a fearsome devil serial correlation and to look to statisticians to cast the devil out from them. But once they learned what statisticians had actually found out, they were in shock. It seems now that the more statisticians work on the casting out of devils, the more they cast out everything else, including what the economists want. 7 What economists learned from Kendall was eventually incorporated into the efficient market hypothesis, which would underpin economists' understanding of financial markets for the rest of the century. Samuelson, whom many of his peers considered to be smarter than almost anyone else, was quite taken by Kendall's demon of chance. 8 In years to come he would think of this demon in relation to Maxwell's demon, perhaps in part because he himself had suffered greatly from the economic woes of his family. When he turned 2 years old, his family could no longer afford him, and so he was sent away to live in a foster home. This whole adventure cost $1 for food, lodging, and love, he recalled later in life. 9 Throughout his life, the economist would be singularly concerned with figuring out how people made it big in life, and how much of their success was due to circumstances, brains, talent, luck, or information. It is not easy to get rich in Las Vegas, at Churchill Downs, or at the local Merrill Lynch office, he noted. 10 Who did beat the odds? The question obsessed him. To find the answer, he first had to go off the main turnpike of my discipline of economics and explore more fully James Clerk Maxwell's image of a demon who cheats, the second law of thermodynamics. 11. In the 1960s, a paper by Paul A. Samuelson on Brownian motion started circulating among a select circle of economists. 12 Samuelson had figured out that, mathematically, the challenge of predicting stock prices was similar to those faced by physicists trying to determine the trajectory of Brownian motion particles and those examined by Wiener and others who tried to predict the path of airplanes to shoot them down. 13 These paths were so hard to follow that they could only be described using nonlinear mathematical methods, developed in the late 19th century by the mathematician Louis Bocchellier and others. Scarcity versus growth. Physics demons, it was soon discovered, affected the economy beyond fiddling with stock prices. The Harvard-educated, Romanian-born economist Nicholas Georgescu made a bold claim in 1966. Most economists, he argued, had gotten the piquant fable of Maxwell's demon all wrong. Time and again, he warned, we can see the drawback of importing a gospel from physics into economics and interpreting it in a more Catholic way than the consistory of physicists. 14 Growth-focused economists were using Maxwell's demon to justify investment in research and development, R&D, in science and technology. Ever since Maxwell first wrote about the demon in 1871, explained Georgescu confidently, the fable has been the object of a controversy which, I submit, is empty. Admitting that, like many other paradoxes, Maxwell's is still a riddle, the economists stressed that the fable cannot serve as a basis for any scientific argument. 15. Samuelson was intrigued. From then on, the demons of physics would never be far from his mind. Samuelson and Georgescu had learned from physicists that the demon beating the second law could create a profit out of nothing. They had also learned that the demon could operate only if it had information telling it where molecules were. They had discovered, too, that this information was thermodynamically costly. Applying these insights to an understanding of the markets and the economy led them to conclude that the only way an investor could systematically beat the markets was if he could act with information that was not yet available to or actionable by the rest of the public. That would be unfair. Was the rest a fair game? After leaving his native Romania, Georgescu studied with Karl Pearson in London and became an admirer of the grammar of science. He then moved to Harvard and eventually took up a professorship at Vanderbilt University, where he referenced demons while loudly protesting against the prevailing neoclassical economic policies of advanced industrial capitalist countries. Throughout his life, Georgescu tried to relate economics back to the laws of thermodynamics, arguing that even revolution and class struggle had to be understood in their context. His chapter From the Struggle for Entropy to Class Conflict in Analytical Economics, 1966, explored the links between the two. 16. According to Georgescu, the basic action underpinning all economic activity was sorting. For this reason, Homo economicus could be understood as a Maxwell's demon. The economic process, explained the economist, depends on the activity of human individuals, who like the demon of Maxwell, sort and direct environmental low entropy according to some definite rules. 17 Georgescu considered not one but many Maxwellian demons, where not all Maxwellian demons are identical. They ran the gamut of sorting activities, from our cells to our instincts to our minds. In the case of a single cell, the corresponding Maxwellian activity seems to be determined only by the physico-chemical structure of the cell. In the case of a higher organism, it is a function of its innate instincts as well. 18. Most important was that the Maxwellian activity of man depends also on what goes on in his mind, perhaps more on this than on anything else. 19. What were the limits of our intellectual capacity, if any? Could humans always find new ways of creating wealth? The history of human thought, he admitted, teaches us that nothing can be extravagant in relation to what thought might discover or where. 20. If so, why focus on scarcity? The Wall Street crash of 1929 caught almost everyone by surprise. Our intellectual prowess for predicting the future might not have been as strong as once thought. Georgescu warned against believing in the Laplacian demon, or even in a much less powerful demon. A demon having an ordinary mind deprived of any clairvoyance, but lasting millions of eons and capable of moving from one galaxy to another, should be able to acquire a complete knowledge of every transient process, he explained. Yet the theory did not match the reality on the ground. Perhaps, he ventured, the exceptional properties with which we have endowed our demons violate some, unknown, laws of nature, so that his existence is confined to our paper and pencil operations. The most optimistic expectations do not justify the hope that mankind endowed our demon, he concluded. Point 21. Unlike the mythical Cassandra, whose oracles were always right but never believed, Laplace's demon was trusted more often than he was correct. Most economists, starting with Leon Walras, had been held in thrall to him. Point 22. To prove the unlikeliness of his existence, Georges Korojan invited his readers to travel down the familiar pathway of imagining yet another demon, but let us imagine a new demon, which with the speed of thought can make all the needed observations of this system and communicate the solution to everyone concerned. If that were the case, an individual who comes to experience a new economic situation may alter his preferences, with the result that ex post he may discover the answer he gave to our demon was not right. The changes would then have to be factored in. Consequently, explained the economist, our demon will have to keep on recomputing running away equilibria, unless by chance he possesses a divine mind capable of writing the whole history of the world before it actually happens. The economist ruled out that possibility. If it could do that, then he would no longer be a scientific demon, as only a divine mind could be clairvoyant in that manner. Point 23. Laplace's and Maxwell's demons were not the only demons on his mind. Georges Korojan also considered Karl Pearson's argument that to an observer traveling away from the Earth at a greater speed than light, events on our planet would appear in the reverse order. Yet since Pearson wrote, we have learned that the speed of light cannot be exceeded 24. In consequence, scientists had learned that time flowed inexorably in one direction. Another famous physics lesson intrigued Georges Korojan even more. He considered the maxim that no matter how small the probability of an event is, over time the event must occur infinitely many times. This meant that eternal recurrence, an effect associated with the work of Poincaré and later with Zermelo's demon, would necessarily occur. Over the limitless eternity, the universe necessarily reaches chaos and then rises again from the ashes an infinite number of times, he wrote. The thought that the dead will one day rise again from their scattered and pulverized remains to live a life in reverse and find new death in what was their previous birth, is likely to appear highly strange, but it was based on the best science of the day. Georges Korojan was among those who had strong reservations about such a possibility, yet he noted that those who unreservedly endorse this view do not constitute a rare exception. 25. The Entropy Law and the Economic Process, 1971, appeared in print a few years after Analytical Economics, 1966. Prefaced by Samuelson, it brought fame to its author. Rising social inequality had made it urgent for economists to understand what made a fair market and a just society. Interventionist regulatory policies faced off against laissez-faire, trickling, invisible hand, and deregulatory philosophies. Within a few months of his book's publication, Georges Korojan was drawn into the limits to growth debate. The debate escalated with the publication of an influential report with that title in 1972 by the Club of Rome, an influential group of academics, politicians, and economists who had come to dire conclusions about the economy based on computer simulations modeling the depletion of natural resources across the planet. 26. For the rest of the century, ecological economics and environmental economics would compete against neoclassical economics, dividing the discipline into conflicting camps. In Georges Korojan's new book, many of his earlier points about demons were restated, amplified, and expanded to include the research on demons by Szilard, Lewis, Brillouin, Eddington, and Planck. Taken together, their insights provided ammunition against standard economics. To these scientists, Laplace's demon was only a servant. Laplace provided the demon with all the theoretical knowledge necessary to accomplish its task of water boy, so to speak, as Georges Korojan put it. This demon was a simpleton, kowtowing to a higher-up boss. For this is what Laplace's demon is, a fantastically more efficient water boy than any human, but still a water boy. Planck's demon, in contrast, was much stronger, more like the headman who planned the fabulous expedition and who could find out how things are related in the universe. His job was bigger. In contrast with Laplace's, Planck's demon must take over all the duties of the scientific expedition, not only to measure all that is measurable at the atomic level and beyond, but also to frame the right questions about motives, and, above all, to discover the strict causal relationships between a human's thoughts, fleeting or abiding, his motives, and the vibrations of his ganglia, delicate or violent, on the one hand, and the apparent or repressed manifestations of the individual's will, on the other. Georges-Korojan emphasized that, in evaluating Planck's argument, we should first note that it differs fundamentally from Laplace's. He did not believe that this demon would ever succeed in determining the laws of the universe, because perhaps there was no such knowledge to be had. What if the returning demon tells us that the supposed laws do not exist? Georges-Korojan asked. 27. In January 1973, the stock market started a perilous decline. It would not halt for almost 2 years, and nearly half of its value would be wiped away. The Bretton Woods Agreement that had been in place after World War II to regulate currencies across nations was in shambles. The bear market was made worse by the oil embargo imposed by many Arab nations against the United States for supporting Israel during the Arab-Israeli conflict. Making money by betting on the stock market was no longer as simple as it had been during the preceding decades. Samuelson and others' research on the random fluctuations of stock market prices reached a larger audience with the publication of A Random Walk Down Wall Street by Burton Malkiel. That book famously argued that a blindfolded monkey throwing darts at a newspaper's financial pages to pick which stocks to buy and sell would outperform most analysts' portfolios. The original illustrative analogy of a random walk concerned a drunken man staggering around an empty field, wrote Malkiel as he delved deep into Samuelson's research. 28 He repeated the claim that most stocks fluctuated much like perfectly aimless particles or ambulating drunks, making any mathematical prediction of their next step impossible. Analysts in pinstriped suits would fare no better than bare-assed apes, he concluded. 29 The economist Eugene Fama elaborated on these lessons in his famous article Random Walks in Stock Market Prices, arguing that the only way analysts could beat the markets was the same way Maxwell's demon could beat entropy, by having new and not as yet discounted information. If the analyst has neither better insights nor new information, he may as well forget about fundamental analysis and choose securities by some random selection procedure, he concluded. 30 The science of Maxwell's demon now taught economists that noise traders, although necessary for market efficiency, were hopeless at making a profit in the long term. Yet somehow, somewhere, someone beat the odds. Samuelson studied enough physics to figure out just who could have a consistent advantage in financial markets and why. Any subset of the market which has a better ex-ante knowledge of the stochastic process that stocks will follow in the future, he explained, is in effect possessed of a Maxwell's demon who tells him how to make capital gains from his effective peek into tomorrow's financial page reports. 31 After studying the science on the creature, Samuelson concluded that no Maxwell's demon could operate indefinitely without having privileged information. Yet his conclusion, however strong, did not mean that some could not have the qualities of Maxwell's demon. It is not ordained in heaven, or by the second law of thermodynamics, that a small group of intelligent and informed investors cannot systematically achieve higher mean portfolio gains with lower average variabilities. In fact, he pointed out, Morgan Bank and T. Rowe Price were doing just that. Any sheik with $1 billion could imitate their strategy. 32 Just as the effects of Maxwell's demon were dampened outside of their enclosure, these advantages were exceptional when considering the market as a whole. From his office at MIT, Samuelson had a front-row view of the latest mathematical research and computational techniques. Once upon a time there was one world of investment, he wrote. Now there are two worlds. The academics with their mathematical stochastic processes competed against Wall Street stock and bond salesmen. The two worlds are still light years apart, as far apart as the distance from New York to Cambridge, or, exaggerating a bit, as far apart as the vast width of the Charles River between the Harvard Business School and the Harvard Yard 33. Experts disagreed on fundamental issues and on the interpretation of physics demons, and two camps would emerge during the annual meeting of the American Economic Association in May 1974. One focused on the promises of clean energy, renewables, limitless resources, while the other was concerned with pollution, degradation, and scarcity. Did demons justify a pessimistic focus on wear and tear or an optimistic orientation toward technological innovation? The meeting's opening lecture was delivered by Robert Solow, who occupied the office next to Samuelson's at MIT. Chief among technology's optimistic apostles and widely respected for having taught economists how to factor technological innovation into their theories, Solow had received the Nobel Prize for showing that, in the long run, technological development is the major factor behind economic growth. He would now weigh in on the question of entropy and economic decline and inequality in a talk entitled The Economics of Resources or The Resources of Economics. He acknowledged the importance of budgeting in the laws of thermodynamics and life, which guarantee that we will never recover a whole pound of secondary copper from a pound of primary copper in use, or a whole pound of tertiary copper from a pound of secondary copper in use. 34 There is leakage at every round, he noted. How could these losses be staved off? Their effects were not as dire, he responded, because the likelihood of technical progress, especially natural resource-saving technical progress, would save the world. Resource-saving inventions could come to the rescue. 35 If the future is anything like the past, explained Solow, there will be prolonged and substantial reductions in natural resource requirements per unit of real output. 36 But would the future after 1970 be indeed like the past? A demon far more miraculous than Maxwell's. Georges Korojan was particularly critical of the growth mania preached by most neoclassical economists during those years. It was unsustainable, he protested. Among those he called out was the ecologist Howard Odum, one of the main representatives of systems ecology, for giving the public the illusion that economic growth was inexorable. By using evocative cyclical energy diagrams to map paths of energy flows throughout systems, Georges Korojan argued, ecologists were giving readers incorrect ideas about sustainability. Of course, there were no easy answers. Even the possibility that extraterrestrial life forms operated in different ways would have to be fully considered before conclusions could be set in stone. Georges Korojan admitted that thermodynamics has also a wrap of mystery, for it still does not tell us whether or not its laws are valid for extraterrestrial forms of life. The question was not irrelevant, as the famous paradox of Maxwell's demon bears on this very issue, hence, the arguments claiming to have resolved it are perforce unavailing. 37 Yet these unresolved issues did not justify what the economist perceived as the unwarranted techno-optimism of his era. The overpraised and oversold technological developments of our era should not blind us to the reality of limited natural resources on a strained planet. 38 Solar power and nuclear power were all the rage in the European markets that year. Most economists continued to dream of ever better ways to use and prevent the dissipation of energy and develop technologies that could do what the demon did. Georges Korojan remained unconvinced. Georges Korojan found evidence of the demon's many failures all around, including in general wear and tear, resource depletion, pollution, and oxidation, chipping, blowing, and washing away. Limited resources were becoming increasingly hard to ignore. Without the intervention of this being, it was clear to him that any piece of armament or a two-garage car means less food for the hungry of today and fewer plowshares for some future, however distant, generations like ourselves. He concluded, what the world needs most is a new ethics. 39. Other scientists weighed in, offering their views about how their work led to innovation and to wealth creation. The nuclear physicist Alvin Weinberg was particularly vocal on this topic. He noted that policy recommendations were increasingly divided between two conflicting views that dominate our perception of man's long-term future. On one side were the catastrophists, who believe that the Earth's resources will soon be exhausted and that this will lead to the collapse of society. On the other side were the cornucopians, who trusted that most of the essential raw materials are in infinite supply, that as society exhausts one raw material, it will turn to lower grade, inexhaustible substitutes. Weinberg sat firmly in the latter camp. In an essay published in the American Economic Review, he admitted that what was at stake was much more than the possibility of recycling resources. When an intelligent being sorts used material into separate bins, he diminishes the entropy of the original waste material, he explained. However, such a macroscopic Maxwell's demon does not change the entropy of mixing appreciably. To do so would require preventing useful materials from becoming dissolved as individual molecules, which then can be widely dispersed in soils or in the oceans. 40 Weinberg believed that potent alternatives to fossil fuels were right around the corner. Only petty practical difficulties currently kept us from achieving technological heaven on Earth. The nuclear physicist optimistically believed there were no insuperable technical bars to living a decent rather than a brutish life. 41. Weinberg's sterling credentials, nuclear expert at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, co-author with Eugene Wigner of the first textbook on nuclear reactors, president of the American Nuclear Society, director of the Office of Energy Research and Development, and, later, director of the Institute for Energy Analysis at Oak Ridge Associated Universities, lent credibility to his pronouncements on the economy. Additionally, he was one of the first scientists to worry about climate change. At what rate of energy production would the ice caps melt, he asked. Will the carbon dioxide or dust thrown into the atmosphere by the burning of fossil fuel threaten the stability of the weather system, he wondered. Answers did not come easily. The problem of global effects of energy production, like so many long-range environmental problems, wrote Weinberg, is everyone's problem, and therefore no one's problem. 42. Confronting such challenges required knowing more about the demons of physics. Georges Korojan continued to argue that most science advisors and policy makers were mistaken about the role played by Maxwell's demon on the global stage. Even in the face of growing economic crisis, decision-makers of the most influential economical associations continued to bet on a future of growth. 43 Let us remember Maxwell's demon, the economist pleaded. The demon presupposed to separate the fast-moving from the slow-moving molecules of a gas. 44 The second law limited his powers. In a world in which that law did not operate, the same energy could be used over and over again at any velocity of circulation one pleased and material objects would never wear out. Yet the law held, and Maxwell's demon illustrated how. 45. Without the entropy law, you would not dare take a bath, Georges Korojan warned. One half of the water might become by itself so hot as to scald your neck and the other so cold as to frostbite your toes. 46 He reviewed current research on the demon. It is now generally believed that this miraculous demon has been exorcised so that, like any other living creature, it must consume a greater amount of available energy than it creates by the separation of hot from cold molecules. Yet some economists and nuclear power optimists such as Weinberg often either forgot their lessons or did not include them fully in their general accounting sheets. As an example, Georges Korojan pointed to the typical accounting table used by economists, whose columns of data for controlled energy, capital goods, consumer goods, recyclable wastes, and population gave the impression that waste and degradation did not matter. The miraculous features of our demon, he stated, are tacitly implied in many ideas concerning the unlimited renewability of material resources. That table, wrote The Economist, depicts, in fact, such a demon. 47. Not only did some economists seem to act as if Maxwell's demon was perfectly capable of solving all energy problems, but they apparently believed in the possible existence of an even more marvelous creature who, unlike a fingered demon, could reverse chemical combustions to recycle energy. Now, to separate a mixture of, say, nitrogen and oxygen, we need a demon far more miraculous than Maxwell's. 48 This being would not be content just to let most fast molecules pass. Indeed, Maxwell's demon does not have to bring back absolutely every molecule to its initial container. Moreover, it may safely leave some hot or cold molecules in the wrong container. It is only the average speed that counts. The new being could catch each and every one of them. Our new demon, on the contrary, must not leave even one single molecule mixed with those of the other kind. 49 Could such a demon be found or brought into existence? When Jurgiscorogen went through the specific ways in which this demon could be materialized, it evaporated. To exorcise it, we must not only supply it with enough energy but also endow it with a material existence. And since matter keeps dissipating, the problem now boils down to whether our demon can recycle itself completely while recycling the gas mixture, also completely. 50 The ghost of friction would inevitably show up, and the demon would never be able to finish its perfect recycling miracle. Friction thus appears as a ghost, so to speak, in the backstage of the thermodynamic setup, a ghost that robs us of available energy. 51. The dream of unlimited renewability was simply too seductive. No wonder that the miraculous features of our demon are tacitly implied in many ideas concerning the unlimited renewability of material resources. 52 Jurgiscorogen repeated his invitation to change policy to reflect limited natural resources. My position has been, and still is, that the entropy law is the taproot of economic scarcity. 53 Other economists soon joined Jurgiscorogen's camp. Among them was the prize-winning economist Herman Daly. Only a Maxwell sorting demon could turn a lukewarm soup of electrons, neutrons, quarks, and whatnot, into a resource, he wrote. But the entropy law tells us that Maxwell's demon does not exist, insisted Daly, adding that it is a serious delusion to believe otherwise. 54. Social Maxwell's demons. While these economists worried about poverty, scarcity, and pollution, some optimistic scientists believed that computers could take on the role of Maxwell's demons and mitigate the problems facing the economy. Such was the claim advanced by Weinberg in a keynote lecture to the annual National Conference of the Association of Computing Machinery in Nashville, Tennessee, on October 27, 1980. A family of Maxwell's demons, as his talk was later titled, could be gainfully employed. 55. In previewing the computer age, Weinberg analyzed a host of demons working away in the world around him. Irrespective of where energy came from, be it from nuclear reactions or fossil fuels, computers could be employed to make more efficient use of it. Audiences that day heard that microprocessors were the prime example of macroscopic Maxwell demons that could bond together as system Maxwell demons to completely transform contemporary society. I do not think I am stretching a point too much, he told the audience, by referring to such microprocessor control systems as macroscopic Maxwell demons. 56 System Maxwell demons could flourish when microchip-based technologies were coupled with older electric and mechanical systems to make the latter more efficient and control larger and larger systems. Into 1980 fell the 109th birthday of Maxwell's demon, explained the physicist, who stressed the geopolitical significance of the demon's birthday. General Motors soon included microprocessors in its cars to adjust the air-to-fuel ratio in carburetors and optimize combustion. What more could be done? One of Weinberg's favorite examples was Trans World Airlines' new flight management computer, which successfully reduced fuel use by a couple of percent points simply by optimizing flight routes and cutting slack in flight paths. At the top of these interrelated demon systems were social Maxwell demons, which acted directly on society by prodding people to act in certain ways. Such demons brought about policy changes and could even limit fuel consumption and curb pollution. Social Maxwell demons of this kind transmitted signals to innumerable users that it is to their advantage to buy cars that are fuel efficient. They sent signals to Detroit, design a fuel-efficient car. 57 The hollering of social demons affected the design and use of technologies, the transportation industry, and ultimately the global economy. Weinberg mentioned the importance of the 17 million barrels of oil that flowed each day through the Straits of Hormuz before the Iran-Iraq War and the consequences of losing that supply. 58 The final lessons Weinberg drew from his analysis of the social Maxwell demon pertain to the need for replacing oil with nuclear or coal-generated electricity. 59. In light of the increased attention to the impact of Maxwell's demon on the economy, ecologists were forced to contend with his limitations. Odum, once a target of Georges Korogin's criticisms, included a section on Maxwell's demon in his book Ecological and General Systems, where he admitted that the creature's deficiencies were apparent in a system of larger scale that inevitably led systems away from equilibrium in the long term. 60 His impact was also analyzed in an article in Science, 1984, on thermodynamics and economics that rehearsed the economic lessons of a demon who can segregate fast and slow molecules. According to the researchers, investment in science and technology would pay off through counter-depletion. The authors proposed R&D as an information resource that would create the necessary negentropy to replace the negentropy endowment of coal and oil. If future increases in accumulated negentropy continue to keep pace with the depletion of resources, they argued, we can look forward to a steady increase in the standard of living. But if they do not, the future will be bleak, they concluded. 61 The fate of modern industrial societies was considered to hinge on these questions. Samuelson's microscopic time asymmetry of Maxwell's demon, 1985, offered a humble confession about what economists could not yet explain. By then, Samuelson had studied Maxwell's demon in such detail that he was uniquely attentive to its shape and form, of its appearance. He even noted that apparently the demon was male. He described the demon as a being that could do rather quickly what chance can be expected to accomplish only in eons of time. 62 One way of understanding Maxwell's demon was to imagine him as a theoretical device for viewing the development of world history as if it were a movie. So to speak, the demon speeds up for beginners to see within the lecture hour what nature could only show the students in billions of years. But the ending seemed to change as the movie advanced. Instead of speeding up nature's film, or fairly paraphrasing its contents, he explained, the demon drama substitutes an alternative story. Whatever its gender, Maxwell's demon turns out to be a red herring, concluded Samuelson. For the most part, his effects on the macroscopic world were limited by his dependency on information. 63 To better convey his talents, Samuelson reworked a widely quoted verse from Macbeth's soliloquy. The demon is a tale told by a genius, he wrote, full of sound and fury, and signifying nothing very much. 64 In Samuelson's rephrasing, the word life was replaced with demon, and idiot with genius. But even if he was just a character in a tale, the demon could not be made to disappear from the scientific literature. Just as you cannot recover a tumbler full of water thrown into the sea, once an imp gets into the literature of science you will never get it out, Samuelson complained. 65 Nuclear energy enthusiasts and techno-optimistic growth economists were caught off guard the following year when the word Chernobyl abruptly entered the world's vocabulary. Facts about an explosion and fire in a Soviet nuclear power plant were hard to come by, but the extent of the tragedy was becoming clearer by the day. 66 Weinberg, a vocal enthusiast when it came to nuclear technologies, responded with an article titled "A Nuclear Power Advocate Reflects on Chernobyl." Weinberg still believed that nuclear energy was an essentially inexhaustible energy system, which would confer energy autarky on its user because its requirement for raw uranium was minuscule. 67 In numerous publications, he optimistically described the benign impact of nuclear power on the environment, at least as compared with fossil fuels. For this reason, nuclear breeders, in his opinion, will always remain nuclear energy's holy grail. 68 In light of the Chernobyl disaster, Weinberg became ever more aware of the importance of a lecture he had delivered to the American Academy for the Advancement of Science more than a decade earlier. "We nuclear people," he told his audience that day, "have made a Faustian bargain with society. The exchange was necessary to obtain a magical energy source." 69 What had been the consequences? 15 years have passed since I first alluded to nuclear energy as a Faustian bargain, he wrote in light of the new disaster. 75 years later, he would repeat the same story. 20 years have passed since, at a meeting of the AAAS in Philadelphia, I referred to nuclear energy as a Faustian bargain. 71 While nuclear technology enthusiasts had a moment of reckoning after Chernobyl, economists had theirs. The efficient markets hypothesis, at least as it has traditionally been formulated, crashed along with the rest of the market on October 19, 1987, recalled Samuelson's nephew, the Harvard economist Lawrence Summers. 72 Right up until that Black Monday, the operation of financial markets based on scientists' knowledge of Maxwell's demon, Brownian motion, random walks, and information theory seemed to be working just fine. But after the crash, Samuelson and his coterie were forced to accept that their assumptions were missing something. The 74-year-old Samuelson was still following the latest research when major publications headlined the news that a new version of Maxwell's demon could extract work only by waiting for rare thermal fluctuations. Perhaps new research coming out of physics could explain those little understood forces at work in the economy that he had missed. As soon as news of the discovery appeared in Nature, New Scientist, and Scientific American, Samuelson reacted. He penned a letter to the editor of Nature explaining that Maxwell's demon, whether in this incarnation or the previous one, was nothing other than a counterfactual whimsy fabricated to get people to think in terms of statistical mechanics. 73 When asked to consider whether the demon could violate the second law, Samuelson responded, "The answer is no." The physics on which Samuelson based his economic theory was still alive, even if hanging by an ever more delicate thread. Figure 15. Paul A. Samuelson et.al., Scientific Correspondence, The Law Beats Maxwell's Demon, Nature 347, number 6288, September 6, 1990. 24. Reprinted by permission of Springer Nature. Antisocial Demons. The decades after these environmental and economic disasters were sobering for techno-optimists. Gaps between the poor and the rich were widening, and a growing number of economists admitted that the market seemed to have some unfairness built into it, even if they could not exactly explain why or determine exactly who was to blame. While the dispossessed were ending up with little or no money at all, big money appeared to beat marketplace odds. Economists competed to understand why. The economist Juan Martinez Alier, president of the International Society for Ecological Economics, summarized the debate between those who used the example of Maxwell's demon to defend growth and those who used it to warn against scarcity. Growth theory supported, and was in turn supported by, the idea that the situation of the poor could only improve if the rich became richer. He wrote. 74 Why had this logic failed? Martinez Alier praised Georges Korojan for showing the need for more radical forms of income redistribution of goods among rich and poor, and of the intergenerational allocation of scarce resources and pollutants, and also, although this was not explicitly included in his analysis, the destructive impact of humans on other species. 75 Deeper lessons could be learned by furthering the demon-based economic analysis inaugurated by these researchers. Unnatural demons might be actively interfering with the flow of energy, capital, information, and humans in the world, creating restrictions to migrations between South and North America, or between North Africa and Europe. At such borders, explained the economist, stand a sort of unnatural, political Maxwell's demons, who successfully maintain, at the cost of many human lives each year, the large differences in the per capita use of energy and materials between adjacent territories. 76. At the beginning of the new millennium, the economy continued to show evidence of demonic actions, some of which defied available explanations. Shortly before his death, Samuelson returned to the topic of demons. By then, he had lived through the ravages of Black Tuesday, studied the oil energy crises, and witnessed Black Monday, the collapse of long-term capital management, and the dot-com bubble bust. The economy had grown, but so too had the gap between the moneyed elites and the rest. He had seen more than enough to accept the idea that some beings in this world acted in ways characteristic of Maxwell's demon. Some very rare minds do have the special talent and flair needed for a good long-term batting average, noted Samuelson. I believe, but cannot prove, that it is largely because big money can, legally, learn early more future relevant information. Who were these privileged beings, these financial geniuses who defied the standard laws of economics and the forces of nature tending toward equilibrium? The large universities, foundations, and millionaire family fortunes consistently outperform the noise traders and the small college treasurers. Stock pickers who consistently beat marketplace odds, and who thus resembled Maxwell's demons, had an uncanny ability to distill particular future-relevant information lurking within the loads of unsophisticated public information available to everyone. Their edge was completely legal, since it did not rely on privileged or insider information. Samuelson compared them to demons. Those with earlier correct, not yet discounted, information do possess a Maxwell demon, he joked, that can defy the second law of thermodynamics. 77 Samuelson may have been joking, but he was also serious. By the end of his career, and knowing he was close to the end of his life, he had not been able to come up with a better explanation. The existence of demons who could defy the law of thermodynamics had seemed farcical to him, but the fact that some sectors of the population were consistently getting richer while others were getting poorer was far from comical. As they tended to do, demons presented opportunities. Jaron Lanier, an interdisciplinary research scientist at Microsoft, the software production house dominating the operating systems market, was most attentive to the powers of Maxwell's demon in the new digital economy. He identified the operating strategy of the banking, tech, and insurance industries as similar. Finance, and indeed consumer internet companies and all kinds of other people using giant computers, he wrote, are trying to become Maxwell's demons in an information network. Who could blame them? Insurance companies were doing it too. With big computing and the ability to compute huge correlations with big data, the temptation becomes irresistible, he explained. And so what you do is you start to say, I'm going to, you're like Maxwell's demon with the little door. I'm going to let the people who are cheap to insure through the door, and the people who are expensive to insure have to go the other way until I've created this perfect system that's statistically guaranteed to be highly profitable. Like many economists had done before him, Lanier turned to thermodynamics to explain the broader consequences of these kinds of business practices. For yourself you've created this perfect little business, but you've radiated all the risk, basically, to the society at large. 78. At the world's largest multinational online retailer and e-services business, decisions were consciously made to imitate the masterful tactics of Maxwell's creature. Without mentioning demons, Jeff Bezos, founder and majority owner of Amazon, announced that the company had reached $100 billion in annual sales faster than any other company had ever done it. In his letter to shareholders for 2017, he explained that one reason behind Amazon's success was his decision-making strategy. Some decisions are consequential and irreversible or nearly irreversible one-way doors, and these decisions must be made methodically, carefully, slowly, with great deliberation and consultation. Bezos elaborated on why he found it useful to think in terms of one-way doors. If you walk through and don't like what you see on the other side, he warned, you can't get back to where you were before. 79. A wide range of thinkers from managers and businessmen to social scientists and philosophers took scientists' lessons about one demon, or a small set of them, to heart. Yet they have remained oblivious to the wider impact of these creatures on the formation of the modern world and our knowledge of it. They were wise by the demon, but foolish by the lot. Conclusion. The audacity of our imagination. The ink on the demon papers has yet to dry. Scientists in cutting-edge laboratories around the world continue to use the term demon when trying to grasp something they do not yet fully understand. To dispel these demons, they create new experiments and technologies, revealing in the process new aspects of the universe. Successful researchers conquer unknowns by chipping away at the borders of the unimaginable. What we currently know about demons and all they can do is practically equivalent to what we know about the universe. The main function of science's demons is at first exploratory, but it does not remain so. These characters remain active long after their initial utility has passed. As scientists and engineers build new demons and improve on existing ones, the technologies that emerge from their work populate our world, as butterflies who have broken free of their chrysalis take to the sky. Today we need to live not only among technologies that have been modeled after the demons of our imagination, from virtual reality to bombs to artificial intelligences, but with the demons that are still within us, some guiding research and innovation and others dividing us. Figments of our imagination require our full attention. As scientists discover new laws and particles, they imagine others. As they imagine even newer aspects of nature, they get to see even more. How much farther can we push the envelope of our imagination? Scientists have passed down knowledge about demons across generations. Researchers dig eagerly into relevant scholarship, citing it copiously, before venturing to add one more rookie demon to a growing list. Knowing the pre-existing literature on them is necessary for determining the capabilities of fresh newcomers. Some scientists focus their entire careers on understanding a single creature or a small set of creatures, and for the most part, they trade this information within select groups. When a demon is tagged with a scientist's last name, the research of that valued member of the profession lives on even after they die off. As younger professionals take on the challenge of investigating the demons named after their mentors with a celerity that can no longer be matched by those who first raised those speculations, they extend the research programs of their patronyms. Awards and valuable patents are often bestowed on successful practitioners of this art. Scientific discovery is often essentialized as magically bursting into the world with the proverbial eureka! Exclamation. This caricature obscures too much, it hides a rich tradition of inventiveness behind that moment. The role of the imagination in the science, and in determining reality more generally, is much more pervasive. Most scholars no longer believe that a single characteristic can define in its entirety the scientific method, yet paeans to science often stress one much vaunted quality, the idea that scientific decisions about the nature of reality are made on the basis of experimental verification or falsification. Point 1 Yet our traditional understanding of science as hypothesis creation followed by testing leaves us at a loss when we try to understand where investigations are heading. It explains how a necessary part of science's compass works, but it has nothing to say about where it points. It does not illuminate how the possible can and does become actual. Myth. Discoveries need a kind of mythology, wrote the influential philosopher of science Hans Reichenbach. Point 2 Reichenbach's views about science dominated philosophical discussions on the topic for nearly half a century. They still inform most learned and popular discussions about science and its virtues, which were originally shaped by the philosophical movement he helped establish, known as logical positivism. One might think that after highlighting the relation of scientific discovery to mythology, as Reichenbach did, logical positivists would jump at the opportunity to study their connection. Yet their goal was just the opposite. Reichenbach only raised the topic in order to dismiss it. In highly influential texts, he forcefully argued against studying the mythologies needed by discovery and worked hard to exclude them from our understanding of science. Indeed, his distaste for them was such that he preferred to consider science via a fictive construction in which it played no role. 3 It did not matter to him that this constructed version differed greatly from how science was actually practiced, even by practitioners as prominent as Einstein, with whom he collaborated closely. It did not matter to him that scientists themselves acted differently in their laboratories or that their writing often introduced mythical and magical creatures and themes. For him, this depurated fictive semblance one contrived to be logical and rational was a worthy substitute. Under Reichenbach's influence, all those aspects of science that could not fit into a tight empirical and analytical model were discarded, treated as detritus to be swept under the rug and shooed away from view. Philosophy of science has not yet fully recovered from the distorted view of science that Reichenbach and other logical positivists presented to the public. While some critics of logical positivism have offered several correctives, to this day most of the discussions about science continue to approach it as sundered from the imaginary and the mythical. The fictive construction of science proposed by logical positivists, which stood in the place of actual scientific practices, was used to draw a wedge between high, elite technical knowledge and lowly, practical everyday ways of knowing. This same fabrication divided moderns from pre-moderns, a division associated with the differences between reason and irrationality, the civilized and the savage, the West and the rest. In consequence, the idea that something useful could be learned from understanding demons was completely lost to history. Science does not lose its enviable status as a valuable and distinct form of knowledge if its mythical aspects are acknowledged. On the contrary, it is stronger. If certain kinds of narratives have been especially useful to scientists, why should we continue to erase them from our accounts of scientific progress? An understanding of science that considers how scientists themselves describe their work risks only adding new insights to our repertoire of knowledge. To our knowledge of the natural world we can add a higher level of knowledge about knowledge. We have feared demons during some of our darkest moments. Violent exorcisms motivated by political interests, greed, intolerance, ignorance, and superstition have led to bloody executions and persecutions. But demons have also been invoked during the best moments of our civilization. By referring to them, we have learned that causality does not always hold at the subatomic level, that there are limits to the speed of message transmission, that we cannot have perpetual motion machines, that living systems spend energy too, and much more. These beings have helped us understand how to combat decay by reversing entropy locally and shown us how to produce work as effortlessly as possible. They have helped us explore the explosive interior of the atom, the recondite corners of the universe, and the territories in between that are imperiled by invasive species and beset by disasters that may strike when least expected. Demons have helped us learn how to control our future and how to increase our understanding of our past. They have also taught us how to escape from our reality and evade our responsibilities. Many of our complex technological systems are modeled after comparatively simple creatures. We might begin to better understand the former with the latter. Demons are not just the spurious beings in the feeble minds of the superstitious. They are neither just psychological delusions or simplistic heuristic fictions nor simply auxiliary midwives who help scientists deliver knowledge. Their status within nature is akin to that of many other tools of thought that are considered entirely respectable by philosophers, such as concepts, numbers, classes, and categories. In contrast to these abstract or formal entities, demons are colorful and concrete. They have names, proclivities, and personalities. They structure our fears and desires, tempt us into taking new directions, and lead us to invent new, faster, smarter technologies and better, more comprehensive theories. They are often far-fetched because they are far-fetching. The myth of Western rationality is many things, but it is primarily a myth. The desire to study the world and to understand how we can thrive in it is not unique to modern science. It cannot be confined to any specific historical period or geography. The persistence of traditional narrative tools within the highest levels of elite science does not show that we have never been modern or that our quest to become so is as yet unfinished. On the contrary, it proves that our struggle to distinguish between the true and the false takes radically different forms in different places and eras. In all of these cases, the imagination plays a key role. Understanding the relation of science to myth can help us broaden our understanding of the latter. It offers an opportunity to rescue myth from the conception to which it has been relegated as something belonging to other cultures. Myths are not machines for the suppression of time that offer only antiquated lessons about the world, as the prominent anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss once famously claimed. Rather, the myths underlying science are machines that create time for the physical, biological, and social sciences. Knowledge, even in its newest and most modern forms, relies on larger-than-life tales of old. That is why science is so effective at solving old mysteries and creating new ones. Ethics, the folly and the wise. Modern scientific culture has a sturdy legacy of strengthening the divide between the true and the good, severing the physical from the moral. The basic procedures that characterize much of science and laboratory work have no room for moral deliberations. Measurement practices, such as noting how much time has passed or how much distance one has traveled and determining lengths, weights, and temperature, are now extremely simple and as common as exchanging a greeting with a handshake or a hello. They are so integral and transparent in our culture that they are no longer seen as any different from many of the other phatic and automatic actions that characterize much of our everyday modern lives. A scientific philosophy, Reichenbach acknowledged, cannot supply moral guidance, that is one of its results and cannot be held against it. Reichenbach defended a logical and positivist view of science precisely because it helped differentiate science from messy areas of culture that were marred by judgment calls and debatable dilemmas. By focusing on the binaries of the true and the false, he thought we could bypass thinking about the right and the wrong. "You want the truth and nothing but the truth?" asked Reichenbach. "Then do not ask for moral directives." 5. There are many benefits to maintaining a divide between the world of science and that of ethics. For one, it uncomplicates things, liberating us from the paralyzing task of having to consider every calculation in terms of good and evil. We do not need to distinguish the fair from the foul when engaged in most scientific activities, just as we do not need to during most of the regular and automatic aspects of our lives. A get-it-right mentality and a materialist, operationalist, or instrumentalist understanding of knowledge are extraordinarily useful and productive in society. It is the perfect lubricant that makes the gears of techno-scientific modernity run smoothly. Because these procedures work so well and are so common, it can be tempting to believe that all of science works this way: take a measurement and prove or disprove a fact. It can be tempting to think that science's deepest mysteries can be answered with yeas or nays on the basis of transcendental truths. They cannot. Creating new knowledge requires much more than fixed answers to canned questions. Science does not advance from black and white thinking, it is not moved by known solutions, and it does not budge even an inch from its incontestable truths. Knowledge, scientific and otherwise, arises from direct commerce with the unreal. In the halfway house between the real and the symbolic, imagination and innovation meet, greet, and exchange hats, fantasy hardens and solidifies, and fact and fiction cross-dress. The separation between scientific verities and ethical ones has had another consequence: it makes ethics secondary, at best, to science. As science and technology give us the means to find solutions based on the true or the false rather than on the benevolent or the evil, the list of ethical challenges around us grows. Why? Our sovereignty with respect to technology is limited. By the time most discussions around use, regulation, and ethics start, it is already too late. The ship has sailed before it even left dry dock and touched the water. Once wheels are set in motion, all we can do is step on the brakes. The gun is cocked and loaded. New technologies enter the world and affect us immediately, for better and for worse. Regulatory policy is limited by a narrow ex post facto notion of control that leaves us with too few levers to steer our future in a desired direction. If we accept that responsibility starts with our imagination, accountability can be initiated before the clock strikes midnight. The persistence of debates about demons in some of the most technical literature of our times reveals that the project of distinguishing between the true and the false continues to involve at a deep and fundamental level a differentiation between the folly and the wise. Science is neither value-free nor demon-free. Despite the better angels of our nature, the development of science and technology bears the imprint of very basic primal drives, impulses, dreams, fears, and desires. We continue to seek knowledge for glory, for gain, for the benefit of just a few, or for the good of all, just as we have done throughout history. Technologies have been built throughout modernity whose ultimate control baffles us. Benign technologies can be transformed into dangerous ones. How can we obtain the benefits of science and technology without engaging its risks? How can we escape from the vicious cycle of creating harmful technologies even as we lust for better ones? When considering the dangers of technology, the German philosopher Martin Heidegger was compelled to remind his readers that technology itself was not dangerous, the danger lay in its essence. Damini, point 6. There is no demonry of technology, he wrote, but rather there is the mystery of its essence. There are many omens of the arising of this demonism, he observed, surveying the brave new world of science and technology erected around him. 7 Like the highfalutin doctors in Molière's play who accounted for the sleep-inducing qualities of opium through its dormitive qualities, Heidegger explained technology's demonic qualities via its demonic essence. To break from such circularity, a study of demons, literally as a term of art in science, can serve as firmer ground. Then as now. The list of similarities between ancient, religious, folk, and science demons is long. Throughout all civilizations, whether ancient, non-Western, or modern, key characteristics of demons have remained surprisingly constant. These creatures play havoc with the natural world in characteristic ways. Ancient and modern demons appear in similar kinds of locations, operating in ways that are pretty similar in both past and present. Across a wide range of fields and epochs, numerous thinkers have coincided fairly consistently in their assessment of where and when the world is most likely to bend in unlikely directions. Demons are good to think with because they challenge us to outwit them. Since they are not believed to possess the absolute powers often attributed to God in monotheistic religions, their abilities are considered contiguous in some senses with our own. Laplace's intelligence came somewhat close to being godly, but even Laplace avoided describing him in those terms. Demons have to learn. They have to work. They are better than us in some ways, being often endowed with more acute minds and senses and swifter, defter bodies, but they are much worse than us in other ways. Like us, their agency is circumscribed. To be effective, their interventions need to be minimal, accomplishing only what is necessary to get the job done as cheaply as possible. They are subjected to the same natural order that we are. Like us, they try to subvert that order, but can only do so little by little and within limits. They do what they can. We do what we can. Demons in lore, legend, and science are masters at adroitly manipulating natural causes and excel in the exploitation of the hidden, the occult, and the anomalous. That is why they are found at the cutting edge of science and technology. They baffle expectations and luxuriate in surprise, so discovery comes naturally to them. Their personality is somewhat mischievous, though not entirely malevolent. 8. Examining the transformation of the figure of the demon in modern times takes us perforce on a global tour of science. From the 17th century onwards, demons migrated from the Netherlands to revolutionary France. From there they were imported into Victorian England, before arriving with great difficulty in Germany and settling back down in France. They emigrated from Europe to America in the decades before World War II, arriving first in the physics departments of Princeton and Harvard before moving to the pioneering cybernetic and computing initiatives at MIT. From the East Coast they moved west, first to the spacious state-funded laboratories of the Midwest, then to California, and later to privately funded multidisciplinary institutes scattered across the nation. They are now active across all areas of science, all over the globe. Celebrated physicists, cell and evolutionary biologists, neuroscientists and cognitive psychologists, sociologists and economists all keep up with the most recent research about these creatures. By the end of the millennium, the very synapses of our brains were understood by reference to them. Demons no longer stand outside of our minds, nor outside of knowledge itself. When we read a book, try out the newest virtual reality headset, sit in a state-of-the-art theater, or admire the cosmos from the comfortable seat of a planetarium, we are the willing victims of Descartes' demon. He continues to inspire researchers to create more realistic narratives, spectacles, and seamless entertainment technologies. Recently, a demon related to Descartes has been charged with responsibility for causing confirmation bias across the internet, trapping its victims in media bubbles and echo chambers by showing them only the facts they want to believe in. 9. Despite our intention to hold them back with the power of reason, demons have kept mutating. As a growing succession of researchers continue to advance knowledge by removing traces of the dark forces of religion, superstition, and ideology, these creatures have kept reproducing. Sticking around in the age of reason, they have made it their comfortable home. Understanding the similarities between old and new demons is as important as understanding their differences. Both old and new demons are comfortable with changing the regular order of events, but only old ones are described as using black magic incantations in reverse to cast spells and decode hidden messages. Both may be associated with noise, but only the old demons are described as appearing with the loud boom of thunderstorms, the howling of the wind, or the rustling of leaves. Both types are found in chaotic environments, but only in ancient accounts do demons appear when weather currents clash during a tempest. Both old and new demons interfere with biological reproduction, but only the former appears in the shape of incubi and succubi. Demons embody opposites and are paradoxical, stupid yet smart, mechanical yet lively. New ones combine the powers of most of their ablest progenitors. They can wreak havoc on basic laws of causality. Effects follow like clockwork, until one day all causal links disappear. Causation becomes correlation. These unnatural-born innovators cannot but think outside of the box. Just when we believe that our calculations are all set, they add another variable. Or they do just the opposite, discounting our previous experience. When we count on getting another chance, they can suddenly intervene to limit the number of tries we thought we had. We may expect results to be independent of past outcomes, as we do when we toss a coin, but we may suddenly discover that the results were linked in ways we just had not imagined. The law of large numbers no longer applies. Our memory is wiped out, and gone with it is our ability to understand, determine, or predict the future. When we have finally landed on a correct answer, it turns out that the only right choice was none of the above. Results are suddenly greater than the sum of the parts. Demons can change the rules of the game, the object of the game, and the boundaries of the game, stumping even the cleverest minds. They imperil distinctions between winners and losers, being masters of the art of subverting hierarchies. While demons' skills in performing these odd jobs do not fulfill our wishes exactly, they often exceed expectations in other ways. We reward them by tagging them with the last name of the scientist they successfully stumped. As some wane into has-beens, others rise to fame. When scientists introduce new demons, these spick and span newborns are born with the sagacity of old men. Far from weakening them, age seems only to strengthen them. Modern scientific culture continues to be based on ancient practices. Basic sorting, gathering, and containing activities are as relevant today as ever. So are the demons associated with those practices. Sorting demons precede Maxwell's being by nearly half a millennium. Although associated with menial tasks and servitude, these repetitive tasks accumulate to great effect. Since biblical times, these sorting activities were acknowledged to have a moral component, with God described as having the power to separate the righteous from the cursed, just as a shepherd culling the sheep from the goats. 10 These connections persist in the etymology of the word sorcery, a word that comes from the Latin term to sort. Illustrations of this old demon engaged in the work of selection often included angels and devils as his helpers and sometimes depicted him wielding a trident and other implements. Figure 16. L. Darling and E. O. Hulbert, on Maxwell's Demon, American Journal of Physics 23, No. 7, October 1955 470. Reproduced by permission of the American Association of Physics Teachers. Sorting occurs naturally or artificially, actively or passively, with membranes, filters, or hinges, in the farthest corners of the universe or near us. Some of the first artifacts of early human civilization, such as stone and clay pots and vessels, were tools devised for the purposes of selection and separation, and insulated chambers were often employed to contain what had been separated. Jinn, the Arabic word from which the word genie stems, are usually found imprisoned in bottles. Aladdin's genie lives inside a lamp and is awakened only when it is rubbed or opened. 11 In illustrations of hell in the Christian tradition, sinners are often portrayed as contained in insulated cauldrons filled with hot liquids, and the entrance to hell or heaven is often marked by a hinged door closely watched by a demon or an angel. Maxwell's demon still works with these doors and insulated containers. The practice of weighing central to measurement-based scientific practices involves sorting, traditionally into left and right trays in scales. Exactitude in physics requires a balanced weighbridge unaltered by a demon. Scientific descriptions of balance and equilibrium featuring Maxwell's demon culling molecules left and right shares the iconographic conventions of the Last Judgment. Christian demons are often portrayed as interfering with the balance used by archangels, mainly Saint Michael. They are the psychopomps tasked with the weighing of souls. Justice has long been represented as blind, while the demons who are known for interfering with it are depicted, by contrast, as observant, in physics and beyond. Demons lurk in places of opportunity like the fulcrum or the balance, a symbol of equality and justice where minute actions can lead to greater inequality. Demons then as now are contract enforcers who limit repentance and who bring back the sins of the past. In medieval times, they were frequently portrayed as rent collectors. When payment was refused, they often took a soul or a human life as sacrifice in exchange for the payment owed. 12 In scientific texts, Maxwell's demon and Gabor's demon appear as the rent collectors of a universe conceived entropically. No one can make a profit from nothing. When work without requisite expenditure appears, a demon is often suspected. 13 This is most clearly exemplified in the demon of chance in economic theory as well as in Maxwell's demon. Demons, devils, and other supernatural creatures have long been associated with extreme velocities and fancy modes of transportation. In the Gemara section of the Talmud, Yosef the Shaidah is presented as having the power of instantaneous transmission, while a number of other shadim, a Hebrew word for demons, are known to travel extremely fast, hovering and flying through the air. The capacity for speed is typical in fairy tales and epic poems featuring genies or divs, Persian for demons. 14 This power is also central to depictions of divinity in Christian traditions. 15 17th century demonologies often described witches being transported to faraway places in a single night for their Sabbath meetings. Many of the demons covered in this book, most clearly, Maxwell's demons colleague, are also extremely fast. Laplace's, Maxwell's, and Maxwell-Szilard-Brillouin's demons, the quantum demons, Einstein's, Compton's, Born's, Planck's, and those in our cells and brains, Monod's and Searle's, in addition to being extremely fast, tend to be really big or really small. Giant demons share some similarities with the giants of northern Teutonic tales, who personify the brute forces of nature, but unlike these giants, who are often described as stupid and easily outwitted, Christian demons and devils, such as the behemoth, are usually much harder to fool. 16 With its enlarged brain and near infinite memory, Laplace's demon shares these mythical dimensions. Extreme size in the other direction is also characteristic. Most tiny creatures are impish and compensate for their small size or, sometimes, complete lack of mass by operating at incredible velocities and attaching themselves to fulcrums from which they can almost lift the world. Highbrow science and haute expert knowledge is shot through with lowbrow B-genre fascination with extreme size and speed. Some demons, primarily Lucifer, are associated with light or darkness. In modern physics, Maxwell's demons, his colleague, and other quantum demons are masters at handling light, electricity, and information. As far back as Plato, good demons were described as transporters whose function was to carry messages from humans to the gods in the sky, sometimes in the form of prayers. They also had the ability to carry the goodwill of the gods back to the human world and announce divine judgments. Later, malicious demons were thought of as differing from angels in their ability to distort, rather than convey, messages and information. The demons that appear in information and communication theory also carry messages and are similarly believed to have the power to listen in on communication networks and intercept messages. Demons thrive with noise and in states of intoxication. Brownian demons, with their random, drunken, and unpredictable movements, personify noise's essential qualities. 17. Demons are believed to thrive in chaotic environments where extreme contrasts meet. In the digital era, they are found at the border between a 0 and a 1, where they can be responsible for turning one digit into the other. In black body radiation, they operate at the scale of the minimum amount of energy needed to overcome the radiation of systems in equilibrium. Demons are frequently portrayed as beings that interfere with or distort memories. 18 In computer science, the bottleneck preventing computers from calculating everything lies in the size of their memory and their ability to access, erase, rewrite, and learn from it. Biology's demons, mainly monos, and Maxwell-Szilard brilliwans, are similar to those that traditionally were thought to possess the power to reanimate dead bodies. In the early 20th century, biology's demons were closely associated with a vital force capable of bringing the inert to life. Demons often interfere with regular processes of reproduction, with repercussions for our understanding of fidelity, understood as a physical concept and a moral one. In modern biology, demons appear at the center of copying and reproductive processes, acting directly on replicating DNA. Demons often favor young maidens and children as victims. Darwin's demon, a master predator, continues this tradition, feasting on the feeble and preying on youngsters. Others, such as Loschmidt's and Zermelo's demons, can work in a world in reverse, thriving in an inverted universe. They can work backward as well as forward, and in reverse as well as in regular order. Searle's demon illustrates another common characteristic of demons, their limited agency and the difficulty in determining who is acting, who is thinking, and who is to blame. Related to this ability is their penchant for intervening in cases where it is hardest to tease apart the natural from the artificial and nature from nurture. Darwin's demon also excelled in this capacity. Demons appear as atomic and subatomic particle manipulators, faster-than-light messengers, feedback experts, chain reactors, efficient triggers, reproductive opportunists, signal attendants, gene selectors, data handlers, code followers, and uncannily adept information jugglers. Certain RNAs are but Maxwell demons. 19 These shape-shifting protean masters of disguise doff old skins with as much ease as they don new ones. They can hide. They can impersonate. They adapt. When one is eliminated, another one reappears. These expert time twisters are particularly adept at acting nearly effortlessly, at key moments, directing or changing our fates by the simple push or pull of a lever or switch. Yet others have an uncanny ability to position themselves at strategic places where small actions can have untold consequences. They can be devilishly fast or diabolically slow. Cordon sanitaire. Numerous books have been written about the rise of reason and the decline of magic and superstition that led to the modern world as we know it. Most accounts date the beginning of this shift to the mid-17th century. Since then, researchers have continued to draw a firm divide, a cordon sanitaire, between medieval culture, the so-called Dark Ages, and the modern, or enlightened, world. Prominent historians have shown how the quiet exit of demons from theology set science off on the path we recognize today. 20 In consequence, we now typically see them as belonging to the spiritual, artistic, or psychological realms. Explaining such an abrupt before and after change has proved challenging for historians, who have to offer radically original interpretations of past eras and foreign lands to explain beliefs that appear so counterintuitive from their perspective. How could so many cultures around the world for such long periods of time espouse beliefs that we now consider to be at odds with rational experimental and scientific methods? Scholars continue to spill ink trying to explain the supposed backwardness of the people of the past and those in the present who live in far-off places. 21 There is another answer. A line between modern and pre-modern ways of thinking is impossible to draw because no such firm line can be found separating knowledge from the imagination then as now. The persistence of the category of the demon in science is evidence of an interesting anomaly. The term was never dropped from the lexicon of truth-seeking enterprises, even when they became secular and scientific. Instead of a cordon sanitaire, modern demons reveal that a liaison in fact continues to connect modern culture with past eras in a way that has merged the lessons of old with the lessons of today. Always choose the devil you know, goes a common saying. Must we stay the course? Division lies at the root of the word diabolo. When discussing problems pertaining to the global economy and the health of our planet, we often invoke science to argue for contradictory solutions, some considered utopian, others dystopian. Who is right in these debates matters, but the debates themselves can be as productive as agreement and consensus are rare in science. Debate motivates researchers to create new experiments and technologies and drives scientists to sharpen their arguments. Debate forces them to improve their theories, tweak their plans, and revise and resubmit proposals. Disagreement about what is real and what is not is a generous fountain. Demons divide, but if we take on the role of advocatus diaboli vis-a-vis imaginary demons, they can help us learn more about science, technology, nature, and culture. More importantly, by studying their place in history, we can learn essential lessons about the limits of modern knowledge itself. The smartest and most rational hominids among us, the most brilliant scientists and engineers of the last centuries, do not have an absolute monopoly on knowledge, nor on its consequences. Homo faber cannot fully command its tools, nor can Homo sapiens completely control its own mind. Homo imaginer can do much more. By shining a light on the relation between the imaginary and the real across history, we can rehearse a different way of thinking about the universe. To overcome the mistakes of the past and build a better tomorrow, we cannot rely on science without history. By helping us step more firmly into nature's shoes, our imagination can lead us to transcend our most immediate fears and desires and to see that nature can be more than a problem to be solved, a territory to be conquered, or a source from which we can extract power. It is as essential for understanding nature as it is for understanding others. An account of the world that does not include the underworld is half empty. Science's demons can be tamed if we venture to peer into their glassy eyes and follow their deeds and misdemeanors. We have learned much from them. We can learn much more by thinking about them, as they offer us the opportunity to uncover a new understanding of nature as both humanistic and scientific. Demons' long sojourn through our history reveals the world of today as the future of those who came before us and as the past of those who will come after us. If we open our eyes to them, demons might help us carry the weight of a future built on the dreams of yesteryear. Postscript. Philosophical considerations. It is time to fold, to put my cards on the table and accept that my strongest card is non-existent. In one sense the game has been lost, but in another it is not. Almost nothing matters to us more than that which cannot be, is no longer, or has not yet appeared. Non-existence captures our imagination. Once we start thinking seriously about existence, it is easy to realize how quickly we slip from thinking about existence to pondering about non-existence, and how hard it is to draw a line between the two. Actual existing objects play small roles in our general everyday discourse. Societies are organized around legal and juridical concepts that can never be pinned down to any particular thing or referent. They also have meager roles to play in science. In what sense can numbers, colors, shapes, organizing categories, and other tools of thought be thought to exist? Our minds, as they flash back and foreshadow, rarely consider the world in terms of the limited sphere of the really real. 1. Our emotions, as they oscillate between grief and hope, are similarly oblivious to the real. The transformation of the imaginary into the real is hardly a simple process, but it has a story that can be told. Numerous philosophers have dedicated themselves to establishing the exact differences between the existent, the non-existent, the imaginary, the possible, and the actual. 2 Typical examples from the scholarly literature dedicated to this question include The Liar Who Says, "I Am Now Lying," Round Squares, Golden Mountains, and Plato's Beard. To distinguish varieties of existence, some of the most meticulous and rigorous among these scholars argue in favor of introducing into their discipline an existential quantifier with the symbol X to designate varying degrees of plausibility to anything and everything. None of their examples, however, come close to those that concern scientists. Non-existents are not equivalent to everything that does not exist. Only a select set of them have been most useful in the history of science and technology. This rabbit hole runs deep. Existence and non-existence are opposites that resemble each other. As the philosopher Paul Grau has argued, what distinguishes the actual from the possible, the existent from the non-existent, is not what they are but whether they are. 3. Unstable and ambiguous, they can somersault from one to the other. Their power derives from their variability and instability. Red in tooth and claw debates about existence have often been overshadowed by attempts to taxonomize, categorize, and fix it. Since the beginning of the Enlightenment, the desire to legislate the real estate comprising reality was essential for the establishment of modern forms of government. The work of the 18th century jurist Jeremy Bentham illustrates just how necessary this undertaking was for the Enlightenment. Bentham is now celebrated as a proponent of utilitarianism, a practical-minded approach to philosophy that dominated early British empiricism and inspired progressive legal and social reforms aimed at creating a better and more just society. The British thinker advocated a new approach to prisons and asylums, proposing panopticon observation towers from which to survey individuals placed in institutions for punishing the incorrigible, guarding the insane, reforming the vicious, confining the suspected, employing the idle, maintaining the helpless, curing the sick, instructing the willing in any branch of industry, or training the rising race in the path of education. 4. Throughout his reformist projects, Bentham was inspired by Descartes' materialism and urged his followers to look at society as a machine that could be understood, fixed, and oiled like one. Given matter and motion, Descartes had said, he would make a physical world. Bentham wrote, "Give me the human sensibilities, joy and grief, pain and pleasure, and I will create a moral world." Descartes had added. 5. Bentham's theory of fictions remains largely unknown. Why would a thinker so concerned with thinking about society in materialistic terms be inspired to write a work about non-existence in which he concerned himself with a study of what was most immaterial, such as a devil with a head, body, and limbs, like man's, horns like goats, wing like bats, and a tail like a monkey's? 6. Bentham's theory of fictions was never finished. Bodies proved easier to manage than hearts and minds. The indefatigable jurist was unable to bring order to all sorts of non-entities that proliferated around him. His failure at creating a rulebook for the unreal showed just how hard it was, then as now, to round them up into one coherent bunch, and not from lack of trying. On the contrary, significant resources continue to be dedicated to policing what is allegedly the most real and pressing. Rarely do we think about what and who is included in that assessment and why. To the practical and common-sense minded, forays into the unreal might seem like senseless and useless philosophical exercises, as cockamamie a pursuit as listening to the sound of silence. After all, it is difficult enough to work with elements whose existence is not up for debate, such as what impinges on our safety, income, and health. But the process of prioritization that brings certain people, objects, concerns, and ideas under the purview of government and into the sidelines of society should concern us. In the early 19th century, the aristocratic Austrian philosopher Alexius Menon became convinced that intellectuals around him were enthralled to a prejudice in favor of the real. 7. To combat this prejudice, Menon attempted to create an entirely new area of knowledge, called the theory of objects, that went against the general trend dominating most intellectual inquiries of his era. His philosophical project consisted in trying to find a place for homeless, homotlos, objects that did not fit within the realm of the real, workliche. They too, he argued, existed in some strange capacity. Otherwise, we could not even talk about them. After he uttered these words, the philosophical community rallied against him, united in a common fervent cry of "I am not a Menongian." 8. The mathematician Bertrand Russell, who had at first been sympathetic, changed tack. He became one of the first to attack, accusing Menon of introducing into philosophy an unduly populous realm of being, as primitives were wont to do. 9. Russell and his acolytes embarked instead on the opposite project, trying to cut many of these non-real objects out of the picture. Under their influence, most philosophers still concur that the generally agreed upon list of the existing should not be up for modification. 10. In consequence, philosophy became dominated by a school of thought called analytical philosophy, whose implicit aim has been to police the boundary around the real. A few years later, the German philosopher Hans Wegener made a second attempt, but the initiative behind his controversial The Philosophy of As If, a system of the theoretical, practical, and religious fictions of mankind, 1911, largely backfired. 11 Like Manon, Wegener ruffled the feathers of a generation of scholars who tried to combat him in every possible way. He too galvanized an entire philosophical movement, logical positivism, against him. 12 In light of these difficulties and ugly debates, few scholars have tried to pursue these investigations much further. The bête noire of analytical philosophy opened up by the pioneers Manon, Wegener, and those few followers who sided with them motivates much of my own argument. 13 They barely fathomed the dimensions of the labyrinth before them. Perhaps it was wise to not venture further in. Perhaps it was not. The most consequential initiative to legislate the boundaries of existence did not come from philosophy but from psychology. In the 1920s, Sigmund Freud found that irrationality and pathology were the source of many beliefs in non-existence. When his method was used to understand past historical eras, things got confusing rather quickly. How could so many of the witness accounts of past eras that seemed extremely strange to us, including collective ones, be explained? Freud had to develop a radical strategy of historical reinterpretation alongside psychoanalysis. Freud read one of the most important demonologies of early modern times, Johann Weyer's De Prestigiis Demonum et Incantationibus ac Beneficiis, on the tricks of demons and on spells and poisons, 1563, with fascination. He immediately claimed that it was one of the 10 most significant books of all time. Weyer's demonology helped Freud reach the conclusion that those who claimed to see or hear demons were usually the victims of some kind of disease, some pathology that led them to see the unreal as real. 14 His interest in the text lay not in what it said about demons, but in what it revealed about mental illness and the precarious psychological state of those who believed in them. Psychological interpretations of such beliefs represented a culmination of a centuries-long effort that succeeded in culling many superstitious beliefs and most demons from the natural world. Even progressives within the Catholic Church, the old bastion of demonology, started to reinterpret cases of demonic action as due to subconscious psychological inferences, a la Freud. 15 Such bold acts of historical reinterpretation proved to be widely satisfying and popular, even as they served to pathologize nearly everyone in the long history of humanity except for a few modernizers. The wisdom of the ancients, the Baroque, and the Gothic was excised from our repertoire of advanced knowledge. Yet as more and more philosophers and scientists tried to understand the world by reducing it to its bare material essentials, the more they ended up relying on imaginary creatures, categories, and concepts. The contradiction is increasingly difficult to ignore. What has prevented scholars from studying the numerous references to the otherworldly in science? Sometime between the fall of 1960 and the spring of 1961, two of the most respected philosophers of science came close to considering modern science as a belief system, one just like any other, comparable, in essence, to the belief systems of ancient civilizations and religious cultures. Thomas Kuhn had just finished a draft for an essay that would transform the field of history and philosophy of science, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. It would become an instant sensation and achieve fame for, among other things, coining the word paradigm. Its author studied the advances of science by focusing on the process through which widely shared beliefs were supplanted by new ones, starting with the Copernican revolution. Kuhn insisted that facts and observations alone were not enough to bring a new paradigm into existence. For this reason, he was immediately accused of proposing a view of science that, instead of being progressive, was through and through relativistic, an accusation he forcefully resisted. 16. I believe that people in the 15th century saw ghosts with the same intensity as they saw real things, wrote the philosopher of science Paul Feyerabend to his colleague. 17 Kuhn had just shared his manuscript with Feyerabend, in the hope of getting some positive feedback and constructive criticism. Instead, Feyerabend claimed that Kuhn made it seem throughout his book that science was comparable to witchcraft. One obvious question that arose in the minds of readers, including Feyerabend, pertained to the emergence of science as a distinctly modern way of thinking. What difference does it make that the modern witchcraft is being called science? He asked. After all, a name does not make the difference. Nor does the existence of institutions, of journals, of instruments, of technicalities, he concluded. Point 18. Similarities between science and witchcraft were evident. According to Feyerabend, the phenomenal character of the beings seen by the populace of the Dark Ages was the same as the objects studied by today's science. The spiritual world, even if it was populated by evil spirits, was much more important and much more secure than the transitory material world of tables, chairs, and philosophy books, he argued. Feyerabend had recently read Aldous Huxley's The Devils of Loudun, 1952, a historical reconstruction of the famous witchcraft case against Urbain Grandier, a priest accused of making a pact with Satan before he was burned at the stake in 1634. Huxley's book showed just how much our assessment of reality was influenced by our beliefs, and this was Kuhn's take too. Feyerabend noted that the way in which, for example, the theory of witchcraft and demonic influence crept into the most common ways of thinking, and could be preserved for quite a considerable time, offers a vivid illustration of how scientists themselves resisted changing their models. Point 19. When confronted with unexplainable facts, scientists often tweaked their theory a bit by adding hypotheses on the fly, in an ad hoc manner. As these aspects of their theories were corrected, the whole conceptual structure on which they stood was rarely discredited. New paradigms are hard to swallow. Discarding long-held beliefs is just tough. When it comes to understanding the complexity of our belief systems, facts alone are insufficient. Once the existence of folk and religious demons was questioned, old facts required new interpretations, and so they were reconsidered as effects caused by fear, panic, or mental illness. Feyerabend argued that the experience of scientists who did not want to let go of their theories was not a bit more strange than the denial of angels, demons, or the devil seemed to the faithful who had been brought up in the corresponding beliefs and who in addition had experiences such as hearing voices, partially split personality, fear of corruption, and the like. 20. But there was another difference between those who believed in the supernatural and those who trusted science, Feyerabend insisted. Science was not the same as any old belief. The theory of witchcraft brought order into natural phenomena, but in such a manner that no conceivable counter-argument existed. Feyerabend elaborated, what distinguishes reason from folly is the kind of procedure adopted. Are difficulties taken seriously? Is it admitted that the theory may, after all, be false? Or are they only taken as an incentive to invent ingenious ad hoc hypotheses? 21. The last point raised by Feyerabend is key. Science's demons are not like any other demons. They remain imaginary until proven real. You really are like a witch doctor, Feyerabend scolded Kuhn. That is, I do not object to your findings, but to the way you present them. 22. Feyerabend's apparent inability to stop thinking about the similarities between science and witchcraft started to affect his assessment of scientific progress more generally. In Hidden Variables and the Argument of Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, he asked, how was the theory of witchcraft replaced by a reasonable psychology, based as it was upon innumerable direct observations of demons and demonic influence? 23. When it came to either quantum demons or the devil, facts and observations alone were also not enough to disprove them. An even more striking example is provided by the phenomena known as the appearance of the devil, he explained. These phenomena are accounted for both by the assumption that the devil exists, and by some more recent psychological, and psychosociological, theories. 24. To make progress in science required finding concepts that did their explanatory job equally well, or perhaps even better, because more coherently. 25. The possibility of improving in this way, he maintained, was what set modern science apart from dogmatic thinking. Feyerabend defended the search for hidden variables in the quantum world. He took the physicist Werner Heisenberg to task for attempting to censor scientists' recourse to imaginary beings in their attempts to find more answers. Heisenberg's injunction that there is no use discussing what could be done if we were other beings than we are was, Feyerabend proclaimed, an astounding argument indeed. Feyerabend argued instead for the benefits of thinking about and even trying to become other beings. Why should we not try to improve our situation and thereby indeed become other beings than we are, he asked. Is it assumed that the physicist has to remain content with the state of human thought and perception as it is given at a certain time and that he cannot, or should not, attempt to change, and to improve upon that state? 26. Even as philosophers such as Kuhn and Feyerabend clarified much about the role of observation and facts in science, both failed to see the extent to which the use of fictions and demons prevailed throughout science. In his classic study of thought experiments in science, Kuhn simply defenestrated them. A thought experiment, he concluded, can teach nothing that was not known before. Without even giving them a chance, he claimed that thought experiments can teach nothing about the world. 27. They simply did not fit within his paradigm. Something of an exception to the state of affairs can be seen in the work of Karl Popper. By the time Kuhn published his Structure of Scientific Revolutions, Popper had enjoyed decades of notoriety that came from the publication of his influential book The Logic of Scientific Discovery, published in German in 1934 and revised for an English-language edition in 1959. Popper had claimed that the best recipe for doing the best science was to create strong hypotheses that could be falsified experimentally. This is still the model that many scientists believe should be followed. Popper's interests eventually shifted to history and politics, but by the 1950s he was ready to return to thinking about science. He was shocked to see that the best scientists of his generation were not working in the manner described in his book. Compared to the reality of on-the-ground scientific practices, his old views seemed like very distant idealizations. Some of the best seemed to be working in exactly the opposite way from how he had once thought great science should be done. Many of them were using thought experiments in ways that he deemed improper. And many of them were debating demons. Instead of creating hypotheses that could be put to the test and falsified when needed, he found that contemporary scientists were assuming that certain demons could not exist and then developing theories based on that assumption. The non-existence of a Maxwell demon is simply assumed ad hoc, Popper wrote, with exasperation. 28 In years to come, he would become increasingly concerned about these demons. 29 Were there absolute limits to the power of thought itself that come from the natural limits of energy and information in the living and physical universe? He did not believe so. Emboldened by Popper's criticisms of previous exorcisms, Feyerabend also turned to a study of the concept of information as used by physicists in relation to meaning more broadly, labeling his own contribution an addendum to Popper's work. 30 He read John Peirce's Symbols, Signals, and Noise textbook, which contained a description of a Maxwell's demon type machine that showed how a perpetual machine could never be built because even information was subject to the laws of thermodynamics. Reinterpreting the machine described by Peirce, Feyerabend maintained that it established the exact opposite of what the original author intended. He renamed it the Hell Machine, Hallenmaschine. For him, as for Popper, the power of our intellect would always remain larger than the sum of its parts. 31. Toward the end of his life, Popper published Postscript to the Logic of Scientific Discovery, the culmination of a lifetime of work. Articles that he had started decades earlier saw the light of day, and his references to demons finally became public. Popper explained that all historical eras were characterized by a belief in a particular demon. Great determinist thinkers produced their bogies in the 18th century, together with Laplace, who produced the most famous bogie of all, the superhuman intelligence of his essay of 1819, often called Laplace's demon. 32 It might be tempting to characterize Laplace's being as a deity, yet it was not, Popper warned, an omniscient god, merely a superscientist. 33 While trust in this being had waned, the popularity of others had grown. Moreover, Maxwell's demon is no longer young, but he is still going strong, and although innumerable attempts have been made on his life, almost from the day he was born, and although his non-existence has frequently been proved, he will no doubt soon celebrate his 100th birthday in perfect health and vigor. 34 Quantum mechanics had not killed Maxwell's creation entirely. 35 I for one, wrote Popper, feel confident that he will survive us all, and that all the proofs and explanations of his non-existence will, as fast as they are produced, be exposed as inconclusive. 36 Explanations of the second law that worked well at a quantum level lost power as scales increased, but they did not disappear. Popper referred to the dominant demon of his time as Gabor's demon. This demon had tried to eliminate Maxwell's demon, only to leave scientists with a greater riddle. Questions pertaining to the validity of the second law of thermodynamics, to the relation between quantum mechanics and classical physics, and to indeterminism and determinism hinged on the possible existence of a demon who slipped back on stage when microscopic events added up sufficiently to create macroscopic effects. Popper's close analysis of the scientific work on particular demons showed how very open the question still is, after almost a century of intensive study. 37 That effort would lead others to coin the term Popper's demon for a creature who could only completely know what had already passed and for whom the future remained unknown and open. Popper's metaphysical epilogue was a far cry from his earlier work. He was no longer interested in studying how experiments could be used to falsify hypotheses, or in finding a hard and fast recipe for demarcating science from messy knowledge practices. He instead became interested in investigating the utility of metaphysics in the production of knowledge. In his epilogue, Popper dropped the word demon modified by the possessive form of Laplace. He used instead the term dream, referring to the classical Laplacian dream of unlimited predictability as one of the many research programs that drove scientific research. 38 These dreams could also be understood as dream programs, or metaphysical research programs if they were systematically advanced. When used more informally, Popper thought of them simply as pictures. While these pictures were marked by the vice of irrefutability, or lack of testability, Popper argued that they were still extremely useful. 39 Science needs these pictures, he stressed. A new picture, a new way of looking at things, a new interpretation may change the situation in science completely. They were more than just tools. These pictures are not only much needed tools of scientific discovery, or guides to it, he wrote, they also help us to decide whether a scientific hypothesis is to be taken seriously, whether it is a potential discovery, and how its acceptance would affect the problem situation in science, and perhaps even the picture itself. 40. Despite the attention given to science's demons by these philosophers, and despite a growing acknowledgement of the need to think about science beyond a strict hypotheses and falsification model, most scholars continue to view the differences between pre-modern and modern forms of knowledge as directly tied to the rise of a culture of experimentation emerging from a decline in the political authority of the Church in monarchical Europe. Much is lost in such a generalization. One of the greatest losses is the knowledge that what first set science on its path of discovery then as now is the continued and productive use of our imagination. What is key about science's demons is how they become real, that is, how our imagination drives discovery and how we can use it to change the world. The might of scientific ways of knowing and the virtuous ways in which they surpass dogmatic or authoritarian ones can be strengthened even more by acknowledging the power of non-existent things across disciplines and throughout our universe. An even more difficult challenge for the history and philosophy of science comes from the very nature of this topic. For philosophers of history, Laplace's demon was an ideal chronicler, a being who had access to all of history as a giant data set. Knowing the science of this creature became key for historians concerned with the methodology of their discipline. The philosopher of history Arthur Danto described him as someone who knows whatever happens the moment it happens, even in other minds. He is also to have the gift of instantaneous transcription. Everything that happens across the whole forward rim of the past is set down by him, as it happens the way it happens. 41 The philosopher and intellectual historian Hans Blumenberg understood clearly that historians had to examine their own belief in this creature in order to understand the limits and possibilities of their discipline. Blumenberg tried to learn all he could about him before writing one more thing about history. Particularly important for him was black hole cosmology. He wondered about the possibility that historical information had already been swallowed by these cosmic giants. 42 Ever attentive to this possibility, he referenced Laplace's demon when thinking about how historians reconstructed narratives of the past. If the choices that determined the subject of history for them were implicitly related to beliefs in a certain demon, the historical record available to us was also at their mercy. The subject of history, Blumenberg wrote, is determined entirely by its never-before-known object, the history. It is her Laplacian demon, for she knows it by virtue of the logic that it has in common with her. 43. As other demons competed with Laplace's throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, they showed the fragility of causal understandings of the universe and of history based on one-directional, chronological causation. Once time-twisting demons entered science, historians and philosophers, just as much as scientists, had to contend with the possibility of more complex forms of loopy historical interactions. It is true, in some respects, that the complex relation between history and science leaves the historian at the mercy of science and its future discoveries. But what is most interesting is how it also leaves the scientist at the mercy of the historian. Scientists and historians are participant observers of a cosmic drama that is much larger than them. This complication offers an opportunity to study the sciences and the humanities together, even if it first appears to be much the opposite in disguise.